Well, this time, the beginning of our story is not the beginning of everything. And on Cord Island, on the 4th floor of the dungeon, there was the 16th in the unified ranking, Pixword, with 8 ranked players following him and 200 elite members of the Silver Knight Guild. And he says that they can capture a small fortress with this force, but he can't calm down because on the 4th floor of the Cork Island dungeon, the Bois appears every 2 weeks, and they suffered a lot trying to defeat him in the last 5 weeks, and in the meantime, they spent a lot of time and money to strengthen their items in the park. So, with 3 minutes left, he thinks that, for sure, they were stronger after all their investments. But then they notice that there is an intruder, a man with only a blanket there at the beginning of the dungeon. So he wonders who that weakling is, and then that man looks at everyone there. Sword asks what the hell is this because he doesn't have any items and only a cape, and he wonders how that man managed to get past the defensive troops like that, wondering if he is an assassin with elite training. Then he says no, an assassin would never reveal himself like that. Then seeing the man's name, he realizes that it is Grid, so he starts searching for the user. But he doesn't find any user with that name, and he notices that by not finding his name easily, it means that he is not a ranker. Then he looks at his subordinates, and none of them understand what is happening. To think that someone unranked would go there, and he says that apparently the guards are sleeping, saying that this is pathetic. Then he says that this is an area controlled by the Silver Knight Guild, and he doesn't know how that man managed to get there. They're going to start an important battle, and he better go back if he doesn't want to die. And so, Grady says that he was wondering why his invisibility disappeared. And he wonders if it was because he was detected by the Royal Gal. What he says is that this means he doesn't need that cape anymore. When he takes it off, everyone notices the armor he's wearing. A very fancy armor, golden, with some red details and everyone wonders what armor that is, questioning if it's the only one. And also that tail. And then Hunker asks where they're looking, telling them to shoot that bastard over there. But then, a fire explosion happens and Helgal starts to appear all pissed off in front of all of them. So he uses Helgal's roar, which applies fear, confusion, and debilitating effects. And with Helgal's fire, he decreases fire resistance by 50%. And so the monster, to complete a Rosso Pillar of Fire, killing most of those who were there. Then Pixard notices that he finished off half of the guild members with just one flame. And he thinks he increased his fire resistance by 86%, but to think that he would still take that much damage is a joke. Wonder if they failed again. But at that, Grid starts walking calmly inside all that fire. And Pixword asks what the hell is this, because the flames are strong enough to eliminate half of the guild. But that guy is intact. So he picks it up and starts summoning something, summoning a pickaxe and starting to break something around there. And Pixard is amazed by this. Then he wonders if it's a joke since he's collecting minerals with a real gal in front of him like that. And Grady thinks it's hot as hell, asking why the work is only worse and also why that mineral only appears when the goat respawns. And he says that being so, he must have to go to the dragon's lair with his pickaxe too. And with that, the real gal attacks him. And then Pixword thinks it was a clean hit, and no one would be able to get out of there intact. But then he notices that Grid is intact with that attack. And he talks to Pixword, asking if he can't do something with that monster, saying it was hot as hell before, but now it's getting worse. And then Big Sword says that's not the problem, asking how he didn't get hurt. And so the boy receives another attack, and says that it's nothing big, saying that to sum it up, this is the effect of an item. So, a long time before everything that just happened, a boy thinks that he dedicated himself for months to this and did everything they wanted until they got there. And he wonders what the hell is this and why the hell are they chasing him. And so he takes a sword in the back and starts to wonder if he's gonna die there. And a man calls him a fool, saying that he betrayed his trust and let himself be carried away by greed and selfishness, even though they have a contract. And the boy notices that that's sure. And he tells Grid that, honestly, he never expected him to complete this mission. And Grid says that he fought for months in vain for this, and asks if he doesn't think that his hard work should have been rewarded. And then Sure says that of course he will be rewarded. And for him who carelessly betrayed her trust, only death remains. And so, the man appears behind him, ready to cut his throat. And he thinks that it's over because he risked his life for that mission in the last months. And who would have thought that everything would end like this, and starts to get frustrated. Then he says that known as the best virtual reality game is Satisfy, and says that with more than 2 billion unique players around the world, this fantasy world so big and vast is considered by many to be another world, and there are many lands still unexplored in that world, and even more than explored, and that place was one of them, the northern end of the cave. The deepest area of the entire cave, a place filled with all sorts of items and equipment waiting patiently until a user shows up and discovers all its wealth. And a few hours ago, Grid, poor level 73, starts to get happy for having found something. Finding Count Ashore's S-rank quest item, the legendary craftsman's rare book, and he thinks it took him a long time to find. Any other player would have given up by now, And he thinks about that stupid S-rank quest, saying he could have even given up halfway. And he starts to wonder how much money he spent just on potions and equipment. Then he says he'll never mix with Asura again if he doesn't welcome him well for it. While he thinks he got the quest item, he looks at the item status, noticing that it is unknown, and is told that he needs Paleon's eye to analyze that item. Then he is surprised, saying that he remembers well it is a very expensive item, and thinks that the price has gone up too much. And he starts to complain, wondering how much more money he needs to spend on that game. And why the hell does he always run out of options in that kind of situation? And he thinks that he has already taken out many loans because of that game, but he also convinces himself that he can always ask for more, and he says that he can always leave the debts for next month. So he uses the analysis on that item and obtains a legendary item, the Rare Book of Pagma. This book contains the secrets of Pagma, a legendary blacksmith who transcended human limits, and, with its use, he will become Pagma's descendant, whose rank is legendary, and his reputation instantly increases by 500 across the continent. But then, Grid is more than satisfied, surprised that it is a legendary class, saying that he never imagined that he would gain a consumable legendary class. And he says that with this, he can get one of the most powerful classes available. But then he comes back to reality, saying that he is there to complete the S-rank mission. And it wouldn't be a very smart decision to give up on the mission, where he can simply sell that thing there and make a fortune, because with a legendary class, he can easily get hundreds of millions of won by selling it, and he says that he had to do manual labor because of his college credit and his expenses with the games, and his only talent was playing. But since he invested too much time in that game, even his friends left him after a while, and his own family started to consider him a dead weight. But that's water under the bridge now. He can finally say goodbye to his life as a loser. Then he thinks about his father, mother, and sister, saying that he made it, saying that their parasite of a son finally hit the jackpot. And he goes to sell the item immediately, wanting to log out, but is told that he can't log out of the game at the moment. And the quest Count Asher's secret request changed to Count Asher's rage. Then he wonders what's going on, and the Count appears with several subordinates. He curses the boy, saying that he let himself be consumed by greed. And the boy notices that he is there, and his new mission says that Count Asher realized his selfish and greedy intentions of stealing the mission item and became enraged and will try to kill him to get the item back. And the boy sure says that he decided to extract him despite his contract. But Grid keeps insisting that he did the right thing because he did nothing. So Shore tells him to keep making excuses and asks his subordinates to catch him. And he goes back upstairs where he is being beheaded and wonders how many months he dedicated to this. Then he says that he can't die like this. He manages to dodge that sword blow and says that he will pass that mission no matter what happens. He is a level 73 player and also has some skills. So he thinks he'll take him down first by activating a stun, Guardian Shield. So that man uses a spell to break the stun, and he is surprised that the stun didn't work and ends up being thrown away, losing half of his HP. And he gets pissed off again because he blocked the attack and still lost half of his life. And he says that he knew that Shura was a level 300 NPC, but he didn't know that her subordinates were that powerful. And he immediately thinks that that mission wasn't made for him. So he tells everyone to go fuck themselves, saying that of course he knew that this would happen, because he's unlucky even in luck. And then he notices something, telling them to wait a bit, asking what will happen to the book if he dies, asking if it will disappear too. Then he says he can't win, and can't finish that mission, and at this rate, he won't even earn the gold for that item. And if that item disappears from his inventory too, he only has one option left. Then Shur starts yelling at his subordinates, saying that the boy plans to open the book, asking them to stop him, but Grid says it's too late and starts opening the book, saying that he should have been a little more careful, and so the class change begins too. And he says he's going to surpass his limits, and the system says that all his skills and status have been reset, and he thinks that maybe he can beat that mission after obtaining his destiny. And so he becomes the descendant of Pagma, and several states, which I won't read to you, appear on the screen, and he realizes that he is now a working class, noting that he is a worker even in the game, and he says that seeing him suffer is very satisfying, talking to Shu. Thinking that this must be something very valuable, he thinks that he will start by ending the race of those idiots and finishing the mission. And so the class change ends completely. He obtains the title of the one who became a legend and says that everyone will die. But then he goes back to level 1 using only a boxer short. And by taking the slightest scratch on his forehead, he ends up dying. And already in reality, someone says that according to the operational team's report, the class change occurred 5 minutes ago. Then the man says he is on his way, and his subordinate says he'll make a summary of the report immediately. And so he thinks about this class change, saying it sounds fun. And after dying he loses 2 levels, reaching level -1. And so the mission failed, and he won't be able to enter the Patreon region anymore, because Patreon soldiers will kill him immediately. And the boy talks to Shore, asking if he would really kill someone because of this, just for using an item. And he chased him knowing this all along, and calls him a fucking thief, saying he tried to steal what is rightfully his, and says that although it's just a game, and tells him to eat and live properly. And so he ends up returning to reality, coming out of that weird capsule, and saying that was a lot of fun, while he has a kilometer-wide dark circle under his eyes, and he thinks he could have won 100 million won. But his mother shows up, asking if he thinks she owns the power company for him to be playing video games at this hour, and already at the Satisfy Group's operational office. Say Choi Na-hee goes to welcome her superior, and he asks if she said someone changed classes 5 minutes ago, saying he never thought that would happen, saying it's funny, asking if she prepared the field report. So here he is Lin Xiu Hu, the chief developer of Satisfy from SA Group. And she says that his ID is grade, and he was a level 73 player, but is now level -1, and his real name is Shin Yong-ho, and he obtained Pagma's rare book in the quest secret request of, and she says that dying multiple times in the process. Although the boss ordered him to thoroughly check the legendary class, it is believed that the situation is a mere coincidence, considering his foolish and inefficient decision-making. However, his obsession and determination in the game seem to have been the main factors. Then he asks if it is really so, saying that, in his opinion, persistence is a great trait. And she asks if it makes any sense that it was all a coincidence, saying that this is a bit frustrating as a team leader, but he starts to think that this is hilarious, saying that how does she know if they follow the calculations made by the supercomputer Morphine? Fuse, the northern end of the cave, and Pagma's descendant were supposed to be discovered 2 years from now. But that player not only found the northern end of the cave and also activated the associated quest item, asking if you can really call all this a coincidence, and he says something else, saying his level is negative, saying that the way Asura's quest was designed, it should be unlocked from level 350, but Grid ignored these requirements, and on top of that, he quickly used the item fearing that I would lose it. Since he underwent a class change, the standard penalty of going straight back to level 1 was applied instantly. And since he failed 2 ongoing side quests, he lost 2 more levels. And normally, players level 10 or lower do not lose extra experience points when they die. But now he's at level -1, so she's shocked by this, asking if he means something, and he questions if she understands. Normal players gain 10 status points per level, and now he's at level -1, and it will take him 2 years to get back to normal level 1 beginner standard. In other words, he'll gain 20 additional status points, 20 points more than any player at his level. And he questions if this isn't more of an essential situation than a coincidence, asking if the word skill wouldn't also fit there, but she says that's strange, saying that it means the game is unbalanced, saying that they should balance it immediately, but he says that's not necessary, saying that, as he said before, there's no reason to worry about an unbalanced player. And besides, Pygame's descendant is a relatively weak class in combat compared to the others. But then he looks at something and gets scared, saying it's nothing, saying he's leaving, asking her to keep him informed of other important news. Meanwhile, at Grid's work, they talk to him asking him to pick up his morning paycheck right away, so he hangs around until he goes there and his bosses ask. They didn't say he was addicted to games and say he seems to stink and be shit. And besides, he's a terrible employee, saying he always had the impression that everyone is born with at least one talent, but he's a total failure. And so he goes home with that measly amount of money and says that it's enough for just one more round, and he wonders who would have thought that the first thing that pops into his head is a game, and he starts to think that he should be ashamed and thinks that that book alone could have been enough to change his life. But there he is, with hundreds of millions of won lost. He spent so much time accumulating reputation in that city and all that work to end up at level -1. While he's sitting there crying his eyes out, the president drives by in the car, saying that there's nothing special against that user. And of course, but honestly, he thinks that's his advantage. But he'll have to figure that out on his own. Meanwhile, Gritsip wonders if he should look for something else to do with his life, because there must surely be something he's good at, and he starts to question whether he has anything he's good at, but then he thinks he's had enough, saying he's going to give the game another chance. Meanwhile, the president thinks that the good thing about that brat is that he doesn't know when to stop. So, already at home, he thinks about joining the game, because he wants to know what the class is like, and he says that as long as the capsule holds out, everything will be fine. So, he thinks he's counting on her once again, and he also thinks that he'll definitely get his money back, no matter what happens, and so he logs into Satisfy, appearing there naked once again. And he wonders where he is, because that place doesn't look anything like the cave he was in, so he thinks he's still in the Patran region. But he never fully explored that area, so he thought like that they couldn't have given him a break, because banishing him just because he extracted it is a bit too much, so he thinks he needs to find a sign to be able to find his way around. When he looks ahead, he notices something that looks quite dangerous, and when he looks inside, he sees something he definitely shouldn't see, like the sacrifice, rolling with a woman lying in the middle. And he wonders what the hell kind of place is this, and so the system says he entered the Yatan Temple. And he thinks that temples are places for players above level 150. This place is too dangerous for him currently, and when he looks at his status, he notices the class there and the title too. But he also notices that he's carrying a ridiculously high weight, and he thinks that he's actually at level -1, noticing that it wasn't a system bug. And he says that, even so, those options seem great, because he can use the repair skills to earn money. And as for the items, he tries to equip one, and when he manages to equip it, he realizes that he was able to equip a level 60 item, and he thinks that he would need at least 200 strength to use it, but he also notices that he'll have to deal with some penalties. But even so, he says that the attack power of the longsword is still 200, and the metal armor should give about 130 defense, and level 1 items barely help him, so even with that penalty it's still many times better. And he starts to get happy because legendary classes are amazing, and being able to equip items above your level is wonderful, and he says that he's been blessed with a lot of luck. But remember that he's still in that temple. And he says that if that's a danger of 1150, everything in the vicinity of that area is at a similar level. And he wonders if the game is trying to stab him with a hug. Then he hears that woman in the middle suffering in pain. And he thinks that since that's the temple of he bets that there are some followers of Yatten there, so he asks if they're doing some kind of enchantment, thinking that he'll die if he keeps wandering around there, and some little scratch from them is enough to kill him. One of the followers appears behind him, and he starts saying that he should be fine as long as he doesn't get caught, and it shouldn't be hard to go unnoticed. But then the follower puts his hand on the boy's shoulder, and he drops the sword in fear. And then the man tells him to calm down, asking if he was trying to kill him, and so he says that he is a secret guard under Strand's command and his name is Doran. And he thinks that since the boy was hiding, he believes he is not one of them. So they go to a more isolated place and Doran tells the boy everything. He realizes that Kelly is Irene, Count Strand's daughter. He says that she was kidnapped while traveling on vacation. Although it is a complicated situation, it is good to have someone on your side. And Gree wonders what he is talking about, but ends up receiving a mission that tells him to save the Count's beloved daughter, and he needs to save Irene in no more than an hour. And the reward is 3,000 gold, and the possible reward is to become Jean Rodicont. In case of failure, he will lose 2 levels. Then he notices that there is another rank S mission there, saying that that is a huge NPC bastard. And Doran says that most people are filled with fear, but seeing how well he is, he assumes that he is someone strong. And with that, Grid asks if he is serious, and says that a weakling like him shouldn't be able to resist that, and he wonders if, because of some innate ability he has, and he thinks that it can only be that ability of self-control and the extent of falling into an abnormal condition are drastically reduced. And recovery speed is also increased, and he says that he should learn the advantages and disadvantages of his class soon, and Doran is surprised because who would have imagined that a warrior like him would help him, and he thanks him for helping him in such a difficult occasion. But then Grid looks at him who said it's his problem and Doran calls him to go, but Grid keeps denying and Doran tells the boy to wait, asking if he's gonna let him fight alone against those black mages, and Grid keeps saying that it's none of his business. And says that although it sucks to lose 3,000 gold, he's in trouble because of another rank S mission, and it would be crazy to do that one. Then Doran asks if he's not able to withstand the dark energy, saying that he can't fight him alone. Then he begs the boy, but Grid says he's only okay because he's lucky, and nothing more than that, and he's at level -1, so if he fails, he goes to level -3. Then Doran asks him for help again, saying that the Count's daughter's life is in grave danger, so the boy asks how many times he'll have to repeat, saying that he can't help him, but Doran tells him to stop lying because he knows he's strong, and so Gride says no. But while they're in this litany arguing, they don't even notice that a rock fell from up there, and that rock killed one of the men down there, and so the mission to save the Count's daughter is active. And the boy starts to get angry, and Doran says that now he's mixed up with the Templiaten, as screwed as he is, and the boy asks who said that, and he says that Atten's followers are fanatics, who make human sacrifices, and now that he's attacked them, they'll never let the boy go, and he says that this is his destiny, and there's no point in complaining, he should just accept it with honor, saying that he'll open the way for him to save the Count's daughter. And so the Yatten guys call them heretics, saying that they dared to hurt a son of Yatten, ordering them to kill. Then Grid says that there are too many of them, telling Doran that they should run away. And as those crazy psychopathic fanatics come at him, he starts to get more and more scared. He thinks that even though he's wearing all his equipment, the restrictions limit his overall statues to the player who's at least level 34. That's one of them blowing. He dies. Then he thinks he's gonna die right after he respawns, and he starts to get sad about it. But one of the cultists falls next to him dead, and so they keep going after Doran. But he kills them one by one with great ease. And the boy thinks Doran is an overachiever, saying that he didn't think he could move at that speed in such a tight place, and with luck he might not die. And so, several other cultists appear behind him. So he thinks that maybe he will die, and Doran asks if the boy doesn't think that fighting like that won't get them anywhere. However, Grid is sincere, says he doesn't know anything. Then, Doran says that he knows he's waiting to defeat them all at once, instead of wasting time with those frags, throwing the boy down there, pushing him, okay? And jumping right after. But the boy starts to think he's screwed, and so Dora uses levitation, not letting the boy crash, and he says it's a spell to avoid fall damage, and he's a very modest man, because he thinks such a simple spell is incredible, Then Grigio starts to notice that he might be incapable of believing in others and says that despite this, he's only alive because of him, thanking Doran. And he says that it's time for the boy to use the strength he's been saving, saying that the mission to save the Count's daughter will begin now, because they've arrived down there, with several in front of them, and the cultists start to invoke their magic to kill. And he starts throwing those kunais, asking if they really thought he would let them finish the spell. That, and one of the men notices that Doran is going after the conjurers, telling the sons of Aten to find some time, because they must kill the heretics at all costs, and so they go after him. And Iguri is surprised that Dora is killing them all alone, even though they are in a level 150 temple. And he thinks that Dora is really amazing, and if this continues, he might end up completing a rank S mission thanks to the NPC. So the only thing he can do is cheer for him, and he stays back there, saying that Doran is his hero, telling him to go all out, and the black mage, in turn, he manages to complete the spell, throwing it at Doran, and he ends up being caught by that black mass. He says he takes back everything he said, because he always wanted to be a servant of Athen, and so that cultist says that this is what happens to Heredes, who meddle where they are not called, and he starts to think that he will control Doran, but he starts to say that he is Doran, Sten's shadow, the shadow that protects the family and will fulfill its duty until the end. And so he manages to free himself from all that dark magic. And Grady is surprised, also noticing that he is a named NPC, and they start to do another enchantment. Doran pulls out his daggers, this time energized with electricity. And he says that those who dared to threaten the Sten family will never be worthy of receiving a second chance. And he throws his kunai at them, but the shield appears, and they are surprised, and then a woman arrives saying that this is their lucky day, fearing that they won't make it through, since protecting the ritual is their rank S mission. And she says that she never imagined that her opponent would be a named NPC like Doran. And she says that it's been a long time since she's been so excited, asking if they would grant her permission to fight them. And she introduces herself to them as Yura, the Blood Witch, the #1 black magic player and 5th place in the unified rankings. Yura, a Korean player, an international celebrity who constantly appears on television for her beauty and skill, and she says that she's very lucky, because she never imagined that she would have to face Dora on that mission. And she thinks that it will be fun. And she is known as a master among all black magicians. And Yura has single-handedly surpassed the standard limits of her class with her incredible combinations and magic control. Then he wonders why the hell she's there, and the girl starts attacking the two, making them have to dodge. And she asks if he was the one who accepted the rank S mission. And Grid is surprised, and she says that that place is perfect for her to test her new skill without any cameras around, and says that it's all because of him. And she notices that he's wearing Mengel's armor and Mammon's longsword, asking if it won't be a pretty tough fight for a level 80 player, and so Grid is surprised because he got her level wrong, but ranked players really are on another level. But it won't be that easy, and he tells her not to be so arrogant, because that guy over there, he's a named NPC. Then she says that actually, she and he asked for a favor, saying that he needed an opponent to celebrate his arrival at level 230. Then Doran asks Grid not to stand still, and he says that there is no time to hesitate, and even a little more speed makes a difference when winning a fight. While being attacked, Yura thinks, what if something the named NPC would say, but she can't stand all that agility of his, and so she traps his leg with dark magic. And Doran says that it even seems like such a pathetic skill would trap him, and starts making his little daggers that were stuck in the ground float above the girl, asking her to return the favor. Then he can't hit her, and she says that it's impressive, since he's already used a considerable amount of stamina, and he thinks he's strong enough to deal with disgraces like her. But then he notices a spell being cast on him and realizes that she is actually attacking from the other side, and Yura says that he can thank her now because she will make that powerful body of his a little lighter by draining all his blood, and so his blood begins to leak, and Grid thinks he is being useless standing there, and if he dies, he will go to the grave too. Then she says that this is an advanced skill and uses 30% of his mana, and with that... But then, Doran begins to activate something in his hand and asks if she is not being a little too arrogant, wanting to show the strength of a power that has protected the family for a century. And so, she is surprised, asking how he used the level 220 concentration skill by force. Then, Grid asks what happened, and he says that it is all thanks to that ring. In short, her abilities are very special, and even if her protection isn't perfect, it should be enough against her curses and speed up her recovery. And Grid soon has Zoyan in his ring, and Doran asks if the boy doesn't think he's being too direct. And he says that in any case Yura isn't invincible, and they need to hurry, because it's time to counterattack. And so he summons his daggers once again, throwing them at her, but she manages to deflect them all, and thinks that he's more resistant than she expected, and thinks that even though she needs to use her last resort as the most powerful ranked mage, she needs to make sure she'll defeat them. Then she says that the only thing she doesn't understand is the presence of that warrior, asking how dangerous a high-level area is for a low-level player like that. Then he notices that they respawned and calls Doran saying that the mages are back. And Yura, seeing that, gets angry, because she didn't want to complete that mission with the help of NPCs. And even so, this is her chance. So, she calls the gods of darkness, invoking their magic and tells Doran that now it's all over. And that's her ultimate spell, using all her mana with maximum force. And with that, she casts the Dark Storm on top of the two. And Doran gets scared, thinking it's over. But Grid steps in front, receiving that attack, so Yura thinks it was a bit of an exaggeration to use that within that time. But anyway, they at least died, and she should get out of there. But then Grid, after receiving that attack, is completely unharmed, and Yura is surprised that he is alive even after being hit by her spell, and wonders how there can be someone so strong that she doesn't know. Then wonders who the hell this guy is, and he thinks that he was definitely hit, but he still has 1 HP, and in that he realizes that it is true that he had that skill, the tenacity of legends, and he will become invulnerable for 5 seconds when HP is low. And so he realizes that he is alive, and Yura thinks it is him, because he thought he was level 80, and besides, he's smiling, and in her eyes, he's got a really determined look on his face. Actually, he's just being all mean. And she wonders how there could be someone so strong that she doesn't know. And who the hell is he? And so, Greed ends up getting a slap on the back from Doran. And he says that he warned her, saying that victory always goes to the fastest. And so, Yura asks if he's saying that that's the final blow, telling him not to underestimate her, activating the crystal shield. And he says that he didn't think she could use a spell. Then she says that she's almost out of mana and needs to finish that damn guy off before it's too late, but when she looks to the side, Yureji has already disappeared, and she thinks that he's gone, that he didn't attack even though he was so strong, and she wonders what the hell that player has in his head. Grid is pissed in the real world because he died, and he lost 2 levels, reaching at least 3, and he died twice in the last 24 hours. Then he won't be able to log in for the next 12 hours, and he starts to remember when Doran used him as a springboard, dealing him 1 damage, and he ended up dying because of it. And he notices that he suffered friendly fire because of him, and starts to curse Doran. And so Yura stays behind, asking if he gave up his mission for her, asking how he dare be so kind, saying that she swears she will find him and will never forgive him. Then, the next day, the unknown player shook the Satisfy community, the Yura from the Yatin Temple. Hagrid starts to curse Doran because he gave him the mission he didn't want, only to kill him later, and calls him a useless NPC, saying that he is no use even to help the player, and he thinks that this is all Iora's fault because if it weren't for her, he would have had his happy ending. But then he calms down and says it's hard to admit, but this game is based on the survival of the fittest and he needs to calmly reflect on everything. But then, completely contrary to what he's saying, he goes to the player's thread to reiterate Yura in every possible way and says that he's the worst loser in his neighborhood. Then he starts telling her to die, calling her an evil shrew. Then his sister comes to him asking if her brother has finally gone crazy, and he gets a big scare. And here she is, Shin Seihai, his 17-year-old little sister, asking if he can't clean his room every now and then, because it's hurting too much there, and says that his hair is greasy, and asks when was the last time he took a shower. And while she starts cleaning everything, he tells her not to do that, asking if she woke up just to annoy him, but then she ignores everything he's saying and goes to her brother, asking if he gives the media to make money with that little game. And he says it's a very famous game with 2 billion real players. So, if you take it seriously, you can be successful. But she writes down everything her brother wrote about Yura, and he says it's their fault, saying he has nothing to do with it. Then, she says she doesn't believe her brother would say that kind of thing, saying that she's disappointed in him, and he tries to say that's not what's happening, but he starts to think that Yura is now screwing him over in real life too, and a little later he's alone at home because his parents are working and she's annoying him at school, so you can watch the Satisfy channel in peace, and there a guy from the international newspaper says he's on the scene of the breaking news, and the boy says that every channel has some program related to the game and he's really popular. And he says that if he became famous, he could swim in rivers of money too. Then, he says he's in front of the Temple of Athen, located in the northern region of the Eternal Kingdom. And last night, the temple collapsed, as you can see, and he asks what could have caused so much damage. Then the boy is surprised, noticing that this is where he was. And the reporter says that his investigations led to the name of someone, and it's responsible for this, none other than Yura, a black magician who currently occupies the 5th position in the unified ranking, and they can assume from the ruins of the temple that there was a fierce battle in that place. And he says that they just heard the testimony of an eyewitness. And the boy says that yesterday he was forced to flee the temple while the monster was chasing him, until suddenly he heard a noise, and what he witnessed was Yura trying to use a powerful spell against a Ryung. And he says that he almost forgot, saying that Yura is very hot in real life. Then, the reporter asks if they can continue. I assure you that, anyway, something surprising happened, and even Yura was shocked, because she used her ultimate spell. However, Ryan remained without a scratch, even after being hit. And then the journalist asks if this means that he is an elite ranker, asking how the boy could not recognize the face of someone so famous. But the boy says that a stone fell on his head, and while he was drying the Iora, he ended up dying. And so the reporter says he understands. And you wonder who this mysterious player is who has caught the attention of the entire world. And so the boy begins to notice that he is famous. And noticing that he is at least a little famous, the psychopath Grady thinks he can make a lot of money. And he thinks you only live once, and he didn't even mess up. Wrong that he will stay still, so he calls the contact center, saying that he would like to inform the International Journal of something, saying that he is the player of the Temple Yat News. And so they ask what his nickname is, and he claims to be grade. Then they also ask what his level is, and he says it's level -3, and so the phone automatically turns off. And he thinks that if it weren't for Yura, things wouldn't be like this. In the newspaper they say that finally they will show a last recording of the temple and hope that people can help with more information, and seeing the recording he realizes that Doran managed to save Irene, and he says that he doesn't look well after all, so he says that this is obvious since he fought alone against Yura. Then he realizes that in the end, Doran died. And it makes sense because he was a good person despite being just an NPC. And he thinks he also had that really cool magic ring. So he decides to go take a nap. And the newspaper continues with the next block of controversial topics from Satisfy. Interview with the rising player. And he introduces himself to everyone with his name, an INSI 3-level warrior. And Grid recognizes him as that famous arrogant brat, saying that he heard that he is the heir to a large corporation. He is quite impulsive. And they say that Cats reached position 53 in the unified rankings in a very short time. They are all curious about the secret behind this. And the reporter says that it is clear, because he managed to level up 30 levels in 3 months. So the Grid is surprised by this because it took him years to reach level 70. Then Cade says that before answering, he confirms himself here on the Korean program, saying that the first ranked person in Korea is Iora. And the presenter says that is exactly it. Then he talks to Iora, saying that the end of her era has come, saying that he will completely crush her pride and become the next first ranked person. But Grid says that the guy is in position 53 but he wonders if it's not a bit far-fetched to say that that's the key to success. But then Cats tells them to observe with their own eyes and decide whether they believe it or not. Then he starts to envelop the sword in a completely badass aura, and Grigio soon wonders what that scary sword is, and he says that that's his passive ability. He can modify any weapon he has in his hand so that it absorbs a certain amount of his life force and converts it into attack power. And it absorbs more life force as he attacks, allowing him to farm faster. And so he places the sword near the presenter, and she says she's never heard of an ability like that. And he says of course not, because he obtained it 3 months ago. Blood Warrior is the name of his epic class. And Grady realizes that it's another secret class, saying that he got Pertanto with the only skill. Then he says he also wants his chance to use his right, descendant of Pagma. And so he returns to the game, arriving at Bara village. But he wonders if it wasn't there that he did Ashur's quest, and how the religion of Aten and Deoxel with him. It is impossible to respawn in the temple. And there he hears some people looking for a monk, above level 130, and the Mobide ruins. And several other people continue looking for very high-level warriors. And Grid realizes this, but remembers that monsters outside that village are also all above level 100. And he says that he can't step outside the village because he is level -3. So he's screwed. And he says that it is better to go to a village more suited to his level. And he thinks about a carriage, saying that he can travel with one. And he goes to the coachman, saying that he would like to go to the nearest safe village. So he says it's Easton Village, it would be perfect for a newbie, and says the job will cost 10 golds. And Grady even tries to look at his savings, but realizes he only has 3 golds and 11 silvers and apologizes, and at that the coachman tells him to get out of there. However, the boy says he didn't say anything. But Koshiro questions if the boy isn't even a charfish, saying his mother is sick. He says yes, he was. So Koshiro tells him to get lost again. And so, Grid can only blame unfair capitalism. And he starts to think he's gonna die trapped there. Then he says he got broke because of that dam. And he wonders why he had to change classes and drop to level -3. And he remembers this class change, finally realizing that he is the descendant of Pigma and can earn money and the pair at the same time by crafting items. So he thinks there's still hope and finally thinks it's best to check his own stats, because he might have something amazing on his hands, and he starts to see the blacksmith crafting skill, and the attributes of all items increase by 10%, and his reputation and status increase with each item. And he realizes that he's mastered the blacksmith crafting skill and is already at level 1 of the legendary blacksmith crafting. And on top of that, he heard that the number 1 blacksmith was only at the intermediate level. So he says that this is amazing because the crafting skill is the best. He can create his own production method, and he can do it 3 times, so he'll give it a try, saying that if an epic class was like that, a legendary one must be even better. So he asks why he should keep studying. And so the system tells him that he's using the legendary blacksmith crafting skill. Asks what item he wants to create. And he says he'll try a long sword, as it will be useful for leveling and farming. And the system asks what materials he would like to use. And he thinks he would like to use something strong, so he goes for blue orichalcum, remembering the man who was talking in the square just now. Then the system asks him to input the weapon's characteristics after designing the scheme. And soon, a screen for him to draw appears, and he is surprised that he will have to do it alone, so he wonders what the difficulty is, since he will make it big and strong like a shark, and it needs to be heavy, lighter, darker, brighter, and the attack power is over 8,000. And meteors falling from the sky with each attack. And it can ignore the opponent's defense and cause instant death. Man, thank goodness Grid doesn't take his medicine, because if he stopped being crazy like that, I would be very impressed. And so, the boy continues very excited, drawing what looks like a sword, half shark, half Hot Wheels, half car wash. And looking at that thing, he thinks it's too much, saying it looks like a baby anchovy and shark. Then the system says that a calibration will begin. Corrections will be applied according to the materials used and the design scheme. And so he is surprised by this automatic calibration because it is fixing itself. He thinks he exaggerated a little and he wonders what all those numbers and words are, and this automatic calibration ends. And he says that suddenly he can understand all that information and it's his first time designing something that might be the effect of his class, and it's almost like if he had become a real blacksmith. And the sword actually looks good, and it has 1090 durability and 1820 attack power plus 800 defense, and also 50 more agility. And he says that the states he exaggerated were adjusted a little bit, but it still came with all those extra options, and he's surprised by that. After all, each of those effects is completely stolen, and he says that now he just needs to get gold and blue calculus from the Forest Guardian quest group, but then he remembers that the guys are looking for people of the level. And then he decides to put the material aside, wondering what those absurd conditions are, and the user restriction is level 300 or above, and the strength is over 5000, as well as advanced sword mastery level 8 or above, and the weight is 550. He says that the unified first place ranker has just reached level 250, and he won't reach 5000 even if he puts all his stat points into strength. And the number 1 blacksmith has barely reached intermediate level, but it requires advanced sword mastery level 8 or above. And he says he messed up with an invaluable skill. And so he decides to leave soon because he needs to join the Forest Guardians group at all costs, and be carried, since going alone being a level -3 is digging your own grave. And so he will have the man who is surprised that he wants to join the group and tells him to get out, but then the grid asks why. And the guy says that that group is for players from level 190, but his equipment shows that he is more or less level 60. But the boy says he is level 100 but has some more humble equipment, and he says he plays well, and it doesn't make that much difference. The guy starts asking if he is saying that he only depends on equipment. And the other questions how he, an unknown player, dares to underestimate his group. And he says he doesn't have any accessories. And just by looking at him, you can tell that he is going to be carried. Besides, he is probably lying about being level 100. And asks if he isn't ashamed of being so shameless. But at that, Regis tells them to stop, saying that his guild will take care of the fight against the boss, and asks why they don't let him do something else. And so, he notices that he is Regis from the Sadaka Guild, and they say that it is the first time they have seen him. Then they say that he is the first place in the martial artist rankings. And his nickname is Sacred Fist, and the requirements for his class equipment are so high that it is difficult to level up. But even so, he is already over level 180, and Grid is already starting to get jealous that that handsome guy there is ranked, and he says that the world is very unfair. Then that guy who was pissed says that Regis should be a little less kind, saying that he should not accept suspicious players. Regis asks if it wouldn't be better for him if they had more people to lock. And Grid starts to agree, telling them to leave everything to him. And he thinks that despite not liking Haggis' face, he's a nice guy. Then that recruiter says that it makes sense. But he doesn't know if they'll be able to convince the other members. But Grid starts to think that he should just accept the decision of a ranked player, telling Regis to give him a little push. So he asks them how about they test his skills one-on-one, saying that it won't be a problem if he proves that he plays well. And then Grigio notices that the shit hit the water and the water hit his ass. And he starts to think that now he's screwed. And at that, Regis asks if he's ready. And at that, the recruiter says that everyone agrees with the idea, and he asks if the boy's name is Grid, saying that the test is about to begin. Grid runs off, saying that they are very annoying, and he needs to train his legs today, so he runs away. And Hagrid wonders why he left. It might have been nice if he had come with them. And so, Grid says he knew it wasn't going to work. And for now, he'll just try to earn money to pay for the carriage. But the system tells him to name the item, and he gets mad at what he himself created. But say that thanks to him, he managed to understand how crafting works, and since the crafting skill has a limited number of bones, he will have to make a custom item when he needs it, and you can see this as a special training while earning money for carriage fee. And so he gives the name of failure to the sword, saying that this is just the beginning. So he goes to a forge, but the man there tells him to leave without the boy, fails at nothing and keeps sending him away several times, being impressed that he wants to learn the profitable production method, asking if the boy is underestimating the craft, and he keeps hammering away while complaining, asking how a brat who doesn't even know the basics tries to come there. And Grid says he already knows it's nothing serious, asking him to give him a little help. However, the man says that he is not the only one to look down on that profession, asking him to tell him something, saying that those who underestimate others and what they have are all the same, since they have never done anything with their own hands, and tell him to stop bothering you and go away. And so, Grady leaves there, saying that it was his only way to get money for the carriage, and wonders if he's going to die trapped there. But then, the blacksmith comes out, saying that he can't let him die, telling him to stop banging his head against the wall and chop some wood for him. And so he receives a mission to chop 500 pieces of wood, getting 10 experience points as a reward and 20 bronze. And so he is surprised and says that it's been a while since he received a normal mission like that, and he thinks he can level up like that. But he heard that it's possible to fail chopping wood in that game, that it'll be better if he analyzes the item first. And so he analyzes the old axe with a durability of 6 and an attack power of 4.7. And the understanding of the old axe is at 100%. He learned the method of producing the axe, and he is surprised by this 100% right away, wondering if it is because of his passive. But understanding and having real experience are completely different things. But then, when he looks at the trunk, he notices an arrow pointing exactly where he should hit, and he wonders if it is indicating. And then. 2 hours later he is on the ground and starts to think that the stamina of level -3 is shit, since he barely managed to cut 150 pieces, and he thinks that he will have to keep going using the little strength he has because he can't buy Anna if he wants to leave the village, so it is time for him to get serious. And once again he tries to continue, and the system rewards the boy for it, making him learn persistence. So he asks what that was. And persistence will make him not get tired easily, and his weight limit also increases, and the feeling of satisfaction will last for a long time. Besides that, for every 10 points in persistence, 1 point of indomitable status will also increase. And he says that that is a legendary limit skill, and he thinks that is why he is not tired anymore and feels a very powerful force running through his body. And he thinks that he needs to hold on just a little longer and he can finish that mission. And so he manages to finish all 500 pieces of wood. And the blacksmith is surprised that he finished 1,000 logs in just 6 hours. And Grid says that it was easy and says that despite his appearance he is also a blacksmith. And the old man takes this as a joke, asking how a brat like him can be a blacksmith. But then he gets a mission to mine iron. And the blacksmith says he'll believe him if he can do it. And Grid says he can get to level 0 with 55 experience points and asks to leave it with him. So he goes to the mine, but is in disbelief that it took 3 hours to get there, when it should have only taken 30 minutes. And he thinks that his stamina goes down just by walking, but these movements being so slow actually make sense. After all, he's using level 70 equipment with a negative level and he'd love to get it off, but he can't, so he goes to the man who's mining, saying that Smith, he told him to mine iron there. And the man talks to his friend, saying that he said Smith sent him there, but he wonders what armor that is, asking if the boy won't just slow him down. They say that they are already busy and trying to complete their own quota, and he tells the boy not to bother them, telling him to go over there and pretend to work. And he doesn't have time to teach him, and he even says that he will complain to Smith later. And so they quickly listen, the boy making a loud noise, and when they look back, they see that Grid managed to mine easily, and they wonder how, asking if it is possible to mine that much iron at once. And besides, he is wearing armor while mining. And Grid says that he feels like his body is going to break, but his mind remains sharp, and he thinks that the blacksmith wasn't wrong in what he said. But he thinks that with this persistence he will succeed. And everyone there is surprised, saying that they can't help but admire him, and they say that they feel bad for having underestimated him, saying that the boy is on another level, and they bet that he will be a great miner. And so, Grid manages to mine almost the entire cave, getting 170 pieces of iron ore. And so, he gives a big shout saying that his weapon is persistence, and so Grid finally reached level 1. And the system says that he reached level 1, and his stats that had fallen to the minimum due to a negative level penalty returned to their normal state, and the basic stats of the descendant of Bagma were applied, and the boy is surprised to have returned points. And so he notices that he has 40 status points, and he should gain 10 per level, and he wonders why he gained 40. And he remembers the 4-level difference between level -3 and level 1. So he is surprised by this. And the blacksmith starts talking about how ashamed he was of having treated such a talented person like a child, saying that he is jealous of him. And so the relationship with Smith increases by 60. And the reputation with Byron's miracle increases by 200. And Grid is horrified by what he is seeing. And Smith starts talking about how the two are blacksmiths grabbing the boy. And he asks the old man to get out of there, telling him to suggest an item with a lot of demand so he can make some good money, saying that he needs enough money to pay for the carriage. Then Smith, he says that he has already prepared a specific item for him, saying that it is called Jaffa arrow, saying that it is a very special type of arrow. And Grid questions if that is really an arrow, saying that consumable items like that are not worth it. Smith says that it is not a common arrow. It is made by mixing Jaffa and steel, and he says that this allows it to ignore part of the enemy's defense. And it is very important for archers in the Forest Guardian mission. And Grid already realizes that there are 8 and 500, asking if it is possible to analyze that, and so he analyzes the arrow with the price of 6 silvers, and his understanding of it reaches 89%, and he will be able to use the arrow skillfully. He is surprised that it is only 89%, saying that he might be able to get the other 11 if he uses his ability to deconstruct items. And Smith, who is all sweet, asks if he wants to learn the production method. And Grady asks if he has always played for this team. And the blacksmith starts by saying that first he must put the proportional amounts of minerals inside the furnace. And after that, he must remove the limestone and the remaining impurities from the iron. And as soon as the iron solidifies, it will have become gus. However, it is not yet ready to be used in the production of the weapon. He will have to turn the steel so that it has less carbon than the total contained in the iron. He tells the boy that now that he has seen the production method, he could try, but says that achieving the ideal proportion of minerals can be difficult, but Grady proposes to go all out on it and says that he paid attention to the blacksmith's production method, and although it is satisfying to be a realistic game, it is quite easy to gain the knowledge. Also, he has the class compensation effect, and these are signals for the direction and strength of the falls. So, he says that he managed to heat the falls in just 5 minutes. And the system says that the descendant of Pagma is sensitive to temperature variations, and he can precisely measure the internal temperature of the furnace, and it reaches 700 degrees, increasing to 730, and he thinks that this is really cool because he can know the exact temperature of the furnace, and at this rate, he will definitely be able to. So he completes the mission, receiving 80 experience. And not only is he happy about this, so is Ferreira, peering behind him, but Creed tells him not to come from behind like that. Then Smith says that it is unbelievable, saying that even without having any experience with melting, he managed it. And he says that this can no longer be considered a mere talent. It even seems like Pagma was reincarnated. And Grid thinks he hit the post, saying that he is not the reincarnation of Pagma, but rather a descendant, and so he reaches level 2. Smith says that now they will make the arrowheads, saying that they need to mix the Jaffa bar and the iron in a ratio of 1 to 12. Then he says to let the arrowhead solidify for 40 minutes in the mold, then he will need to polish it. He must not forget the symmetry of the arrowhead while hammering, in addition to sharpening the tip. And the process ends when he fixes the arrowhead to the staff. And he says that the shaft and the feathers need to perfectly maintain the arrow's center of gravity to maximize its penetration. Then he asks the boy if he thinks he can do it, and the system soon says that he learned how to make the Jaffa arrow, and Grid says that he can definitely do it, and so his understanding reaches 100%, and Smith says that he will give him the materials, telling him to go ahead and get started, and he thinks that Grid is no ordinary boy, and the way he melts the metal is very skillful, and he says that he really saying that he hasn't taught him how to make the shaft for the arrow yet, saying that he will make some while the arrowhead's cool. But Grid says that it's no problem, telling him to let him make the shafts. Then he says that his understanding has reached 100%. He can see the complete production method of the flashes. He learned so much just by watching the production. He says the list is a little incomplete, but it will be completely full someday. And he says he can do it himself, starting with sanding and straightening the distorted sticks and cutting the sticks to the ideal size and putting the feathers on the end. And with the current dexterity stat and class correction effect, it becomes much easier. So Smith thinks he's amazing, saying he managed to learn all this just by watching. But then he sees Grid doing something and asks what the hell he's doing, asking why he's putting the arrowhead in water, saying that even if there's a chance it will get stronger, it will break, but Grid tells him not to worry, because he'll reheat it after it cools down. Smith says he doesn't believe he knows how to temper, but says it's a bit of an excessive process for a consumable item and says he'll end up making fewer arrows using that process. But Creed thinks they'll be worth more if they're better crafted. And he thinks that what someone as untalented as him needs to improve and progress is to put in a lot of effort, and so he continues the crafting process. Then Smith says he just needs to attach the arrowhead to the shaft and says he's extremely talented. And at that Greedy says it's ironic, saying that despite being a worker in real life, he's having more fun working on a game. And so he thinks he's almost done with the mission. But the system says the legendary Blacksmith's breath has been activated, and so the arrow starts to change. And he wonders what that is. And it is said in the Blacksmith's breath that when he is focused on creating an item, Pagma's descending will finish producing the item, and all the stats of the item being produced will increase by 5%. And there is a rare chance of assigning special effects to the item being produced, and so the special Jaffa arrow is made. And the rating is epic, and he gets a fright. Then the mission is completed, and an epic item was produced. Thus all the states permanently increased by another 4, and the reputation on the continent increased by another 80, as well as he received 300 experience points and rose to level 3. And he says that beyond her level, she is epic. And so Smith says this is amazing, saying that even an amateur blacksmith like him made a perfect arrow. And he asks if the boy is also fascinated by this arrow. But Grid is there crying, saying he should have made an epic sword. And Grid thinks that among all the arrows in existence, none do more than 40 damage. And on top of that, it has the effect of ignoring the enemy's defense. And that arrow is incredibly strong. Then, with this strength, it should be stronger than a level 20 sword. Then, a while later, Smith says it's a shame, asking if he can't stay a little longer. But Greedy tells him not to be sad, as they will see each other again. Smith says that he more than deserved that, telling him to stay. Therefore, he obtained 100 Jaffa arrows and also obtained 3 Jaffa bars. And Great wonders if this is because his affinity is so high and thanks Smith for all that. Then Smith says it would be great if he lived with him, but Grady tells him not to make that face and not blush so much, and he says it's a great gift, but the wait makes him very slow, so he thinks it doesn't matter, saying he just needs to sell them all. And he tells the players from all regions to wait for wonderful items made by the Great Grady. And already at the location of the Forest Guardian radio, that group is getting a lot of beating from the monsters there. Her first appearance. My god, it doesn't even look like my channel's profile picture. And she asks if they still want to stay alive, telling them to wake up. Then Regis goes for it, beating them up, and Tobin also goes with his shield, and Vantner goes with his axes, and she looks at all those who died, saying that most of them were pathetic. And she says she can't believe that they died for a bunch of weaklings after they killed the boss. But she says that the damage was too great, and says that it wasn't easy. But they managed to finish it, asking how they're going to divide the lot. And she says that there are 30 iron ores, 8 orichalcum ores, and also 1 blue orichalcum ore. And Riagas says that the diametrous shield didn't drop again. And Vantner says that they at least got the blue orichalcum ore, even though they only got it after fighting for a whole day. Jashuka asks Tobin how many died, and he says that if you include the members of his guild, a total of 75 people. And the golems multiplied and caused a lot of damage, while the main group was taking care of the boss. Says that rank S missions are too difficult and they need countermeasures for them. Then they go to Byron village and say that the 4th raid didn't bring good results either. And the value of the Guardian of the Forest raid is decreasing. And at this rate, the level of players in future raids will drop a lot. And it is said about Sadaka's guild, saying that although the guild only has high-level members, its reputation is not very high, because they have few members, and the 17 members of the guild met when they played a game called LTS, which came out long before Satisfy. And since they have few members, they always participate in raids with common players. But this has its limits. And Tobin says that they need the Amethyst Shield for the chain quest. They're going to put the raid aside for now, as they need to strengthen the guild in general. And at that, Regis says he doesn't care about that if he can fight, but Vantner says it's better not to be too hasty. And Shurka says that's right, saying that from now on the members of the Tzedaka Guide will stop their raid activities and focus on leveling up and improving their equipment. And she says that her goal is to level up 15 levels in 3 months. And she kindly says that those who don't make it will be killed. And at that she tells Regis, saying that his minimum goal, it's 20 levels, and Vantina already starts to tease the boy, saying it's a shame, asking if he knows what she's like. And then, in the afternoon, Jashuka goes to another corner, asking a man in a store to show her Jaffa arrows. And then she says that the guild situation really isn't good because they used to draw a lot of attention at the beginning of the game, but now not even noobs appear and she needs good arrows. But then, looking at the market, she asks what kind of idiot is selling arrows for 18 silver, which would be triple the price. But then she notices that it's a purple arrow, an epic arrow, so she looks at all those statuses. He asks what that is because she asked for special arrows to practically all the blacksmiths, but none of them have ever heard of epic arrows before, and she says that they are absurdly stolen and can be decisive weapons in high-level battles, and she has to buy them now. Asks who the hell produced them because it can only have been the first or second best blacksmith, Pamir or Steng, and if it wasn't either of them, it means someone has already surpassed them. Meanwhile, Haggard starts to wonder how he's going to level up 20 levels in 3 months. So Vantner tells him to think carefully, because she must have been serious when she threatened to kill him. So he says that all he can do is pay for his last meal. Then Haggis gets mad at his friend, but they end up receiving a message from the guild that says they need to find someone, a blacksmith. Then Haggis says she just sent them a pair. So I ask what's on his mind, but Vantner notices that he read the message because his anger changed very quickly, and she says that that blacksmith is capable of helping them do the Forest Guardian raid, and Vantner says that if the doctor is so determined to find him, and even if they are not famous or influential like the other guilds, no one would dare deny the power and authority of their guild, so they are from Zadaka. And they are like that, and she says that if he is really better than Pan Min or Steng, the best blacksmiths, then his items are far superior to what is for sale on the market. And all the guilds on the continent will be crazy after him, and they need to find him before the others at all costs. And in a mining company, they begin to focus on the rumors, because all the big guilds are looking for a famous blacksmith. And apparently he made an incredible item, and everyone on the websites is talking about it. And for me to know about this, about the epic Jaffa arrows, and he reads the item description, where it says that it is an arrow made by a craftsman with great skills and potential, but with little experience and reputation. And he thinks that not even he was described like that in the item inscriptions. He says that despite only having succeeded twice, he was the first to produce a unique item and was always proud of trying harder than the others. But he wonders who the hell this jerk could be. Meanwhile, this jerk is eating caperame at his job, and he wonders what time the job really opens. And there, while he's in line, he ends up getting elbowed while someone is applying for a job, and he thinks that the guy should feel sorry for the unemployed young people. Then the man says again that they need roofers, 3 of them, but the boy keeps getting beaten up a lot while he goes to volunteer. And he says that he also needs to earn a living, telling them to let him work. But then they say that they don't have time for fights, and the man then offers a job opening for wiring, saying that it pays 11,001 for the job. And Grid says that this is the worst job of all, and he ended up trying last year, but he ended up spending more on medicine than he earned, and he says he won't accept it. But then the man lifts the boy's arm and he ends up having to do that. And then, the next day he goes to work already dead, and his mother says that it's just dawn. But he says he's already late. But his father asks to speak to the boy and he thinks he's late. asking what his old man wants, saying that after paying off his loans, he'll only have 9,220 ounces. And with that, he tells the boy to take the day off from vacation, because he'll cover his payment. But the boy notices that he only has 70,000 ounces and he gets there. 90 a day. So his sister tells him to thank him for at least earning something. And she gives him something, saying that she prepared his bath, asking him to rest a little, and he says that thinking about it, he should already be at work. But this time, wondering if something's wrong, wondering if they wanted to have breakfast with him. He has a very good family, he notices and ends up acting crazy, asking his father if he couldn't pay off his loans too, and ends up getting a bowl of rice in the face, and so he goes back to the game, thinking that resting and playing a little is good. But seeing his bank account empty and his loans kind of ruins everything. And he wonders how much he earned for the flashes. But he needs to hurry up and go to the village. And then, when he opens it, he gets a big scare because there are people wanting to give 72 silvers for his flashes. And he notices that if it's 72 silvers per flash, and there were 99 flashes, so he earned 71 gold and 28 silver. And since 100 gold is worth 12,000 ones and 8,000 ones is 6 hours, he doesn't need to work anymore. And he goes straight to the bank asking for his gold. But the banker says that it is now 60 gold and 59 silver, since epic items are taxed at 15%. And Grid starts saying that tax is theft, but he can earn money so easily there and maybe he doesn't need to leave. But he realizes that it is too dangerous to stay there because of Smith and says that he does need to leave. And already in the wagon he starts saying that 8 gold and 90 silver is too expensive. And the Nap tells him to thank him for giving him a discount, asking if he thinks it is easy to drive a carriage. And with that, Grady asks him, why is the village of Winston not considered a city? And the Nap says that since the population has increased, it should start being called a city very soon. And he says he heard that the Count's son was the lord of the city, and Grady feels like he's heard of this man somewhere, so they notice they're getting there, and he says he's finally reached the next one. And when he gets there, he notices it's 4 times bigger than Byron Village. And besides, the center there is much busier. And he needs to start off on the right foot there. He'll start by cleaning out his inventory because walking through those streets is pretty difficult, and he thinks he can just throw everything he doesn't need in a warehouse, but then he wonders how, thinking that he hasn't analyzed Mammon's item or Mengel's yet. He wonders if the penalty goes down if he understands it better. But in that, Mammon's longsword's understanding reaches 33%, and Mengel's metal armor reaches 65. And he says that unlike the axe, it didn't go straight to the blood. Enel Sistema says that understanding has reduced the effects of the penalties, and so the attack power penalty of Mammon's longsword has decreased from 30% to 20, and the defense penalty of Mengel's metal armor and he thinks from that 20 now to living, and the durability of his items is quite low, and he could increase his understanding by repairing it. But he needs to save money, and he thinks he'll put his items in storage, since he needs energy to make new items. And so he buys the space, and the attendant there says that each storage container costs 30 silver. And he asks for a discount, but obviously he doesn't get it, and he says he'll keep the feather sword and the armor for now, as he says he'll keep the special Jaffa arrow with him, in case of any emergency. And he realizes that now that he's taken off his super armor, light, and it's time to go after a forge. And so he notices that there are only noobs there, and there are the more advanced people. And he realizes that the levels there aren't that unbalanced, and goes after a mouth, noticing that it's big, saying that the blacksmith there must be at least at the intermediate level, that is, he must be quite a nice guy with him. And so he opens Gritano Blacksmith but notices that it's empty, and the man asks who's there, questioning what Grady wants, and he notices that that guy is drinking and lying there, and he says he wants to learn how to make the most profitable item in that village, asking for a little help. Then the man says he can't help, saying that the Marrow Company is buying up Fords in the area and selling them at retail. And he says that thanks to him, he can't sell anything around there. And he starts saying that that Ford also closed a long time ago. And so Grady says that it's just a pain, asking if he can recommend another one nearby. But then, someone comes calling the old man, asking if he's made up his mind yet, telling him to hand over the place while they're still in a good mood. And Grady thinks to himself, getting disappointed, because he thought he was lazy. But he's literally unable to sell. And that man tells him to sign the sales contract there, telling him not to abuse his patience. Then Grady realizes that they want him to sell both the forge and the land, saying that this Marrow group must be a big company. So he thinks he's going to get out before he gets to his side. And with that, the man asks where he thinks he's going after seeing the contract, asking Grid if he's the spy for the Scania company. And with that, Grid notices that what it looks like is merely a contract to a hostile NPC to do the dirty work. And he thinks that hostile NPCs also kill players, and playing for their equipment. Those scoundrels seem to be about level 35. And a living coward is better than a dead hero. Then Grady says that's not it, saying that it's his first time in Winston, and he doesn't know anything about that place. And so the NPC says that's what he thought from his clothes, telling him to get lost immediately. And so Kuro starts to curse him, saying that they are going to destroy his family's business, which has lasted more than 7 generations. And Okapanga asks if he has any idea how much he is bothering them, saying that it would be great if he gave them half of the payment to make up for the headache. And so, Grid thinks that this money is almost enough for him to be able to open a store. But then the other NPC says that besides that, his son died of an illness, so he has no future, and he also wonders if that place is his grave, and the old man tells him to wash his mouth before talking about his son. And so Grady gets pissed, thinking that he should calm down because he has no way of defeating them. Also thinking that he should leave, saying that this is not his problem. But he starts to wonder if that old man is going to be okay. And so he receives a Blacksmith's Fury bequest. And he wonders what the hell is that, because a mission right now, and the mission tells him to destroy the contract between Khan and the Mel Company, and the reward, Khan's alcoholism will increase a lot, and the maximum affinity with Khan. And the reward for accepting the mission is the Blacksmith's Rage skill. And he realizes that he has a reward just for accepting. And besides, it's a class-related skill and he needs to accept it. But he wonders what his chances are. Then he says he has the legendary Blacksmith's Patience skill. Besides that, he has a skill that makes him invulnerable for 5 seconds. If his life drops enough. Besides that, his stats leave him at about level 20. So the biggest problem is the fact that he left his armor and his sword in the warehouse and has nothing to fight. But then he remembers that he has an epic weapon and summons the Jaffa arrow, thinking that even though its attack power is weak, its ability to ignore armor should be enough. And so, he asks the evil NPC if his mother didn't teach him to respect his elders. And Khan asks why he's getting involved. Then, the NPC asks why he hasn't disappeared yet. And Grid says that even the Geodas have their limits. Then, he asks if he decided to go crazy after they released him, and asks what he's going to do with that little arrow, telling him to shut up and get lost. And Grid says that it may even be just an arrow, but he also has another weapon, and so the Blacksmith's Pierce ability is activated, and the NPC doesn't waste time trying to attack, but Grid gets wondering out of the way. Since when warriors are this fast. So he thinks he needs to gain an advantage, and he goes to the stairs, because they are narrow, and he asks who wants to be chopped up. Then everyone starts going up, but the boy quickly he activates the Blacksmith's blade again, sticking that arrow in him, hitting a critical hit, and they are surprised because that is just an arrow. But the boy asks if that seems like just an arrow to them, asking how about they try it too. And with that Blacksmith's blade, his power and speed increase greatly for 20 seconds. And so the countdown starts to go down, and he thinks he has already hit twice thanks to the increase in his attack speed. And on top of that, the passive to ignore armor activated both times. And so he killed the bandit Winston, and reputation in the village increases to 60 points. Regarding the bandits, Winston became Steel, and he gets 4,300 experience points, leveling up 5 times, so he gets to level 8, and he is surprised because he gained 5 more levels at level 3 by killing a level 35 NPC. So his status points went to 110, and he thinks that those jerks have good attack power, but their defense is weak. He needs to use his agility and strength points to kill the rest, and he will have to use all of them at once to be able to kill those 4. And after using all the points, he dodges another attack, and hits that bandit from the side, throwing him away. Then he asks if he is okay, and he says that he can still fight, and he says that maybe it was luck. So that redhead says that the brat is fast, and besides, his weapons are useless fighting on that narrow staircase. And he thinks that he couldn't kill him, not even using his status points. And he thinks that the ability to ignore armor and the critical attack didn't activate this time. And with that, the redhead asks if he's going to stay there forever, asking the boy to get down. And he says that he has no other choice, saying that he'll have to face it. And the redhead says that nothing will change even if he refuses to obey. Then he thinks that he won't last 3 hits if they surround him, but he still has another card up his sleeve, saying that even if his HP is very low and he doesn't have armor, he can overcome them the moment they all surround him, because he only needs enough HP to be able to continue. He needs the patience of the legendary Blacksmith. And vitality, defense, and dexterity will increase by 200% for 1 hour. And he says that's the only skill he needs. And so Redhead thanks him for not continuing to waste their time, and he'll make him pay in interest, or kill one of his companions. And Grid tells him to get inside mentally, activating the patience of the legendary Blacksmith. But the system says that that skill does not consume mana, but cannot be used intentionally, and it will activate naturally or continue fighting to survive. And so River asks if he's ready to die. And Green is totally shocked that the skill failed to activate, and the henchmen don't expect the drama of him attacking the boy, and he thinks he screwed up because the skill he needed most failed. Then they all attack at the same time, and he says that his maximum HP is only 316, and he has to take an intermediate potion to increase his HP. He also has to wait 20 seconds for the cooldown because he needs to resist during that time, and so he resists another attack, stopping the axe with the arrow, and thus receives 200 damage, cutting his leg, and in that he ducks in pain. But he manages to escape another attack, and he thinks that he will have to take other expensive potions to stay alive, and he thinks that each one costs 10 gold, that is 24,000 ons, and he ended up spending more money on a rank B mission than eating fried chicken. And so he tells him to come closer to him, and he continues, dodging all the attacks. And they say he's dodging like a rat, but they want to see how long he can keep going. And the boy is surprised that they are much stronger, even with the buffs. And he needs enough time for at least his legs to recover, so he goes back, and the men are surprised, and Grid assumes that he is stronger than they expected and tells them to pass the contract and no one will get hurt, so they tell him to stop talking shit. Asking if they really think they will hand him over after he killed Neo, saying that either way he will kill him. And Grid says he is being sincere there, saying that he will not kill him. And then he realizes that the cooldown of the potion is almost over. He needs to buy a little more time, and the little thug keeps arguing with him, but Greedy catches him in his cowardice, hitting him directly in the head. And the kid asks why he let his guard down, saying that they are not close enough to talk to him like that. And so he kills Johnson, getting 4,300 experience points, going up. And the redhead says he thought he was strong, but it turned out it was just the effect of the potion. Calling him a filthy cockroach, he starts trying to kill the kid again. And Grady says that if he's going to come at him without being careful, he's now level 11. And the colors will be totally different. And so he hits that bald guy in the chest. But he can't kill him, and the bald guy tells him to hit him as much as he wants, but says he'll have to pay, with a not-so-quick death. And he gets an X-shaped cut in the middle of his chest, and so Khan asks if he's okay. And he says he needs to keep dodging so he can take more potions. But then, the bald guy catches him, grabbing him by the waist, asking if he's trying to run away again. And he says that this is dangerous, thinking that if this continues like this, he's really going to die. So he thinks it's over, but when he looks up he notices that there seems to be a suit of armor there. And with that he manages to stick that arrow in the back of the bald guy's neck. Then he throws the arrow at the redhead and starts climbing the stairs, going near the armor. And the redhead says he can't believe he threw his weapon away and says that he must be very desperate, and the boy tells him to talk as much as he wants, and he shouts to Khan, asking if he wants to protect that forge, and Khan says of course, saying that if he helps him, he swears that he will protect it from now on. Then the boy says that he will borrow that item cannot be used by just anyone, and he says that the only things he can use are on the first floor. And the voivode questions what's the point of warning him if he's about to die, and the boy is already putting on the armor, and he says that his luck has run out, telling him to die. But then, Grid asks if they've heard of Overgeared. Boy, he said the name of the manga. At that moment, the cinema goes crazy. So they wonder who the hell this jerk is, and he kills all of Winston's thugs, leveling up several times, and Khan asks if he's okay. But when he looks at the kid, he notices that Greed is wearing that golden armor, looking like a knight of the zodiac. And he tells the old man that this is amazing, asking why he left something like that gathering dust on the second floor. And that armor is Valhalla unique classification, and usage restrictions at the level of 250 and 800 strength, 1000 stamina, advanced heavy armor mastery, and the creator is Albatien. And in the boy's hand is the replica of Dainsleif. A unique classification and restrictions are also very high, and the creator is also Albatine. And the boy says that this Albatine guy is awesome. Then he asks how he can see the details of those items, and even who created them. And he says that he kind of does, saying that he took a quick look. But when he looks ahead, he notices that Khan ended up falling. He wonders what the hell this is made of. Also telling if he has high blood pressure or something, because he fainted out of nowhere. But he remembers that he was drinking a lot, and for this and other reasons old people should take care of their health. And he tells Khan that everything is fine, because he can stop pretending. The mission is over and he needs to move on to the next one. But then they remember their next mission, telling Khan to wake up quickly and not die before giving him the next mission. Meanwhile, at Mara's company, they learn that the mercenaries they sent have disappeared, and the man who he went to inform him and said that he recommended them because they were famous in the village. So the man tells him to shut up, asking how he will take responsibility, and says that he is responsible for paying them in advance and will have to compensate him for their failure. But he says that he does not have that money, asking for another chance, and the man tells Beale to listen, because if he doesn't get the money, he can easily get it by selling his relatives at the slave market, and tells the man to go up in front of him. And he talks to Rabbit, asking him to tell him exactly what happened. And he says that this is a mystery, saying that it is a fact that they really went to the forge, that everything indicates that they disappeared after that, and Valmont says that there can only be one forge per village and he needs to take that one, and he doesn't believe that they couldn't even do that, and asks how much it costs to educate you, and Rabbit says that he mercilessly got rid of an employee who worked for him for the last 10 years, who says that a witness claimed to have seen a young man carrying Khan to the clinic 2 hours ago. And Valmont notices that this young man might know something, saying that to get away from that blacksmith he had to sell weapons cheaper, and make him ask for loans. And he barely managed to get it, and he can't believe he missed this chance. So, to get around this whole situation, he sends Rabbit to take care of everything. And with that, already at home, Grid is all happy, saying that he's been very lucky lately, because he can't believe he got to level XXI just by killing some bandits. And he even won a chain mission, and he says he'll be full of money if that armor and sword are mission rewards. And he says that although both Densleaf, Valhalla, and Fracasso are unique items, he says that unlike Fracasso, both of them don't have very heavy restrictions and can be sold. So there shouldn't be any problems with the mission now that old Khan is being treated at the clinic, and he thinks that Khan should take better care of his health. However, he soon changes his mind, saying that it's time to make some easy money, and so he logs into the game. Noticing that he has spawned at the clinic, Khan asks if he has come to visit him. And the boy asks the doctor how he is, and he says that his cholesterol has gone down, so he can be discharged and everything will be fine, as long as he stops drinking. And Khan, in turn, questions Grid's name, saying that he owes a lot. And he says that people should help each other in difficult times, telling the old man to pay the medical expenses and be released as soon as possible. However, Khan apologizes, saying that he is broke. Then the boy asks how it is. However, the doctor appears on Greedy's neck, saying that he bets that he doesn't want to upset Jehovah, who would also be the god of that game, and tells him to pay a gold right away. And the boy notices that this god's kindness went to the card house. and he ends up paying. And Khan starts to thank him, saying that he was able to have hope because of him, saying that he managed to save a business that has been in his family for 7 generations. And he almost lost Port Alice. And Grady agrees with him, telling him to go in and rest, now that he's been discharged. And he says it was great that he was able to defend that place, because he would drown in drink if he lost that. And he also says that Khan would never have been able to go to the hospital if he hadn't been there. And Khan says he's right, saying he would love to be able to compensate him in some way. And then they come face to face with that armor, and Grid starts to look at it. Then Khan tells him to wait because he can't give it to him. And Grid gets pissed, saying that he was the one who saved him. He was the one who saved all of that. But Khan says that they are family heirlooms, and tells him to understand, saying that he can't give them up, not even with his life at risk. And he says that Den's Leaf and Valhalla are unlucky items, and their power goes beyond imagination. But because of Ozo's restrictions, it's been hundreds of years since someone capable of using them appeared. But 130 years ago, a man managed to recognize them and say that his name was Pagma. And Pagma equipped himself and demonstrated his surreal swordsmanship, becoming one with them, and the beauty of his mastery was unbelievable. And his swordsmanship seemed to pierce the heavens, creating lightning. And his ancestor, a descendant of Albertino, knelt in front of Pigma and begged, telling him to please take Dunsleaf to Valhalla. Grid questions if Pagma accepted, and the old man says no, saying that he refused, saying that someday their true owner would appear, and he managed to equip them. And Khan soon asks how the boy managed to do it, because he will make his decision depending on what he answers. And Granger says that this is how the chain mission begins, because there's no way he's going to leave these beauties for someone else. And he admits to Khan, saying that to be quite honest, he is quite similar to Pagma. And the blacksmith is surprised, asking if he is Pigma's descendant. And the boy says he is. And so the Pigma's Descendant class quest is created. Penelo, the boy, needs to discover the legend of Pagma in its entirety to learn his swordsmanship. And with that, the boy asks if he won't deal with them now. However, Khan says he will need proof that he really is his descendant. And thinking that just like his ancestor knew the legend, he wonders if he is worthy of meeting his descendant. And with that, he says that it shouldn't be difficult for him to prove himself to be Pigma's descendant, asking how about they celebrate their meeting. However, Grid tells him not to dare to ingest a single drop of alcohol until he finishes the quest. But while they are in this discussion, someone arrives at the store asking if there is anyone inside, saying it is Habit, an employee of the Marrow Company, and Grid recognizes this name, wondering if he was the one who hired those thugs, at which point Khan says he will go down and hear what he has to say. And Rabbit says that he owes 600 gold to the Marrow Company, but according to what he heard, he has no way to pay his debt, and Khan says that this is true, but he says that he will not hand over the forge, telling him to leave. So Rabbit says that he came there to give him an opportunity. The Marrow Company will become the owner of the forge, but he will continue to work there. But then Khan asks if he is saying that he should become a little Khan of the company, and Rabbit says that this is a better deal than the one they offered before, asking if he is sure he will refuse. But Khan says that what he is trying to protect is not his work, but the forge. Then Rabbit realizes that the rumors were right about his pride, saying that if that's the case, then all he needs to do is prove it, ordering him to duel with his company's blacksmith and prove that his skills are better with his debt and forge at risk, and says that whoever has better skills is worthy of possessing the forge. And Grit says that it may seem like a great deal, but he's sure he'll bring a better blacksmith than Khan, noting that he probably wants to trick the old man. But in this, Khan accepts, and he's surprised by this. However, he says that he can't exercise his skills because of alcoholism, and because he hasn't worked for a while, so his successor will participate in his place, asking if there's a problem. Then Rabbit says that he didn't know he had a successor, but Kano even gives in to Grid, who is his own successor. He asks what's going on, questioning who said he would be his advisor, and Rabbit asks if he's sure, since he seems to be just a stranger passing through. But then, the mission of the blacksmith's link with the Marrow Company is created, and the objective is to win the duel against the company. If he fails, Winston's reputation will be reduced to a minimum and Khan's forge will belong to the Marrow Company. The system asks if he would like to accept, but Grid asks him to wait a bit, and starts reading the description where it talks about the 600 gold, so Rabbit says that he should leave, since this has nothing to do with him. But then, Grid, being greedy as he is, tells him to get inside, saying that he will end their race. And Rabbit, seeing that gold monster in front of him, gets scared and says he'll inform the location soon. And Cam apologizes to Grid, because that was the only way he could protect his forge. But Creed says he understands, but inside he says he would sell even his soul for those 720,000 And he says that this mission is for ranking, and it would be impossible to do a battle mission with that difficulty, being that he's only level XXI. But he's the legendary blacksmith who managed to create an epic item, and everything will be fine. Then Khan says that since Foz has been stopped for a while, there are still several unused materials. He can use them to train. And then, the boy asks why he didn't tell the Lord about all this, and Khan says that the Lord is on their side, and he was bribed by the Marrow Company. But Grid, whose name is Winston, is not part of Count Stang's territory, and asks why he didn't try to get an audience with him. And he says that he made an appeal and tried to see him in person, but the Lord interfered every time. And Grid says that he doesn't need to worry, because they will win this battle, and he knows that Khan chose him because he believes in him. And Khan thanks him for trying to cheer him up, and says he bets that if his son were alive, he would be an incredible man like Greed. And he tells him not to get so emotional, because he's sure that he'll feel better when he sees it with his hands in the dough. But at that, the boy stops to think, wondering why he is being so kind, unlike how he normally acts. Then he says that maybe it was unconscious. After all, Khan is his good luck charm, and he reminds the boy of his grandfather. And his uncomforting way of speaking and the atmosphere around him are very similar. So he's fighting the heat and steel with someone he likes. And he says that these are the kind of moments that make Satisfy seem more realistic. And in that, out there, he stops playing well before 4 in the morning and wonders if he should sleep another 30 minutes. It was 2 days in the game, but the results were very good. He says that Khan is different from Byron's blacksmith. Even though he's not at his best, he's still able to prove his skill as an excellent blacksmith, and he misses Khan because he wants to learn more from him. Then he catches himself thinking about what he just said, and realizes that he's finally gone crazy. And then he goes to talk to his family, and they ask if he feels better after a whole day of rest, saying that he woke up early, and he says that he will work harder if she cuts a pineapple for him. Then, his father gratuitously humiliates the boy, asking why he would need to eat pineapple if he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Come on, seriously, with a father like that, I wouldn't even need an enemy. So, the boy tells them not to underestimate him because he can get a girlfriend whenever he wants. His mother takes the opportunity to tease him too, saying that she didn't know that her baby could be so confident sometimes. And he also asks about his grandfather, asking how he's been lately. But his family doesn't even recognize what the boy is talking about. And his father says that it's very rare for him to ask about how his grandfather is doing. He says he's fine, asking why they don't visit together next time. Then he says it's fine with him, and says he'll definitely visit him this time. Then the next day at the Marrow Company, the owner of the company asks Habits why he did something so unnecessary, since his forge would eventually fall into his hands, since he has no way to pay the debt. Then he asks why he made an unnecessary bet and gave him a chance like that, and questions if he's cheating on him with Khan. And he says the company has a bad reputation because of its attempts at monopoly, and considering their long-term relationship with the villagers, they better be friendly. But at that, the owner of the company asks what he's trying to tell him, questioning if he's already forgotten that he was the one who bought this shitty land and the commercial rights, and tells everyone to go fuck themselves because he's the one in charge. So Rabbit thinks that this is Valmont's limit, and says that it will be difficult for the Merrill Company to continue growing. Then he says that the locals admire Khan a lot for having resisted his pressure alone, and the owner asks what that has to do with it. And Rabbit says that they will make him have a better impression of his company by giving him a chance, and that way they can change the company's image. And so the owner of Merrow notices that they will not only get customers, but loyal customers. So he says that with so much profit he doesn't see a problem. Then he asks if he thinks the boy competing has a chance, and he says that, according to his investigation, he is just a young man with no reputation. Besides, Rabbit has already prepared an opponent that he will never be able to defeat. The owner thinks that this will be easy, telling Rabbit to use this opportunity to nip the evil in the bud. And Rabbit thinks that even if Greed has no fame, they will send their best blacksmith against him, because unknown variables are the most dangerous things. And with that, Sir, friend of, and Khan asks if that boy really defeated the Veil Gang, and says that he seems too innocent to know how the world works. And Khan says that even if he looks like a nobody, he is very skilled. And Grid asks if they can't just shut up. But then other people arrive at the scene asking Khan if what is circulating in the village where the Meru company will duel Khan with the forge at stake is really true. Then he says it's true, missing why they're making such a fuss. And the men say they were just thinking that maybe the company isn't as bad as it seems, and tell them that because they chose to duel fairly, it seems like they really respect them and question if they really want to live peacefully with them. And Grid says it's true because despite having sent bandits before, it seems like they're being friendly with this duel, starting to think they're nicer people than he expected. However, Khan tears it all apart, saying that the Marrow Company tried to monopolize the lands, and the commercial rights throwing him into poverty, and questions how they can be fooled by a mere piece of paper after they've suffered so much. Then they realize he's right because they were fools to believe it, being deceived again, even after being betrayed repeatedly. And Grid realizes that it is true and thinks that he almost got away with it. And then a boy arrives there saying that, from what he heard, the Marrow Company bought the land and commercial rights of the residents, who were unaware of Winston's development plans. So he questions if they were forced to sell their properties. And Greedy thinks that guy is a jerk because he has a green light above his head and he is a gambler. And that man says that they sold it for money and plan to leave, but changed their minds after finding out about the development plans. So all of this is their greed's fault and not the company's. Then the NPCs start to get irritated, asking how an outsider dares to get involved in their problems, asking if he is a spy for the company. And he says he doesn't want to start a fight, and what he's trying to say is that it's normal for a company to seek profit. And if they admit that, they can live peacefully with the company, just like it should have been from the beginning, and the company needs them too. Then they realize that it's true because if the company does well, their situation should improve too. And Greed starts to notice that the direction of the conversation has changed, asking who that bastard is. And then the camping rolls with his name, and he apologizes because he was so worried that he forgot to introduce himself. And he states that his name is Ruroy. And Grid thinks that this guy changed the mood very easily, wondering who the hell he is. And Kant comes to think that he is right, because living in harmony with a big company is good in the long run, But the village of Winston is under the order of Count Stein, and there is a local law about his government called Ruroy asks about this. He says that the residents of the Count's territory have the right to be informed with priority and in advance about the area in which they reside. So, Count Stein declared the people's rights personally. And he says that this greatly affects the residents and villages around the northern city, because of the northern exploration area. And he says that Constan's will is to prepare for big changes and share information with the citizens so that everyone wins. So, Ruroy realizes that the problem is that the company is completely ignoring the Count's will. And he says that the Lord is also wrong in allowing the company to withhold information about the development. And Ken says that's right, saying that's the reason for all this fighting. Then Ruron understands the situation and says that there's something he has to do. And says that he knows that his appeal was prevented by the Lord and the company. Then everyone agrees. They say that they need to expose the evil acts of the Lord and the company. And the guy even says that he'll make his appeal to the Count in secret. So they finally reach a solution. However, Grid is in disbelief, still wondering how he did it, since he didn't receive the mission, and he made them hand it over. And then, after Ruroy leaves, Grid runs up to him, and the boy thinks Grid was an NPC from the Forge, so Grid gets pissed off and says which will be direct, because he knows that he had the mission of the Merrill Company at the beginning, asking how he managed to change sides. Then Ruron is already discouraged by the content of the conversation and shares the information of the mission with Grid, and his mission is for the goods of the residents of Winston to rank. And his new objective is to get an audience with Count Sten, and the rewards are the title Apostle of Justice, Affinity, and Maximum Reputation with the residents of Winston, and the gift from Count Sten. And the Apostle of Justice releases the Bravery status, with 10 more points in all statuses, and the Unwavering Justice skill. And Greedy, reading all this, starts to wonder what these stolen rewards are, and says that he is not even jealous, but asks him to tell him how he did that. Then the boy notices that his face says otherwise, and Ruroy notices that the boy realized what he made them give the mission for. And since he is in a good mood, it is possible to receive missions related to these subjects. And only the oldest players know about this method. And that is why he did not know about it. And the boy says that it will spread across the internet soon. And he does not need to be down, because only the oldest players use this method. So he asks the boy what it was. And Grid, while still in tears, says that he is also an old player. And Ruroy starts laughing, asking how he does not know about this, saying that it is common knowledge among the old players, and says that this is hilarious, forming the boy to be his friend. And Grid automatically gets even more pissed off, telling him to go fuck himself. And logging out right after, Korwa realizes that he got angry and ran away, and simply leaves the boy there because he needs to hurry. After all, he has no time to waste. And he is only level 127, even though he has played 18 hours a day since the game was released. And he says that this is because his class is Orator. And he says that he has difficulty leveling up because his attack uses the art of speaking. And his weapons are limited, besides that he has little HP, little fighting power and skill. And his biggest weakness is not having any escape ability. And he says that this is why he needs the Statue of Bravery, because he can't become ranked just by chatting with NPCs and winning missions all the time, and he thinks he needs to get through that gate to meet with Count Sten. And then he goes to the guards and says that the security seems heavy and he needs to convince them to let him out. Then he says that he is a traveler, and if there is nothing wrong, he would like to leave. Then everyone goes silent, and he thinks that this is strange because they do not react to the conversation. And then Rabbit appears, saying that they will not answer him because he ordered them not to do so. And Roy is surprised to see Rabbit there, asking what he is doing. And Rabbit says that he is sure that he told him to report the information after investigating. So he thinks that this will be a pain because he has to use his persuasion skill, and if he uses it correctly he can manipulate the NPC. Then he activates his passive ability and starts talking, but Rabbit says that it seems that he overestimated him and says that he couldn't investigate them, even after they confused them with the news, but seeing how he's trying to escape, he can only imagine that Ruroy is extracting him. Then he begins to notice that persuasion didn't work. He says that he learned over time to always be prepared in case of betrayal. He claims that Horai must know why he's arresting him. Then, the boy starts to run, saying that he can't give up on the mission like that. He needs to escape first. But in that, he's caught by a rope and they start pulling him. But he takes a dagger out of his pocket and says that it's not a very good weapon, but he'll have to use it since he's in a hurry. And he tries to cut that whip with the dagger. But one of the soldiers hits his hand, knocking his dagger away. And he says he expected it because there's no way to escape by attacking. So he'll have to flee by force, trying to log out. But the game says he can't leave now. And Rabbit says that resisting is useless, asking if he didn't know that they can stop his exit spell, and says that he will be reincarnated if they kill him. So it would be better for them to arrest him, and says that they will lock him up in the castle's underground prison. And so, the mission for the residents of Winston changed to Esperias, who the mission says that he was captured by Rabbit and locked up in the inescapable underground prison of However, Winston's the Apostle of Justice, which he failed to become, will come to save him if he waits patiently. And the goal is to not log out for 50 hours of the real world. And that mission is extremely dangerous, and it is recommended that elderly people or those in fragile health give up on the mission. The system asks him if he would like to give up on the mission, and he thinks that 50 hours is almost impossible since he has already played for 20 hours straight, but the system capsule forces users to log out of the game as a penalty and makes it impossible for them to log in for 6 hours. And being locked in a prison for 8 days and 8 hours in the game will be dangerous mentally. But he is a lonely, unemployed person in real life anyway, and no one will get in his way. And maybe his body will hold out if he activates the capsule's trance mode, and he cannot miss a hidden S-rank mission, and says that this is a unique chance, saying that he accepts the mission, and the time starts to run. And it also explains the rewards he will get after completing this mission. I will not read, and I'm sure the editor must put it there on the screen. So in case of failure, he also won't have any penalty. And in this he also activates the capsule's trance mode. And in transit mode, his brain waves will be monitored and the system will forcibly log him out if he gets into danger. And if he is forcibly logged out, the SA group will send executives and a medical team to his house. It's impossible to turn off the capsule from the outside, and if there's any external shock or attempt to turn off the capsule, an employee of the SA group will be sent to the residence to protect the capsule. So, Rurue starts asking for someone to help him complete this mission, because no matter who it is, he will swear loyalty to the person and says he's waiting for the Apostle of Justice. And so they talk about Satisfy, a huge game where each player's action changes the world. And with over 20 billion players, there are always unpredictable variables. Therefore, in order for the game world to function properly, errors and bugs cannot be tolerated. 20 billion? But the guys from that little world, so they tell the team leader that mission BDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDD. He is surprised by mission BDDD saying that it is just a hidden mission that requires specific conditions and the reward would be a secondary player class. And if the player succeeds, he will be the first to have 2 unsatisfied classes. However, you have to stay logged in for 200 hours of game time, and if something goes wrong, the player could be in danger. And then comes Horoi's ID, saying that his real name is Dambi Alumbiter. He is 25 years old, and he is the player who activated the B-Through 108 mission. So, the team leader says that this is amazing since only 3% of their players are from Mongolia, and the assistant says that, in addition, he is a weak speaker in combat. And yet, he managed to reach level 127, completing missions related to his class. And so, the leader asks Director Yan if the Mongolian branch manager said anything. So, they connect with him, and Park Un-hyuk says that all the other executive members of the branch are also present. And the team leader says that he called that meeting because of the B-Quartz and Zoto mission. Asking if the safety of the player Alumbiter was confirmed, they say yes, saying that they are monitoring in real time and have a medical team on standby. They also receive support from the Mongolian government and say they would like to make a proposal. And at this, the leader is doubtful. He says they want to make public the information that players can obtain a secondary class. And if the people find out that the first player will obtain a secondary class from Mongolia, their interest in the game will increase and the Mongolian market will expand. And they say they were having difficulty with the market there. This could be a good chance, and one of the women at the table agrees, saying that the majority of the Mongolian population is nomadic, so they have a negative view of the capsules, but then the bald man asks if they are not being too optimistic, questioning what they will do if he fails the mission after creating. But his colleague says that they don't need to worry so much, saying that if he isn't forcibly logged out, they won't have a problem. After all, the mission was made to be easy. And then he talks to the leader Choi Nahi, asking if she reached the success rate of the mission. And she says that the point is that she sent the information so that they can see with their own eyes. And then, when he reaches the success rate, they realize that it is only 9%. And he is surprised, questioning if the mission B-308 doesn't involve being saved by a hidden NPC and the player held in the underground prison. We'll meet a hidden swordsman, who will save him, after learning about the situation in Winston Village. This will allow the player to earn great rewards, and as long as the player doesn't get into danger, he will be able to complete the mission with ease. But at that, the general leader starts laughing. So they ask what happened, and he asks everyone to see the details of the document again and says that there was a variable to share the mission information. So they look at the details, and he says that at first Ruroi was going to be saved by a swordsman just in the Winston incident, but he shared the mission information with another player in the middle of it, and that made the hidden NPC unnecessary, and they realized that above all the player he shared the information with was Grady, Shin Yongyu. Meanwhile, the guy has Shin in his face dying of envy of the mission that Horoi got because the one he got is only for 600 gold. Then he says that Khan is a rotten mummy, asking if he couldn't give it. Meanwhile, the bar owner gets really pissed off and the boy says that the player only talked a little bit and he already paid for that old man's fucking medical bills, and so he orders some chicken soup to try to kill his sadness, and after filling his belly he gets home at 1 AM and says he's gonna have to sneak in without anyone noticing. But then, his sister comes in talking to him, saying that he should have warned her if he knew he was going to be late, asking if he knows what time it is. Then he asks why she wasn't sleeping, still saying that a student shouldn't be bothering him about this, but she says that she was worried because she couldn't find him anywhere since he's always stuck in the capsule. But then she notes that he drank, and he asks if she was worried about her little brother. Then she says she wasn't expecting him, saying she just ended up watching a little more series than usual, and tells him to take a shower, and the guy continues to fly around while drunk, And then that director in blue asks if the rate shouldn't be 0% because the mission rate should be 0 instead of 9, betting that the Morpheus computer made a mistake. Then his companion says no, saying that this information is not true. He says he knows about it, saying he was just letting his frustration speak for him. And then the general director says that, in fact, it was because everything changed with the sharing of mission information. That now the success rate can no longer be confirmed. And he says that Horoi's savior in the underground prison is no longer a hidden swordsman, but Grid. And then that other director who is there gets really pissed. Well, that Yang Yu is a pain. After all, he has a legendary class, but he's only level XXI, and he wonders what the hell he's been doing all this time, because besides using a talentless nobody like him to get a class like that, why? He still had to mess up another event, and he starts to get it in his head that the kid is a damn cancer, saying that greed is a fatal cancer to satisfy. And with that, one of his colleagues starts to ask if he won't fail the mission if they leave things as they are, because it would be practically a waste to try to advertise now. And with that, the general director thinks that since he got a legendary class, he made epic arrows, and received the class mission, and it's hard to predict the results. But the director says that, to be honest, he finds Greedy a very interesting person to watch. His incompetence goes beyond common sense, and he says that currently, in the Satisfy game, there are a total of 3 epic classes, saying that, with the exception of the most recent one, Blood Warrior, the details of the other 2 have not been revealed to the world, and it is not known who was the first player to obtain an epic class. And the second was Agnes, the 7th placed in the unified ranking. And because of that, the community has not stopped discussing what the other 2 epic classes are. And Ken Rives was the first player to obtain an epic class. Meanwhile, in Dungeon Acre, or in Count Stain's territory, a bunch of cattle start calling a girl to form a group with them, saying that they will divide all the drops equally. So the girls in their group get jealous because they didn't do the same thing to them when they were joining the group. So, Faller, because of that self-centered girl, always has a crowd of guys following him. And Nils, the femina, talks to them, saying that she's going to join the strongest group, asking them to show her what they can do. And then everyone gets behind the girl, and the monsters appear, so they go after her, wanting to show their strength, making Euphemina join their group. So everyone defeats the monsters quickly, while she stands still in the same place, noticing that they have nothing special. But then, a whirlwind of fury appears and catches the girl's attention, and she realizes that that was a very powerful ability, wondering who used it. And then she notices that it was an old guy who used it, saying that he must have worked really hard to level up, and it's perfect to use against Piero. And so she instantly asks to be able to use it too, copying the skill instantly. And then the skill leaves that guy being deactivated and goes to her as Whirlwind of Fury level 3. And so the copy is successfully performed, and it is said that the skill can be used only once, and it will be kept permanently until used, and so she simply says goodbye to everyone. And so was their first contact with Euphemina, the level 190 imitator. And when they finish killing the monsters and try to talk to the girl, they notice that she has disappeared. And she continues on her way, saying that that skill must be because she prepared for 63 days for this, all to complete this rank S mission. And she says that she needs to prepare herself psychologically, showing the mission information, and in this she prepares to enter, saying that rank S missions are really scary. And besides, the enemy NPC is extremely powerful, and when she enters that door, she says that they said he was stronger than bosses. Piara, the immortal hermit, appears before her, and she says that he is Piara, the strongest knight in the Saran Empire. And in this he questions if Asmophilos sent the girl there, and so she thinks she can do it, saying she prepared a lot for it, but then Piero starts attacking her from top to bottom, and the girl activates Tartan, summoning a huge giant on her back, and says that Tartan is the most powerful defensive skill, possessed only by Bump, the #1 guardian. And she says that she only has 9 basic skills and can only use or copy the skill 3 times a day. And that's why she spent the last 2 months collecting several ranked skills. And thanks to that, she managed to obtain 50 high-level skills, and even if she can only use them once, she should be able to complete this mission. But then Piero starts moving, appearing on the girl's left side, and she says she's an imitator, the first Satisfy player, to obtain an epic class, and so she uses the counter barrier to stop Piero's attack and throw him away. Then he wonders how a skill like that can be used by her, and so she uses the Whirlwind of Fury, attacking Piero from close range. Then she notices that he won't die with just that, preparing to have to defeat him with everything she has. So she uses the Flaming Heat Wave, the Scepter of Light, the Tyrant's Right, as well as the Spear of Darkness and the Prelude of Destruction, all on Piero at once, and wonders if she succeeded but says no because the completion screen didn't appear and he's still alive, and she spent an absurd amount of mana to use so many high-level skills in a row. And with that she starts to levitate, saying that she needs to create some distance so she can drink a potion and restore her mana. But then, Piara appears in front of her, coming out of a portal of darkness with her sword at the girl's neck. Then she wonders if he is unharmed, but thinks about the next skill she should use, which will definitely kill him, using Mortal Destiny. But then Piero says he will make her have an inevitable death. So she starts to despair using the skill, thinking she needs to survive, and then she gives that blast of dark projection towards him. However, Piero gets even crazier, wondering if Morpheus has finally come to fight. Then the girl thinks that the dark projection skill is a skill that traps the enemy in a deep illusion. And she's been saving that skill for a situation like this, and it'll fade away soon, but at least, he's busy fighting Cosmophius in his head, and she needs to use all her skills after recovering her mana, but then, a warning arrives, saying that she's reached her physical and mental limit after using an excessive amount of strength in a short space of time, and her skills can no longer be used temporarily and all her status drops by 50%. The girl despairs about this because she was almost able to do it, but even so, before Piero recovers she needs to get out of there, but Piero stops in midair, then looks at the girl with a completely murderous look. Then she notices that he's already calling him a monster because she's an imitator, and she doesn't have enough voice to overcome him, so she's in disbelief, because there's nothing to do, and give up on the mission after failing it. Then she loses 2 levels, and Asmophel's confidence also drops. Then she says that 2 months of hard work went down the drain, saying that this was the perfect opportunity to earn a new title, and it suited her class exactly, and then she starts cursing in anger because she will never receive a rank S mission like that again. But then, someone arrives asking if she is Mrs. Ederina, saying that he has a message for her. Then she is surprised, and the man says that if she is not busy, they would like her to do something. And then, a mission is created for her, and she says that, as if losing the mission wasn't enough, the losers also show up asking her for something. But she gets a shock when she sees the mission talking about the title. And the reward is 1,500 gold with the title of Challenger. Also noticing that he called her Irina, and among the various fake names she's used so far, Irina was when she created an amazing item. Then she wonders if he's from the Marrow Company, saying that it's okay, saying that he does, and so she accepts the Blacksmith duel mission. Meanwhile, Khan tells Grids to calm down, and he says that's enough, saying that he can't believe he gave such a good mission to someone who just met her. Then he says that the entire village is being watched, and but an outsider like Ruroy wouldn't draw so much attention. He says he can't risk putting his benefactor in so much danger. And so Grid is convinced, and Khan says he won't be able to live in peace if something happens to him, because he considers him his own son. Then Grid tells him to stop crying, saying they're gonna go back to training, wondering if they've already decided when the duel will be, and can tells the boy it'll be in 2 days, asking if everything's okay. And Grid says of course, saying they'll show he's a real blacksmith. Then he says the more he uses his skills,
the better he gets, and the accuracy and efficiency of his movements have definitely improved. And so he creates a rare item again, saying that all stats increase by 2, and the reputation on the continent also increases by 30. And so he continues creating more and more items, and the persistence
as well as the
increases.
dexterity stat. And he says that this feeling of progress is incredible. And a while later, he falls completely exhausted, wondering how much he has improved. But after looking at his stats, he feels sad that he only improved all this after making so many items. He says that maybe the Java arrows were just an exception, but he thinks that there is nothing to be done, since the Marrow Company bought all the good materials, and they could even sell some epic items. But if he leaves his stats aside, you can see that his skill as a blacksmith is improving a lot. He gained 130 stat points just by crafting items, and he says that his best choice if he wants to win this game is dexterity, but considering that he almost died to those bandits, he wonders if that's really his highest priority. Then he says that he's going to put 60 points in stamina and 70 in dexterity, and along with the growth of his stamina, his HP ends up growing. And he thinks that he definitely doesn't look like he's level 21. That playing for the States, he looks like he's level 75. And whenever he crafts better items, his stat points increase more. And that should be enough to make up for his lack of skill in combat. And he thinks that he's gonna have to work like hell, but he's already used to it. So he says that in the battle the next day, he's going to show the true power of a worker. And so, in the central square of Winston, the day of the competition, and the village square was full of NPCs and players. So they wonder why there are so many NPCs there, and they say that apparently the NPCs are there to hope that the forge would not be taken over by the Marrow Company. One of the NPCs starts rooting for Grid, and the players wonder if that is the Grid guy, analyzing his items and wondering if he is a noob, and they say that this is a joke since it is a competition between 2 noobs. And so the leader of the Marrow Company asks if everything is ready for Rabbit, and they say yes, and the presenter asks to be able to introduce the star of today's competition, saying that representing the Marrow Company is Irina. Then everyone notices that she is very hot and how there are only young people. Then she thanks her fans for cheering for her, playing even more charming, and Grid thinks she's actually pretty, but wonders if she can compare to Iora, and thinks she doesn't care that all the players are cheering for her. Well, at least the locals are on her side, but they all start to be enchanted by the girl, and Grid soon gets downcast for losing his only fans. Then she says they are united by destiny, saying she'll be under Grid's care. But he's really pissed and tells her not to come, that she won't have to call her a brat and say she doesn't do that kind of thing, so she's surprised by this, saying it's really rude. With a girl as beautiful as her. Then he says she's actually pretty, but brats like her should know their own place. Proto simply did a great job on this one. Very, very much so. The deal isn't with these young girls, these underdeveloped girls. It's from the MILFs up. Then she starts asking what his problem is, because no man has ever treated her like that before. Then she swears she's going to humiliate him in front of everyone. And she asks him if he's the brat he said he was, because she's 20 years old. And he just snubs the girl's age, saying she can't hold a candle to an old man like him. So, in the middle of this childish fight, it's time for the duel. The judge says the objective of the duel is to make a dagger. And the time limit is 3 hours. And the winner will be the one who makes the best dagger. And the girl thinks that if she wins, she will win a title and the luck status. But she's just worrying a little about the difficulty of the mission, because all she knows is that it's unknown. She wonders if it's because that guy's skill is also unknown. But then she says that it doesn't matter, after all, she already has a plan ready, and she's gonna copy his skill and thus enter the creation phase. And if they both have the same skill, the one with the greatest luck will make the best dagger. It's a bet, but she still has a 50% chance, so she thinks everything will work out. However, the boy just starts hammering the iron and she gets scared because he's already forging it and thinks she can't hesitate because there's a big discrepancy in their skills. But if they have the same skill and whoever has the best tool, they'll have a better chance of winning. And so she pulls out the epic ranked Blacksmith's sacred hammer and says that no matter how good this item is, she won't be able to use it without the blacksmith skill. And that's why she's going to borrow his skill. And so she analyzes the boy, but ends up being shocked by what she sees. Then Gray points her out, staring at her, asking if she missed something there. And so the system says that she's not able to analyze the target skill, because the skill analysis level is too low. And so she wonders what that was, not wanting to believe it because her skill analysis is level 7, and she managed to copy the skill of an advanced blacksmith when she was at level 5. Then she wonders if this guy is a master blacksmith, but she remembers that the number 1 blacksmith is only intermediate, and it couldn't have been that. But then she wondering if he has an epic class, but says no, saying that Agnes and she are the only ones with an epic class, so she starts to question if he is a player with a unique class, saying that it doesn't matter because if she doesn't act soon she will lose. Then she calls Rabbit and he asks what's the problem, and she asks if that guy has a mentor, telling him to make Khan participate. Then Rabbit asks why they would change the rules in the middle of the duel. But then she just tells him to do it one way or another. Then he thinks for a bit and says that it's okay. Then Greedy asks what's going on, with Rabbit going to the host, and he tells Khan to come up on stage now, because Irina is giving them the advantage. Then Khan wonders what happened, and the man says that she said he had the right to help her apprentice. And everyone starts to assume that she wants a 2 against 1, saying that Irina is too much. And with that, Grid assumes that she is underestimating him, but Khan says that since she wanted it, they will work together to defeat him. And says that it is very good to be able to work with a blacksmith, and asks the boy if he can have the chance to protect his forge too. Then the boy says of course, saying that they will end that spoiled brat. And so she realizes that now she will have a chance, saying that her target is Khan, asking him to pass on his incredible skill, and so she analyzes the craftsmanship of the level 2 advanced blacksmith, copying the skill, and she begins to think that she has got the skill she wanted. And if the skills are of the same level, everything will depend on luck. And even if he is a master, the duel is just beginning. And so, a while later, the girl continues to observe everything that the two are doing. And she says that she can't believe that they are still hammering, wondering if they are idiots, because she has already finished melting her blade, and says that as long as luck continues to be on her side, she will win the duel. But in that, the patience of Grid's legendary blacksmith is activated and his vitality, defense and dexterity increase by 200% for an hour. And he is happy, saying that he has never felt so good before, because Old Khan's concentration is also incredible. Iron, heat, he can only feel the hammer. And he thinks it's a perfect combination. And so the legendary blacksmith's breath increases the efficiency of the item's production for him. And he thinks that it's at this moment that iron and heat become one. And then Khan says it's incredible, saying it was an honor to be part of the creation of this masterpiece. But then, Guride says they're not done yet, and says they're going to use the Minotaur chip to make the handle, because he spent 10 gold on it. And then, everyone is surprised by Irina's dagger. And the presenter says she's already finished her dagger, and it has a beautiful appearance, just like its creator. She managed to create a great item in less than 3 hours. And then Greedy says he doesn't want to admit it, but it looks like an amazing dagger. And the brat wasn't just a talker, saying she must have great skills. And then the host calls everyone to take a look at the dagger's stats, noticing that she made a dagger in the epic class seduction, with the durability of 60 and the attack power of 122 and 127. And the attack speed, 8%. And he says that the result is clear, and Irina definitely won the duel. And so, Grid thinks he can't be shaken, because he needs to focus on his own work. And the company leader, looking at the boy, thinks that this is unexpected because he didn't think he would be able to finish his dagger under so much pressure. And then Rabbit says that it's amazing, but then Khan says that he's very good despite being young, and can probably teach him a thing or two. But he asks Grady if she really hasn't reached his feet, and he says that he can bet that he's almost finished. And he says that he thinks the audience will be shocked after seeing this dagger. And then some guards appear, going to the boy, and point their swords at Grid's neck, saying that they received information that he is working with a criminal, saying that he is arrested. And Khan is surprised that Horoi has been arrested, but the company leader says that this is a shame, and can immediately understands this, saying that Valmute was a coward and that he acted knowing that he would lose. And with that, Grid questions how is this and why the hell he works with that guy. And Rabbit, in turn, seeing him being arrested, looks at Grid's dagger and says that he has been a merchant for 20 years and has dealt with several incredible products, but Irina's dagger does not come close to the greatness of that item. And so he says that they lost, and Valmont says that they were almost caught off guard by a great blacksmith. And that dagger is splendid, and Rabbit notices that he noticed too, asking if he called the guards personally because if they announce the results in a situation like this, they will lose the support of the audience. And Valmont says that the audience will be more than convinced of Irina's victory just by seeing her dagger, asking if he thinks they will give up that forge, and orders him to confiscate the dagger and make sure that their status never becomes public. And Rabbit, looking at Grid, notices that he might actually be the best on the continent with this skill, remembering the boy's name well. And so, Irina asks what that item is because if he had finished it, she would have lost. But she says that everything indicates that the audience was on her side at the end of the duel. And she says she thinks it's time to receive her reward, since she accomplished her objective. And Report says she's right, saying that a promise is a promise. And so the girl's mission is completed. And she says that everything seems great except for that skill because he's totally random. And even so, it's still better than failing another mission. Then she wonders why she made that guy so angry. Then Rabbit says that things just happen that way. And Irina thinks he had a bad personality, but she's still curious about his identity. And Rabbit says he bets he never imagined he would lose to someone like Elma Ferreira, and the girl gets scared by this, and he says that his movements were quite rough, but they were exactly the same as Khan's. Then he asks if she has some kind of copycat ability. Then, she notices that Rabbit noticed, calling him a cursed NPC. And she says that the Marrow Company is too greedy and will soon be hunted by Count Stang. And that's why he plans to leave the company soon. And says that Khan's forge is the escape route. And that's why he noticed Grid's witness stability. With their contacts and business skills, they will be able to create a small or medium business with the items made by Grid. Then she notices that even the #1 merchant, Vega, only has a small business, and she didn't know it would be able to go beyond that. Then, Rabbit says he would like to make a proposal, asking if she would help him save him. And so, she notices that she received a mission called Help Rabbit in his new job, Rank S. And so she is surprised that she got a Rank S mission after meeting with Grady, so she certainly accepts to help. Popular beginnings in Khan's forge begin to arm themselves, because now that Horoi has been captured, they need to act. And Khan thanks everyone, saying that they cannot stand by while Ruro and Grid fight for them, and saying that they will protect their own future, saying that they will conquer their freedom with their own hands. But then, one of them is shot with an arrow, and Valmont notices that they are revolting, and says he was expecting this. Then they say that if they keep Grid locked up, he'll spill the beans real quick. Then he wonders what's going on, but he also despairs, because Khan will be in danger if he stays locked up. Besides, he won't be able to escape. He thinks he'll tell them whatever they want, ordering them to take the gag out of his mouth and apologizing to Khan. But at first one of the soldiers tells them to keep him locked up until he talks, and Grady thinks he's going to talk. But there's no way, so they throw him in a cell, telling him to shut up, because he won't get out until he talks. However, the Apostle of Justice Rank S mission is created, and in it he would have to save Ruroi, and he wonders where he saw those rewards before, which would be from the mission Ruroi showed him. But he says that he was also arrested, wondering how he's going to save him in less than 7 hours. Also noting that there's still a penalty if he fails. Wondering what the hell is this? Then he wonders. He says he knew, because there's no way an unlucky guy like him could have a streak of luck for nothing. And he starts to realize that he's chronically unlucky, saying that he knew something was wrong when he got a legendary class, even starting to feel like beating up the god of luck. But then, they call for Grid, and he hears Irina's voice, and she wonders where he is, and he notices that the girl's voice wonders what that brat is doing there, but thinks that it doesn't matter because she is his only hope now. But while the girl looks for him, she keeps calling him a nasty guy. And so, with 2 hours left, he starts banging his head on the door, saying he's running out of time, and he needs to find a way to get her attention. Then she notices he's there, but when she looks at the door, he's bleeding like crazy. Then she gets a fright, saying that leaving that aside, thank goodness he found it. And she says she's going to get him out of there. But first, she gives him back his dagger, saying he worked hard to make it. So he's all happy with the dagger he made, saying it's cute and looking closely it's actually quite pretty. But she says she has one condition, saying she wants him to make her an orb capable of storing as much magic as possible. But he notices that what she's asking for isn't an orb, but a magic item, saying that she's never made one before, and wonders why he would. But then he thinks that it doesn't matter, saying that he'll agree for now, and she says that she has one more thing, asking him to stop calling her a brat because her name is Euphemina, telling him to call her. And he's surprised by this, asking if Irina would be a pseudonym. But in the middle of this silly discussion, she ends up letting him go. So he hands over the dagger, and he asks why she decided to save him, telling her to wait, asking how a blacksmith managed to get there. And she says that she's not a blacksmith, saying that she has a secret class, imitator, and that she copied Khan's skill during their duel. So he's surprised by this, saying that he learned that there were 3 players with her. But he also questions why she's telling him this after all the effort to keep it a secret. And she says that, well, they'll have to get to know each other better soon, questioning if he also has a secret class, saying that it must be at least unique. Then he wonders how she knew, questioning if she likes him, but she questions what the hell he's talking about, saying that she doesn't know what class he has, but says that he needs to fight properly now, otherwise they'll both die. After all, several soldiers are going after them, and he wonders why there are so many, noticing that they brought an entire army down there, and she says that she's already defeated 100 but he'll have to help if he wants them both to get out of there alive. Then he thinks that the only weapon he has is that dagger, that it's a unique classification weapon, and he wonders if his dagger was that good. And the system says that that item was created by him. Therefore, he has maximum understanding and the conditions of the item were not met. A penalty was applied, and his attack power dropped by 20%, and only 50% of the additional attributes can be used. And he thinks that this is shit, wondering how the system gives him a penalty, since he was the one who created it. And seeing here, Leofemina asks if he is an assassin, after all that dagger requires advanced mastery. But then she remembers the skills he demonstrated as a master blacksmith, questioning how that is possible, and then he thinks that this brat must have seen the details of the dagger. But he thinks that since she didn't steal it, maybe she is a good person. But then, the girl says that they are coming, and Grid almost gets hit, and mentally curses the girl, saying that she could have warned him before. In addition, he uses the wind explosion on the soldiers, throwing several into the air, and she thinks that was amazing, but he questions if she is going to stand by and do nothing. And she says that her only obligation was to save him, saying that besides that, her services are quite expensive. But while he argues with her, the soldiers keep coming, and he thinks that he doesn't have time for that, saying that he can't deal with all of them alone. Then he says that they need to save someone else. Questions about this and says that he already saved Old Khan on the way to him, so he is surprised that he was arrested, but says that this is a relief, but he says that he wants to save a guy named Ruroy. And she asks who this is, and even Grady says he's not sure, since she's only spoken to him once. And Femina gets pissed, because she doesn't want to get involved in rescuing someone else she doesn't know, and says he's already going a bit over the line. And he says he's also tired of getting involved in these problems, asking if she can't just listen to him, calling the girl a brat again. But then things go sour again, and she says she's sure she already asked him not to call her a brat. Then she starts to invoke several skills and throws the spear of destruction at the boy. However, Grid manages to dodge, and that spear from that gigantic attack affects all the NPCs that were there. And with that, they start to say she's dangerous. And Grid came from a note that she is so powerful even without conjuring, noting that she must be at Iora's level. And she says she will let this one slide, since they need to save someone. But she would love it if he could stop calling her a brat. So the Grinch has no other option but to ask forgiveness for his grave sin to his lady. Okay, I don't hate the character as much as when she first appeared, but I, unfortunately, am still Tim J. Choker. And with that, Grady starts to wonder how far they will have to go, since he thought this underground prison only had 3 floors. And she says that they will have to go down to the 4th underground floor. But Ninja System reminds him that he only has 1 hour and 10 minutes to complete the mission. And he asks her if she's sure they're in the right place, because Hurii might be up there. She says she checked the 1st and 2nd floors while looking for him, but she didn't see any prisoners named Horoi. She received information from a reliable source saying there was a 4th floor. So, Grid asks her to tell him where the hell they're risking to go down to the 4th floor. And then, soldiers start appearing saying they went down there, and Grid calls her to go in that direction. However, the girl ends up having her attention caught by a flower on the floor, saying she can't believe such a beautiful flower managed to bloom without seeing sunlight. And with that, Grid tells her to wait, not to touch it. Then she says that that entire corridor is full of traps. Luckily, you can easily see the lines, which means there shouldn't be any danger as long as they're careful. But while he tries to pass through that trap calmly, he almost loses his head, because the girl ended up taking that flower because it was pretty. Then he tells them that they need to be careful, calling her a brat again in his mind, but thinking that she should take it easy. But then, while he walks through that corridor full of traps, the girl activates each one of them, making Grid go through hell involuntarily. So he tells Euphemina to get ready, asking how many times he will have to say that they are all traps. But the girl says that it will be safer if they keep activating them all, questioning why she would have to listen to him, since she is helping more than she should. Then the guards start to find him, and in that he falls into a trap hole that she had made, and she asks where he is going, and he says that it is his fastest way to get to the next floor, telling her to have good luck with them up there, saying that he doesn't have any armor, so there's no way to fight them, and she should finish them off with a fire snack, or something like that, and says that he's going after Horoi. And in this, girl realizes that he really is no good, saying that he'll turn into barbecue if he uses fire magic in such a closed place. But Grid literally shits, and reminds her that she's an imitator, noting that she can copy anyone's ability, saying that even if someone's magic is powerful, it's still necessary to cast it to be able to use it. But she doesn't have this disadvantage and can use the magic immediately, noting that this is stolen, and says that at least she doesn't have to worry. With her, saying that she is counting on the brat to defeat them. And with that, she uses the Ice Queen's breath, freezing the entire place, and says that no matter how much, if she defeats them, they keep appearing more and more. And she says that it would be great if she could use long-range fire spells, but she would end up burning herself too. And with that, she notices that she only has 11 spells left after Piero's mission, and she thinks that she shouldn't lose to a bunch of guards. But the problem is that she can't find Winston's 5 knights inside the guards, and they in turn notice that one of them has escaped, ordering the group to be divided and go after him. But in that, she activates her light sword, and the guard questions if she will resist, even until the end, and she says she will keep her word for now, because now she only has 10 spells left, and says she can't hold them forever, telling Creed to find Ruroy soon. And Ruroy, in turn, notices that it has been about 50 hours in real life, and asks someone please to save her, because he is at his limit and can't take it anymore. And right after thinking this, he feels a collapse screaming, and Grid notices that this was Ruroy's voice, noticing that he is nearby, saying that he can't believe that that damn guy got him into this, and says he will break the chair when he sees him. But then he comes face to face with a very different guard, and he notices that Grid is the guy ahead, and he introduces himself as Leo, a knight of Winston, that they said he had escaped, and says he knows he would come there if he was working with Ruro. And Grid thinks that if he is a knight, he must be at least level 180, and he starts to question what he should do, and so he provokes the knight, saying that the little dog decided to gather courage, just stop barking, and Leo ends up falling telling him to thank him because he will kill him anyway. But at that, Greed starts to wonder if he provoked him too much. Then he activates the Blacksmith's leaf in agile movements, gaining a ton of buffs, while thinking he will have no other choice but to face him. As the knight comes towards him, the boy is surprised that he is already attacking, but manages to defend the attack, and notices that he is extremely fast, saying that he barely managed to defend himself. And he says he would have lost if he hadn't had the agile movements of his dagger. And Leo's pride is hurt by the boy having managed to dodge his attack, asking how a mere blacksmith dares to underestimate the pride of a knight, and says he won't accept such an offense, ordering him to receive his supreme blow from his fire sword and die. And with that, he attacks Grid once more, and the boy suffers 17,300 damage, and his low life caused the Tenacity of Legends skill to be activated, and he will be immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. After being hit, he starts asking what that explosive power is, saying he needs a life potion immediately, but then he wonders why that jerk stopped. Leo in the middle of the fire is completely finished, and Greed remembers Irina saying that he would turn into a barbecue if he used fire magic in such a closed place. And so he notices that it was an explosion of dust, and Leo questions what the hell he did, and he says that this is what he calls a difference in skill, thus managing to defeat a Knight of Winston, and he gets an achievement for this, obtaining the title of Night Killer, thus obtaining the prison key and leveling up several times. And he reaches level 45 with this, and goes to Rurue, opening the door of the boys' cell and taking Sunshine there. And Grady says that he was thinking about giving him a good beating, but it seems that he is on the verge of death. And with that, Roroy realizes that he is the apprentice, and the mission ends up being complete. And in the middle of this, Roroy obtains the secondary class, Partner of the Apostle of Justice, calling Grady his savior. Grid also has his mission completed, obtaining the title Apostle of Justice. Then he kneels to Grid, saying that no matter who it is, fighting for him to help him complete the mission, he will give him all his loyalty. And he proclaims his real name, saying that he is a descendant of the Blue Wolf, saying to swear to make up for his kindness and follow it until the end as partner of the Apostle of Justice. And Grid, seeing this scene, wonders what is wrong with the boy because he must have gone crazy. There is no way. How can Grid call himself unlucky when the crazy guy is lucky and just got a slave? Meanwhile, the Mimic class is said to ensure that the player is able to copy abilities and take advantage of anyone. And it can be said that it is the most useful class of all. And with the right combination of skills, the imitator can defeat a boy alone or defeat an entire army. However, it is only possible to copy 3 skills per day, and each skill can only be used once, and they only have 9 non-offensive skills, and their physical ability is weak. Therefore, the imitator with several stored skills can be powerful, but once they finish all of them, Euphemina will be at her weakest state. And so the soldiers say that that girl is absurd because she defeated hundreds of guards alone, and she thinks that only the elite knights are left, and she used almost all of her skills, but thanks to that, they will not attack her without being careful. And she heard a big explosion, and considering that Grid hasn't come back yet, maybe he's dead, but she doesn't think so, and even if he manages to save Ruroy, she wonders if he would come back to help her. Then, the guards start talking among themselves and say that this is shameful, but they should cooperate and end this soon. And she thinks that she has to buy more time, getting very angry, saying that her last 3 spells are fire spells, and if she uses them in such a closed place, she'll end up dying too. But they start attacking the girl, and she dodges by a hair's breadth, and she thinks that she shouldn't have trusted Grady, and she shouldn't have gotten involved. For now, she'll just be attacked again, and she notices that she'll need to at least use a basic skill. But when she receives that attack, she is thrown back, and ends up hitting her back against the wall. Then they notice that she is very weak indeed, saying that they were afraid of her for saying that they will take revenge for the 500 soldiers she killed, telling her not to take it personally. But she thinks it's not over yet, because she has a 50% chance. And if she's unlucky, it will be her end. And with that, she starts to roll the dice. But Grid arrives saying that new knights are attacking a defenseless little girl in a group, saying that this is a shame. And with that, she is surprised to see him Roroy. Then she wonders why he took so long, saying that he was stuck cursing her. And the knights notice that if he came back, it means that Leo, the new girl from the north, was defeated. And he says that he doesn't know who the new girl from the north is, but he got rid of some trash called Leo in a fair one-on-one battle. And everyone gets scared, and he wonders if they really think he can defeat him. Euphemina remembers that NPCs instinctively retreat when the opponent's level is higher by 30 or more levels. Because they're retreating so much, she wonders how high his level is. But then, one of the knights remembers that he's just a blacksmith. But the other says that they still need to be careful because he must have some trick if he defeated Leo and managed to come back without a scratch. And they say that they can't afford to face someone with that murderous aura. Then, Grid tells them to get out of the way if they don't want to end up like. And Horoi thinks that he seemed too weak before. But now even those knights are afraid of him, saying that he must have an extremely high level, thinking that greed is really amazing. Then he says that this is very good, saying that he doubts what he's coming up with because everyone is going to die and Euphemina is going to finish them all off. But then the knights tell him not to get any closer, or they'll kill him if he takes one more step. Then they notice that they were pushed to the stairs to the second floor. Man, there's no way around the psychopath's face. Then he looks at the girl in disbelief, saying that he has no chance against them. Then she asks if he didn't defeat a knight alone, ordering them to be finished off, and he says that that was different. But then, the guardians start to let Carpia down, telling him how dare he ignore them, saying he's going to destroy that scoundrel. And then, Grid thinks he's fast and should have been expected as a knight, wondering if he provoked them too much. But then Uroi steps in front, receiving that attack. But he's still doing very well, while the knight has his wrist injured, dropping his sword. And Grid questions how he's doing well. And the boy starts to use great determination, saying that this was the skill he gained after going through that hell. Femina wonders how he blocked that knight's attack with just his body, and Grid says he doesn't know because he doesn't know him well either, and with that he says they should run away. But the boy asks about Uroi, and he says that he will hold them there, as he swore to repay Grid's kindness for his entire life. So, she asks if he's going to do it alone, and Grid calls her to leave, telling him to hold on as long as he can, and she says that they'll meet again if possible. At that, the knights ask if they think they'll let him escape so easily, asking where they think they're going, but Ruroi stops in front of all of them, saying that they won't run away, activating the evil tongue skill, then starts casting a bunch of curses on them and their status starts to drop. And Horoi then prepares to use his new skill, Unwavering Justice, which deals 300% physical attack damage in a large area. But even with a rather flashy attack, with a little light and everything, he can't do much to the knight and thinks he knew, since it's a useless skill for a mere orator like him. And at that, they ask if he was bluffing, ordering him to be thrown back into solitary confinement. But Roroi thinks that now that the mission is over he can log out, and it seems that the Lord of the City Winston is finished, and it has been a long 50 hours and he can finally rest, saying that he did everything he could. And finally, the only thing he can do is wish good luck to Grid. And after climbing all the stairs, they come out of the castle and think they have managed to escape. And then, she tells him to shut up because they are still in the middle of enemy territory. Then she says that they need to escape from the castle. And then, when things are going to get difficult, her knights down there start working with the Lord's bodyguards. And then, Grid, acting crazy, starts rolling on the ground, saying that the rainbow. And she says she already told him to shut up, otherwise she'll shut him up herself, so he says it's bad. However, the girl continues to think that what irritates her most about him is the way he acts like an idiot even though he is at a higher level than her, which is not true. Then he asks if those guys over there are his enemies. And so the Lord's bodyguards along with the Lord arrive, and he calls them criminals. And here he is Baron Louis. And he says that they defeated all the knights and guards. And Grid tells Euphemina that they are only there because she started screaming. But she says he was the one who was screaming. And Louis thinks that if they let him escape, he won't be able to stop the townspeople from telling Count Stang everything. He'll be finished if that happens. Then he says he will never forgive them, ordering them both to be killed. And in this, Grid tells the film not to show who is in charge, asking if she can do it. So she wonders if he will continue to pretend to be weak until the end, thinking that she will have to be patient with him. And she says that since they are no longer in a closed place, she can attack the will, so she uses the fire from the Demon King's tail on all those knights, defeating them in an instant, and the Lord notices that she has too much power, and is discredited because her elite guards were annihilated in a single attack, and she says that she had to use all the skills she had saved and was extremely irritated because of a silly guy but managed to relieve some of her stress because of the Lord. Thanking Baron Louis, who looks him in the eye and says that now they will get out of this shitty castle. And Grid thinks she's a scary woman, saying he'll try not to anger her, and so they walk out the front door, thinking they are finally free. And Rabbit meets them at the door, and Grid is surprised by this. However, Louis is happy to see him there, saying that it's a good thing he came to save him. And at that, Grid starts to worry, because he forgot that he was working with Meryl's company. And he says that things are not over yet. However, Euphemina asks if these are the men he mentioned, and he says that it's exactly them. And with that, Greedy thinks again that he forgot that she was also hired by the Meryl company, wondering why she helped him, also wondering if this is a trap. Then he asks what the hell is going on and says that in the end it doesn't matter who they all are, they are all from the company, and says that he won't be defeated so easily, saying that their status is very high compared to his level and he has 4 titles even though it is difficult. And there are about 10 enemies and he thinks it's good not to be wearing heavy armor in this situation, but he has no armor and will have to invest all his available status points in attacks and defense, and so he invests 150 points in strength, reaching 316, and invests 90 points in stamina, reaching 334, and he thinks that even though he thinks he can't win, he has no other option. And it is said that Grid had become absurdly strong after investing his status points. However, because of the nervousness he was feeling in the current situation, he was not aware of his own strength, and an ordinary level 45 player has a little over 500 status points, but Grid has over 1,300. And by equipping the ideal dagger, Grid became stronger than a level 100 fighter class player. But his weakness, when compared to his enemies, was experience, and this makes him hesitant. He says that he is almost certain that he will die, but he will do everything he can. But then Louis asks what Rabbit is doing, asking why he is talking to that snake, telling him to let him go. Then, Rabbit says that he is no longer a member of the Marrow Company, and says that he is about to punish him and Valmont for their evil acts, asking him to follow him obediently. And Louis starts calling Rabbit a traitor, telling him not to pretend to be an apostle of justice, because he is nothing more than a merchant. And he says he is a merchant, so obviously he is aiming for his own profit, and he will bet everything on Grid. Then the boy doesn't understand anything, and Rabbit says that with his skills, he will be able to create extraordinary products. However, he will not be able to make the greatest profit on his own. He is sure that they will be more successful than a medium-sized company if he joins him, saying that he will bet all his resources and experience on him. Then Grid wonders if that was why he saved him, asking Rabbit why he had to betray the Marrow Company. He says that his company will start in Winston at Khan's Forge, and he will regain the trust of the people by overthrowing their tyrannical ruler. Femina asks him to leave soon, because they need to end this. He agrees, saying that he will inform her of the details right after he deals with the company, saying that it will definitely make him richer than he ever imagined. And with that, the boy soon grows an eye, and Euphemina asks him to wait, saying that she hopes he hasn't forgotten that he promised to make her a unique ore. And the boy says that of course he hasn't forgotten, but he will need the production method and the materials. And she agrees with that, but says that this seems too easy. And he says that he made a promise, and it is obvious that he will keep it. However, inside, the real thing that is catching his attention is that he will learn a production method for free, thanking the brat, and she says that she will contact him as soon as she gets the method, saying that it was a lot of fun and that they will see each other around. And Grid wonders if it's finally over, because he's very tired and says it's time to log out, saying that an opportunity has finally appeared and the profit of a medium-sized company. The report is incredible, so he thinks it will be Rick soon, but while the boy is having a lot of illusions, Rabbit says that Grid seems to be afraid of her, asking if something happened in there, and she asks what he's talking about, saying that Grid was just pretending, and says that that guy defeated a knight in a duel. And Rabbit is surprised by this, asking if he's stronger than a knight. But he says that this can't be true, because there's no way a blacksmith could be that strong. But in that he remembers Pagma, saying that there was once an extremely strong blacksmith. And he starts to connect the dots, saying that this skill as a blacksmith and the strength, it all makes sense, and he is without a shadow of a doubt the descendant of Pagma, and says that he will have the opportunity to take care of the items made by the descendant of Pagma, and since that is the case, however, it is said that his dream as a merchant did not come true. The Marrow Company fell into the hands of Rabbit and Euphemina, and Count Sten discovered the corruption in the Lord's territory. And Valmont and Baron Louis were sent to the border, and the Count ordered them to be executed for their crimes. Unfortunately, Rabbit was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and he thought that his crimes would be forgiven because of his contributions, but he did not expect Count Sten to be a strict leader. Then he says that it is a shame that things ended this way. However, he says that he at least participated in a page in the history of a legend. And with the fall of the tyrannical government, the village of Winston quickly returned to what it was before. And so, a bard begins to tell the story of the company leader's right-hand man, the most beautiful woman in the world, and a young blacksmith. They were responsible for bringing the peace they have today in Winston. And in that, a woman with white hair arrives saying that this is an interesting story and gives some silver coins to that man, thanking him for telling this story. And he thinks that she was very generous, so he says that he has never seen her before, asking if it is her first time there. And she says that they will see each other often from now on, eager to continue listening to the stories. And so, the story of the Yatin Temple continues, with Condestin appointing his daughter, Irene, as the new ruler. And with that, Winston, the television news announces a surprising piece of news. Surprising, saying that Satisfy officially announced that a player obtained a secondary class. And the powerful in the United States say that the SA group is not willing to release any information about the secondary class. In England, they receive the news that the player is from Mongolia, saying that this is surprising, saying that the number of players in that country is very small. And in China, they say that it is clear that the SA group intends to dominate the world using Satisfy. Then, the representative says that it is clear that they need to ban the game to prevent people from getting addicted. This is quite agreed upon, really looking like the real China. And in Japan they assume that they already have a player with an epic class, so it shouldn't be long until a player with a secondary class appears in their country. But in this, the companion asks if Korea doesn't have a chance either, since it's a Korean game, therefore they have the largest amount of players. However, the other says no, saying that their chances are low, since there are no ranked players except for Iora, and in Korea they say that getting a secondary class increases the number of weapons a player can use, in addition to the amount of status and skills he has, and they say that in addition to that he can gain 2 status points every time he levels up. And Grid, seeing this, thinks that 2 status points is a lot of stealing, and it's very unfair for him to get a secondary class, saying he's jealous of the guy who got it. But at night, he tells his family that he won't do manual labor anymore from now on. And his father asks if he's going to go back to living as an unemployed person, with his sister questioning how he can be so irresponsible at this age. And his mother reminds him that he still needs to pay his debts, asking if he fell into a pyramid scheme again. But he says no, saying that this life is different, saying that he's a blacksmith in the game and can sell the items he makes for real money. And he claims that a big merchant said he would help him, so someday he'll have an annual income equal to that of a CEO. But his father is slamming the kid's face, and his mother starts crying, asking what they should do with him. His father asks if he just wants to stay holed up in his room, playing games all day. And his sister says that if he could earn money in the game, he wouldn't be in debt, telling him to wake up soon. But he says that things are different now, saying that he has become a legendary blacksmith, but his father tells him to stop talking nonsense, saying that it's better for him not to even want to know what will happen if he doesn't go to work the next day, so he thinks that no one will listen to him. However, in the same way, he is forced to go to work, and he thinks that the problem is always money. And if he wants to stop working, he will have to make them trust him. And he thinks that he will accept Rabbit's proposal as soon as he enters the game. And with the experience and resource of Revit and the comfort of Khan's forge as a base, he can achieve results to show his parents. And so he goes to the game, and with that, Khan is surprised that he arrived. He says it all seems so peaceful. And finally it seems that the incident is over, and he asks if Rabbit has been there. Then Khan says that apparently he hasn't heard yet, saying that he has something to deliver to the boy. And so he delivers a letter, which he says is apparently from Rabbit. Then he writes to Grady, saying that, unfortunately, he has not been fully forgiven for his involvement with the Marrow Company in the past. Therefore, his business will have no future. But with his skills, he can become the richest man on his own. He will watch his legend from a distance and cheer for his success with all his heart. Then Khan says that it seems that Khan Stain has not fully forgiven him for his crimes, and Rapt will be imprisoned for the next 10 years. And with that, the boy becomes desperate because his plans have just gone down the drain. But Khan asks him not to be sad, because he has a proposal to make to the boy, saying that he will entrust his forge to him, because he believes he is worthy of taking it over after protecting it against the Marrow Company. Is surprised by this, and Khan says that Old Man Lee will retire in a few years, and it would be a great honor to pass the forge on to Pagma's descendant. And Grady is surprised by this, because he has never heard of a player becoming the heir to an NPC's business. He says that he will only believe it if he makes a contract, thinking that there is no point in going back. And so, Khan makes the contract for him, and according to that, he obtains the title of heir to the forge, and Grits wonders if this is a dream, because he will still continue doing it. Doing the brazing work, but someday he will become the owner of the forge. And Khan calls him to train a little, wondering if he's ready to become the owner of the forge. And the boy gets excited, and they go to train, and already at the auction, Jashuka notices that she's missing, and saying that she's not there anymore, and wondering why she can't find it anymore. That special Jaffa arrow that she saw the other day, and usually blacksmiths create thousands at a time, but he only sold 99, and disappeared, and asks if it's possible that another guild found it. And in that, while she's worried, some NPCs start to think that Jashuka is quite hot, wondering if they should hit on her. However, the girl apparently isn't in the mood, telling them to get out of her sight before she kills them. And so she opens the guild chat, telling everyone to listen carefully, saying that if they can't find that blacksmith, by the end of the month, everyone will go through hellish training. And in turn, the only one who likes that training plan is Regis, while everyone tells him to shut up, because he's the only one who's thinking that way. However, one of the members says that, to be honest, they don't have enough information about him, asking her if she has any idea how many blacksmiths there are. But she tells them to get on with it because they need that blacksmith to strengthen their guild, and she thinks about Regis, saying that since he loves to train, she asks and one of them notices that she's simply trying to relieve all the stress on the poor guy. But then Vantner logs in, and she starts complaining to him, asking what he's going to do if he takes that position in the rank, asking how he can sleep for 7 hours. Then he says he was late because he found something interesting on the internet, and asks if she's heard of the village of Winston, and she asks if it's not in the same direction as Byron. Then he says that apparently there was a blacksmith duel there, and one of the challengers managed to create an epic dagger in 3 hours. And so she realizes right away that it's him, and she thinks about this creation of the epic item in such a short time, because not even Pamir, the #1 blacksmith in the ranking, could do that. And she tells everyone to meet immediately in Winston. And they wonder why now, and she says that the last one to arrive is a dead man. And in that game Katz invades a castle, managing to kill several poisoned scouts. and close-minded scouts, and using his blood warrior class, he begins to absorb the blood of those monsters, and the attack power and agility of that class make it ideal for hunting. Taking him to 40th place in the overall ranking, and he is the second heir to the large GYM business group, and his position in the ranking has skyrocketed in less than a month, thanks to the effect of his class. However, despite his constant efforts, he has not been able to climb the rankings in the last month. So he wonders why he can't reach the first in the ranking, wondering if his skills are not enough, thinking that this is unacceptable, because in the real world his brothers are better than him in everything, and avoid defeat within the game, but he thinks he needs to bet all his chips hunting in more difficult places if he wants to continue climbing the rankings, because for him money is not a problem and he will get the best potions and with them, but he thinks about the armor of excruciating pain and the gauntlet of dark wind, thinking that he can't find better equipment. Then he wonders what these blacksmiths are doing, as they are completely useless, and he starts to scream in frustration. So, a month later, in Frontier, the capital of Count Stein's territory, Euphmine was facing trouble once again, and she thought he didn't have any, saying he can't find the method of producing orbs. And she never thought that obtaining a high-level item production method would be so difficult, because she's been looking for a month now. And she says she earned 6,500 gold by completing the mission. But what's the point of having money if she can't use it? But as she walks through the city, she feels a wind blowing that moves her. And she says she was feeling uncomfortable, but it has become unpleasant, telling the person who is following her to appear. And she says that a special characteristic of her class. It's a great insight. However, she is being spied on, even though her identity as one of the secret rankers has not been revealed. And she thinks this is the first time and wonders who is behind her. Then she says she already told him to show up. However, the person who is following you remains hidden. And he wonders how a mere blacksmith managed to find him. And you think it can't be. And here he is Faker, the member of Tzedakah, #1 assassin. Then the guild member starts to make fun of him because she discovered him. And they start to say that the guild members would cry seeing this scene, because it seems that he lost his caution after becoming the #1 assassin. And he gets pissed, saying that all the guild members are meeting after getting information about the blacksmith's duel. So, since many people watched the competition, they managed to find her quickly. The winner of the duel is the suspicious blacksmith Arena, and he remembers Chuka saying that she wants to meet her in person and tells her to find out where she is as soon as they arrive. But he thinks that Jashuka told them to just watch until she arrives. But he was discovered, even though his fortitude is at level 7, and so the girl attacks him, revealing the assassin's position. And discovering them, the girl simply breaks the part of that building, and they all fall to the ground, and Faker asks if everyone is okay. However, Euphemina continues attacking them, telling them to stop spying on her, calling him a pervert, thus releasing the angel's scream over all of them. While they receive damage focused on their ears, Faker wonders how a blacksmith can use high-level magic, but then he ends up coming to the conclusion that she is not a blacksmith, and several guilds wanted to get the creator of the special Jaffa arrows. And a rival guild must have spread false information, and even the blacksmith's duel may have been fake to begin with, so he thinks that his guild was tricked. And so he tells Euphemina that this was a dirty trick. Asking what her guild is, she asks what he's talking about, and why all the men she knows are crazy. And she says that it wasn't enough for them to spy on her. They still had to threaten her. Then she says she's fed up, summoning lightning. Then Faker notices that she can use a spell without casting, thinking that's impressive, but says that's no match for him. Then he goes after the girl, and she gets scared, but also gets a kick in the ass to wake up, throwing her away, and she thinks that this is the first time a player has hurt her since she became a copycat, and this guy is strong, so he makes a shadow clone, several of them appearing in front of the girl, and he says that it ends there, but a light that she summons kills several clones at once, leaving Faker surprised by this, and the girl summons the Knight of the Ancient Queen behind her, a golem that is almost 3 times her size, and Faker is surprised that she has a familiar, because she is not a summoner, and he wonders how this is possible. However, the knight does not let him think too much and attacks the boy all at once, and Faker thinks that his destructive power is enormous. He comes to the conclusion that there is no way an assassin can beat a knight in a one-on-one fight. If he can't fight the knight, he decides to aim directly at the girl, thinking he must finish off his master. Euphemina gets scared with those daggers coming towards her, and Felipe proposes to see if she has any defense magic ready, and the girl actually starts to summon something. However, he thinks that these daggers were made to react to any magic she summons. However, the girl starts to dodge the daggers using only her agility, and he gets scared, because that is an assassin's skill. And he wonders how she is using that. And she says that she got several ranker skills while searching for the orb production method. Then she says that she has never been as strong as she is now. And so, the knight starts attacking Faker again, making the boy go and jump away, and his subordinates say that they will cover him, saying that he will not be able to defeat her alone. However, he tries to stop his subordinates, but it is too late because the knight goes after them, sending several of Link and Dable with a single attack. They say that it is difficult to fight because of that familiar. But as if things didn't have enough defense, Arena summons the dragon's claw on top of them all, leaving them even more screwed with that rain of fire that comes over the entire guild. Then Faker is thrown away, falling face down on the ground, and thinks that this doesn't make sense, wondering how she can face for elite rankers so easily, and he thinks that it's almost as if they were witnessing an all-powerful god. And the girl throws her last fireball on top of him. And a while later, in that scenario already everything destroyed, Jishoka and the entire Sadaka guild appear. And she notices that everything was destroyed, and wonders who the hell they faced. And one of them says that she defeated 4 guild members, including Faker, by herself, and apparently, she used several different class skills. Then Jujuka starts to think that she might be a player with a hidden class, so she wonders how dare that girl attack her guild, since they can't show weakness with a stronger guild active, and she asks them to find her immediately because they will annihilate her immediately. And all her subordinates. Look, Juxica, you live in my heart, but getting all pissed off because you got a free beating and it was your fault, you're being a bit childish and you don't know how to lose. Meanwhile, Kon goes to Grid asking why he doesn't rest a little, questioning if the boy really doesn't get tired. However, he says that despite having been hammering for a whole month, he managed to learn some new things because of it, and he doesn't gain much experience if he keeps doing repeated items. And there are 2 major requirements in producing high-level items. You need to use great materials or spend a lot of time working with inferior materials. And besides that, dexterity and strength are also very important. And if necessary, spend a lot of time hammering heavy metals. So he stops to rest for a bit, and he thinks that he has no problem with his stamina, since he earned 30 points in all states, while making items. Then the legendary blacksmith's craft goes to level 2, and he thinks he's even succeeded. For the item production skills, which usually don't evolve much, and the legendary blacksmith stamina goes to level 7. However, he thinks that the problem is that it takes him more than 6 hours to create an item, and he has already made 73 items so far, but he has only managed to create 3 epic items. And he starts to think that there is nothing legendary about this, but he thinks that at least he gained a list of item production methods, and he was able to learn dozens of production methods after becoming Khan's heir. And he thinks that before it was very difficult to learn a single production method from him, but he thinks to himself that he has never heard of that brat who wanted him to make an orb for her again, because he never thought that he could get the production method and materials for a unique orb for free. He thinks that she is kind of scary, but this, without a shadow of a doubt, is a great opportunity. But then he wonders what will happen if he ends up making a normal orb, because she will definitely kill him. And he starts to get a little desperate about it, so they arrive at Khan's forge. And he starts to ask if it's euphemism, but they ask if the boy is Blacksmith Khan. And he's in doubt about what's going on and calls Khan. And Khan asks what he can help with. And he asks if he competed against another person named Irina in a blacksmith duel a month ago. And Khan says he did compete. And the man asks if that girl is really a blacksmith. And he wants to know if Khan really saw her making the item by herself. He says it's a strange question, because she's an exceptional blacksmith. Then he asks who they are so they can come there and start interrogating them. However, the man keeps asking questions, asking if the Marrow Company was the only organization involved in the duel, asking if there was anyone else suspicious. And he tells the old man to answer the question, since they don't have all day. And so, Grid starts to wonder what the problem with those jerks is, because even though Khan is an NPC, he also has his own memory and feelings. Besides, Khan is much older than them. So he asks what the problem is with the 2 of them, and Rue already questions who he thinks he is to interfere, and he says that it's an employee there, they're getting in the way of his business. So the guy starts to ask if they should have brought a little gift, to ask a mere question. And his friend notices that he's having too much and tells his friend to take it easy, since he's just a noob and the guy has been very stressed since Faker and the others were defeated. He tells the old man that they just want to know more about Irina, and they also knew that his successor participated in the duel, asking if he knows her well. He asks how they would know anything about her, since they only met her briefly during that duel. And Grid notices that those guys didn't even realize that he is Khan's successor. However, he thinks to himself that it even makes sense because of his appearance. However, the men say that they will leave because they can ask other people if they don't know anything, and Grid gets pissed at them, telling them not to even think about coming back there, calling them Zarula's And Khan gang. Says that from the looks of it, that girl has become quite important, and tells him to try to see the good side of all this. But while that discussion is going on, a customer comes in wanting to take a look at Khan's merchandise, and he notices that he has another customer. Apparently the rumors of Grid's quality items are attracting more and the boy thinks it's great that they can sell them there, because selling and discussing the price of items with customers is extremely stressful. Besides that, auctions and direct money transfers have very high fees. However, in that escape, Khan sells her items to him without even charging anything, and he could get rich if this continues, but he thinks that it doesn't even seem like that will happen because he's only been making shitty normal items, and he thinks that the system of those game is garbage. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of the SA group in the operations team, they talk to the leader, showing an email that is obviously from Grid, cursing even the third generation of everyone, saying that they are manipulating the odds. And he keeps reading that swearing show that the boss asks him to stop. However, he questions whether the chances of making better items shouldn't increase along with the level. And she says it's very simple, saying that the guy is an idiot. And despite having a legendary class, he doesn't know something as simple as that. However, the guy says that stopping to think, out of 73 items, only 3 were epic. And you can understand why he thinks they're manipulating the probabilities. So, his superior says that this is what's strange because it would make more sense if it were a bug or if they were manipulating the probabilities. However, even having a legendary class, he's the unluckiest of all. So he starts doing some calculations. And the profit he made selling 73 level 60 items minus the production cost was 1,079 gold, which converts to 1,000,000 and a bit yen. And his average profit is working 5 to 6 hours a day. Without a shadow of a doubt, he would make more money working all day. Then he wonders why his parents don't understand, no matter how much he tries to explain. And he thinks that he could probably convince them by showing them the profit he would make if he sold the ideal dagger. But no one is able to use it because of the advanced dagger mastery requirements. And he thinks that there is no point in selling it yet, if no one can use it, and precisely for that reason, once again, he goes to work hard. But then the flyer sticks in the kid's face and it talks about the best capsule room with a lifetime discount of 30% on usage fees. So he thinks this could be a great opportunity, since it costs 100,000 Oz to use a room in the capsule. And with a 30% discount, he can use the capsule room in the morning and afternoon, in addition to using the one in his house at night. And from that day on, this will be his workplace, and he will never do work for salt again. And from that moment on, Xing and Yang Yu, he started working as a blacksmith full-time. And after a while, people start complaining because the items made by the anonymous blacksmith are already gone. And a girl questions if he is that famous. And a man asks if she didn't know because intermediate level players can't even buy the items because they are always out of stock and they are not very expensive. But they are 20% better than the other items at the same level. Then he starts asking Khan where he can find the anonymous blacksmith because they want to make orders, but he thinks he can't answer that because despite giving his blood, sweat, and tears, he can't create items for everyone. And besides, he doesn't want his name to spread yet. And from that day on, several players started to crowd together to try to make orders. And grids kept working non-stop, and they would never imagine that the newbie hammering away at the back was the blacksmith they wanted to find so much. The crazy guy is so common, that the guys don't even consider that he is some shit. His bad luck status is so high that his luck is almost stopping. And with that, Grid starts begging for an item to work. He's been spending 15 hours a day in the capsule room. And because of that, the amount of items he makes has doubled. And that day is the ultimatum. And he made that metal armor following Khan's production method in every detail. And it cost 483 gold. In other words, 1/5 of everything he has. And here it is officially the most expensive item he has ever made. And he spent 20 hours creating that item, because he was afraid it would just be a normal item. So he starts asking for it to be legendary or at least unique. And as soon as he puts everything together, the armor is made, but its class comes out as epic and he starts cursing the developers, thinking it's over. And Nils Khan asks if he really used his production method that he gave, and the result is very different despite the same method. And he says that his successor is incredible. And the boy asks how much he thinks it's worth. And he says that to be honest, it's difficult to estimate the exact price. But it must be better to auction it to the knights than to sell it at the forge, because he's already seen their armor, and that one there is much better. And the boy is surprised by this, thinking that it makes sense because since he used the craftsmanship and breadth of the legendary blacksmith, the states are 20% larger than normal. And most of the knights are around level 180, but that level 120 armor would still catch their attention. So Khan thinks this is a great opportunity because he will have to go to the castle to sell it, but there will be no fee this time, asking what the boy thinks. So he questions if he won't be robbed, saying that he is inside, saying that they will auction him off. After all, he has been holed up there for a long time and it was about time for him to get out. And Khan says that there are still 2 days left until the auction, and asks why he doesn't use that time to create more items. So he gets excited, wanting to propose to make a legendary item. So 2 days later, on the day of the auction, Khan asks him to have a good trip. However, the boy is in a bad way, very down, and Khan asks him not to be so sad, because the normal items he created are incredible. And before the boy leaves, Khan tells the boy to take a medallion, because only people with that can participate in the auction, and as long as he has that, he won't have to go through unnecessary bureaucracy. Then he wins the medallion of Khan's successor. He says it will be a great experience, as long as he doesn't create too many expectations. Then the boy thinks that the way he is lucky, everything will go down the drain, and says goodbye to Khan. Then he says that the auction at Winston's castle was a place where knights could obtain high-quality equipment, and also a place to find very skilled blacksmiths. And many of them gather at Winston's castle with the hope of earning the right to sell these products to the Lord. And Grid begins to notice them there, and also many NPC players. saying that it is a great place to find employees once he inherits the store. So, they tell them that the auction will start soon and tell them not to forget to send their items with the starting price. So, Grady leaves to send the metal armor and that epic gauntlet that he managed to create at the last minute. So, he thinks that the problem is that he doesn't know what starting price to put, because he won't be able to sell them if they are too expensive. And then someone comes up to him asking if he has any problems, asking if Sten, the blacksmith, then says that it seems to be his first time there, asking if he needs help. Then he notices that he is a player. His name seems familiar to him, and he says that he doesn't know what starting price to put. And the boy asks if he is serious, saying that his mentor should have informed the starting price in the mission, saying that they usually decide this beforehand. Then he shares the quest information with the boy. The church asks why he's going to sell the mentor's items and not his own. And the boy says that his items don't even come close to those on the auction block. And he says that his mentor's skills are on another level, telling him to look at a rare level 190 longsword he made. Then Grid notices that normally most players need to learn how to make items through NPC quests. And he thinks it's even a shame to see this brat so excited about a rare item. Then the boy asks if he can see his mentor's items, but he thinks it's a pain in the ass, saying that he can't, asking what the starting price for a level 120 armor is. And the boy is disappointed by this because he is very curious and says that it is usually around 300 gold for normal items. He asks how much epic items are, and the boy is surprised that his mentor made an epic item, saying that it is incredible and says that even if the effects are terrible, it would cost 600 gold for a gauntlet and around 1,800 gold for an armor. And Grid starts doing a lot of calculations in his head, noticing that it comes to more or less almost 3 million wands, and taking into account that the production would be 2 million wands, the result of a week in the capsule. And he thinks that at this rate he can say goodbye. His debt is 10 million ounces. As he starts to laugh psychopathically, the boy starts to get scared, but says that it was nothing, saying that he should choose the initial price right away. He thinks he has already registered the items and now he just has to choose. And he thinks he is counting on the knights, and so the auction begins and goes until the last item, and they start to complain, saying that there was nothing good, saying that only 3 items seemed useful and the NPCs think that gifting Lady Irene with these items would be a shame. Then they question if there is nothing to be done with the land that is in the field. Then they say that fortunately the last item is of high quality, saying that it is the item that Mr. Razvan's apprentice came to present, his long sword with magical affinity. So he was surprised by this, saying that it was worth the wait. And since that is the last item, they bid higher and higher. However, a maid comes to talk to the auctioneer, telling her something, and she asks everyone to calm down, saying that apparently there was a last-minute delivery, and more items arrived. And after the auction continues, they call the bride, saying that they will announce the results. Felipe Ronda says it usually takes this long, and the boy says yes, saying that the knights are known for being very meticulous. Then he notices that the auctioneer is about to announce, saying that despite having received 110 items, unfortunately only 6 were purchased in the auction. And so, several blacksmiths who were there are disappointed, and one of them sent 7 alone but did not sell. And so she says that Clarissa's necklace was purchased for 40 and 53 gold, and Mr. Greer's armor was purchased for 189. Each piglet potion was purchased for 15 golds. Stang's longsword was bought for 1,900 gold. So he's happy about it, since they bought the item from his mentor. He asks Grid if he thinks his master will be happy about it. However, Grid responds with the greatest ignorance in the world, telling the kid to ask his master instead of asking him. So he starts to get irritated because he may be a nice brat, but it still hurts. However, the auctioneer keeps talking, asking if Grid is there, and he says it's him, and says that the manager wants to meet him in person. So he asks why, but the girl just tells him to go with her, because she bets it will be great news. So he's still suspicious, but he goes to the manager's office, noticing that the castle's rooms are really beautiful, and the girl says she brought Grid just like he asked. And that man who was already there looking at that gauntlet tells him to sit down, saying that you can see Khan's skills in that item, congratulating them for mastering them, even though they're so young. And he talks about the blacksmith of justice, saying that he also heard rumors about him in Winston because despite his humble appearance, he has great skills that Kano taught him correctly. However, the boy says that he has nothing to do with it because he did it all by himself. However, that man goes straight to the point and says that he will buy his items for 5,500 gold. And besides, he would like to equip his soldiers with his items. And so, Ingrid is in disbelief with what she's hearing and basically lets the tea she was drinking run all over the place. And on top of that, he receives a new mission that asks him to do his part of the deal with manager Vlad, who asked him to create more equipment for the knights, and the boy leaves there stunned, not believing what happened, because he ended up accepting the deal and the mission, and he needs to earn money yesterday. And he thinks it's not impossible to complete this mission, since 2 of his last 3 items were epic and it took him 20 hours to make one of them, and he bets that he'll find a way to complete this mission in less than a week. Then he starts to remember that friendly boy saying that it would be great news, and he thinks that even though the boy was so happy for him, He ended up not even saying goodbye, but at least the auction was a success, and he thinks that from that moment on, he is officially rich. And so it is said that Count Stenz has been hunting and destroying the Yatten Church for the past few months. And the Yatten Church is a group of religious fanatics, sacrificing young virgin women, and Irene, the Count's daughter, was kidnapped by them. And in the process of rescue, Duran, the most powerful shadow of the Sten family, was killed. But the situation north of Winston has changed. And so, as the knights continue following the Yatten Church, they end up seeing Yura, and with the appearance of the blood which on the battlefield, things aren't going to go well, and she thinks that there are too many soldiers and this is going to take a little longer than normal. Then her SS mission begins to take effect, and she thinks this mission is an invaluable SS rank, and she needs to complete it. And the feeling when he met Agnes, the 7th ranked, the impotence against the bearer of an epic class was too much, and she continues following the soldiers and launching her black beams, and they prepare to fight, and she thinks she needs to get stronger if she wants to be number 1. While she is beating up the NPC in Winston Castle, Irene is told that they had 4 greys and 12 casualties and 5 knights seriously injured. But then she asks if there weren't only 150 enemies, wondering how they lost 1,000 soldiers and 8 knights. And the man says that the report said there was an extremely powerful enemy. And according to the rumors, this enemy is one of the 8 servants, and so she realizes that things are getting bad, and thinks about Doran, saying that she will definitely avenge him. And she tells him to reorganize the expedition with more powerful soldiers. Meanwhile, Grid continues to struggle with his stupidity, managing to make yet another normal item. Is disappointed by this, while Khan thinks it's an incredible sword, even though it's a normal item. Then the boy asks if he's kidding since it's normal. But Khan questions why he's so angry, and he says that he can only buy materials for 7 swords, and he already ruined the first one, and if he wants to make the 3 epic swords he promised, 1 out of every 2 items will have to be epic. Khan says that it's still worth 800 gold, but Grid says that the production cost was 900. But the old man says that he's been trying his best to forge each item for 20 hours, and one day his hard work will pay off, telling him to believe in himself. So the boy thinks that he must be right, but even after working too hard, he makes another normal item, and Khan tries to cheer him up, but the kid tells him to shut up, because that thing is a ripoff. And with that, the kid goes back to cursing the developers, saying he'll sue them if they've manipulated the odds downwards. And he thinks that this legendary blacksmith class is shit, because he only has materials for 5 more aids. And the only legendary, now he can only dream about them, so he gets a rare rating and thinks it's hard to even get them, but even so, if he keeps focusing, he'll get something. He gets another rare and he thinks it'll keep going wrong. But whatever. He thinks about finishing the others, so a week later, Khan notices that he made 2 epics, 1 rare and 3 normal. And he says that there is still an epic missing, but that is already quite an achievement, and the boy remains focused on his work, and Khan says that for the time he still has, that it is the last one, and asks if the boy is okay, and he says that of course, saying that he has already given up because he is totally screwed, but Khan says that a descendant of Pagma should not act like that. But Grid is already so deep in the pit that he ends up saying that a descendant of the normal items, and he thinks that that is the last sword. And there is no chance that it will be epic, and so he thinks that that is the last step, because he will get rid of it soon and rest. But when he fixes the blade on the handle, he notices something happening and a huge glow, and he immediately tells the normal item to stop messing around. But then time closes and a lightning bolt falls inside the forge, hitting the sword that the boy had created. Then he wonders what the hell is this, because he has already given up on this and tells it to be left alone. However, the self-transcendental sword is created, a legendary classification item. And the system says that since the legendary item was created, all statuses will permanently increase by more than 25. And the reputation on the continent increased by more than 1,000. And the title sole creator of legendary items is received by him. And the boy is surprised by this, looking at Khan, who also doesn't believe it. And the old man got a fright so big that he's foaming at the mouth and fainted. And so, Ingrid asks the old man not to die, because he needs to finish the mission. Meanwhile, at the castle, he talks to Irene again, as they suffered a crushing defeat in the 2nd expedition. And she asks if the 8th servant stopped them again, and they say yes. And she then thinks that the success of this expedition depends on them getting rid of her. Her servant says that is exactly it, but it is impossible with her current power. And she thinks that they can't do anything at the moment, but even if it takes time, she will definitely avenge Doran. But while she is wandering at the window, she sees a psychopath in the fountain. Then Grid finds a coin, thinking it is a free gold coin, and he never thought he would get free money someday. Then he calls for Irene, asking if she is there, and she says that the director arrived at the perfect time, as there is a strange man in the garden. And he's happy that she's already heard saying that his name is Grid, and she needs to meet him right away, so the girl is surprised by this, and when he's brought before her they say that they gave the order for him to create the sword for the knights after the last auction. He's also the one who faced the company. And she realizes that he's the rumored blacksmith and was planning to reward him, but never got the chance due to the current situation. And he immediately thinks that she should have rewarded him sooner, but wonders where this girl came from. But then, The director orders Irene to take a look at the items created by that man, and as she can see, they're excellent weapons. But as he opens the box, a huge glow takes over the place, and the other servant says that this sword has extraordinary power, and she wonders how he managed to create such a good sword. However, Grady, being the idiot he always is, tells them to settle this quickly, asking how much they will give him for it, because from what he remembers, they had said they would give him more for better items. So, she thinks that this sword is unbelievable and with it they can win, and talks to Phoenix, asking if he had this sword he could face the 8th servant. He says that if he wielded this sword, he would be on equal footing, or maybe he would be stronger than her. Then, Irene says that there is no reason to hesitate, saying that she orders him to buy the sword and leave the price in the hands of the manager, and asks if his name is Grid, saying that she hopes they meet more often. And then, looking at the girl, he notices the ring on her neck, and wonders where he saw the ring, but thinks it doesn't matter, saying that he loved her kindness. A kiss on the girl's hand. Then the manager goes to Grid and says he wants to resolve this soon, because he is very tired of making swords. And the manager understands that he is tired after making that masterpiece. And the boy tells him not to even try to trick him, because the production cost of the item was more or less 1,000 gold. However, the manager says he will buy this sword for 220, and Grid wonders if he doesn't think that 220 gold is too little. But the man says that it is not 220 gold, it is 220,000 gold, and says that he is thinking of making this sword an heirloom of the Sten family. And hearing this, Grid gets more stuck than Chavez having a heart attack. So he simply turns around and goes near the bookshelf, and the manager thinks that the boy thinks that this is little, saying that the annual production of the entire Winston territory is 170,000 gold, and that this is the best offer he can make at the moment. So Grid thinks about this money, saying that this is equivalent to, but he thinks that according to Ozo's restrictions, no one can use it yet, and it's better to sell it soon. And he says that his 26 years of hard work have finally paid off. And now he can go to the school reunion with fancy clothes and an expensive car. And he thinks that he can even propose to Young, his first love. And his spring has finally arrived, so he says he'll sell it for that price. And the manager says it was a wise decision, saying that this is also a reward for him. He asks what that is. Then, the manager says it's blue orichalcum. They're rare minerals. And Grid quickly remembers that this is the failure material because he needed 15. So it's a great stroke of luck. And so he says they finish the deal, and he completes the mission, getting 234,000 gold by selling 3 swords, and also obtaining the blue orichalcum, as well as the prestigious status in Winston. And it is said that the status is given to those who have been recognized by the government of Winston, and items produced by the prestigious in Winston will be worth more there. Will be exempt from all taxes in the region. And he notices that it's a huge bonus, saying that he won't have to pay taxes when he owns the forge. So he thinks that everything went so well, and now all he has to do is leave with a happy ending, because he can't wait to tell his family. Shin Yong-yu thought that he had hit the jackpot, but in reality he had suffered a great loss, because although no one could use the sword currently, some players would achieve advanced sword mastery in the next few months. And considering the types of items currently available on the market, when that time came, his sword would definitely be worth billions of won. However, it is undeniable that this was a new beginning for the boy, and so he arrives home talking to his father and mother, telling them that he succeeded. But they are all at the table, sitting and somewhat downcast. He asks what happened to them, asking if something happened. And his sister says that his father made a mistake in the loan guarantee, and now 800 million has become a problem that they will have to deal with. And his father tells the boy not to worry, because they can pay 400 million if they sell the house and use the money they saved. And he really doesn't know what to say to him, and Grid is in disbelief that his father is losing everything. And his father apologizes for being rich, because that money was for college and for her wedding. But in that, Grid notices that there is something strange, asking about him, because he is also a son. And his father asks, so what? Then he notices that there is something very unbalanced. And Sarah says that she doesn't need to go to college, because she'll help with the part-time job. But her father questions what she's talking about, because he'll make sure she at least finishes her studies. And her mother starts saying that they're making her suffer, but she says that it's okay. Then the boy thinks that they're right, because Siri always got the best grades in school, and it would be as if all the efforts had been in vain if she had to drop out to work. Then he says that he's going to make money, and everyone looks at him in fear, while he tells this king not to worry and to keep working. Then her father starts saying that he's going to look for another job the next morning. And her mother says that she's going to look for a job in a restaurant. And she says that she's going to look for a part-time job on the weekends. However, Gride sees that no one is giving a damn about what he's going to do, telling them not to ignore him, because he won a lot of money in the game and managed to get more than 200 million. Then everyone is surprised by what he's saying, and he says that he will save his family, because this is the first time he has felt a duty to fulfill. Meanwhile, in the game, Irene speaks to Phoenix, granting him the honor of wielding the self-transcendental sword, all to punish his enemies, the Church of Aten. Then he says that he will definitely be victorious in this battle. Having only 150 soldiers in his army, they cannot be careless with the presence of one of the 7 servants and 12 knights and 1,500 soldiers. They will ensure victory with this overwhelming difference in power. Then Phoenix tells them not to fear anything, because he is the strongest knight in the north and is ahead of them. Meanwhile, at the cult, a man says that the pagans have returned talking to Yura, and he thinks that they will have more than enough to sacrifice in the name of their god. And he says that he will use magic to support her and face them. Yura thinks to herself that she knows very well that this cult, especially the 7 servants, are extremely evil, and she regrets accepting their missions. But she can't do anything if she doesn't have a hidden class like Agnes and Cats. So she goes down from there, preparing to face the army. They notice that one of the 7 servants has appeared, and they say that evil will succumb before her presence, and she thinks that they put her in the same bag as those other damned servants, but ends up reflecting that her actions, they look really dishonorable. Then she summons the great god of darkness, ordering him to reveal his power and strength, using some really cool magic, darkening the sky. Then she says she has to protect her faithful, casting the black storm, and she thinks she should be able to take care of a quarter of the soldiers. But Phoenix comes out of the middle of that fog, along with his horse, jumping on top of the girl, and she thinks it can't be because their leader managed to block the black storm. So, while he attacks her, she quickly activates the diamond shield, and he tells her not to even think about hurting his soldiers, because her opponent is him. Then he activates the perfect auto-transcendental state, breaking that diamond shield, and she is surprised because this shield is capable of blocking even boss attacks. But it was destroyed by a single skill from a knight, and she thinks that this doesn't make sense, thus activating Inferno, which is a dark magic that inflicts fear on a single target. And so the horse even reacts. However, Phoenix remains calm, thinking that this is an incredible skill. She was able to scare her horse, and Yura doesn't believe that it didn't work. But the effect of the self-transcendental state protects him from everything, increasing all status by 200%. And she thinks about this feeling of helplessness, because she has felt it before, remembering Grid. And so, Phoenix manages to drop a block in the middle of the girl's belly, and she thinks that she has no more choices and there is no going back. For 17 days ago, you reached 100,000 faith and heard the voice of the god Yatin. He commanded her to become his follower, and he will bless her with new power. And she thinks she needs that power, remembering Grid, wanting a power that can be used against those who are not affected by her dark magic. So she activates the darkness, taking over in a berserk mode, getting one eye redder than Noya's at noon. Meanwhile, in real life, Grid shows his parents that he really does have money in his account. So they ask if he didn't commit any crime or if it's a fake account. Then, his sister asks if he comes from any organ, asking to see the boy's belly. However, he thinks to himself that it is really hard to believe that his 26-year-old unemployed son would appear out of nowhere with so much money. And so he swears that he won this money in the online game, telling them to believe him. And he thinks he has sold everything, including Mammon's longsword, Mengel's metal armor, and won 240,000 gold, and after transferring it into real money, he lost 13.2 million in taxes. But still, there was a huge sum left over, and his mother claims that a friend asked her son if it was really possible to earn that kind of money, but the boy said that to earn that amount you would have to be very famous, and he adds that, from what he heard, there are less than 20 people like his brother. So he asks if he can let go. However, his father says that he and his own parents have only been pestering him up until now, but all this is proof of the result of the boy's hard work. Then he says that he approves of the game he's playing, and Grid thinks they finally recognize him. And he says that because of the boy they can at least overcome this crisis, and tells him to do whatever he wants, because he and his mother will pay back the 240 million won in the next 3 years. And he says that he has a big debt with the boy. Yang Yu goes down. Then she says that they will solve all of this together. And the boy thinks that the other 600 million is still a very big debt for his parents. And he says that there is no such thing as debt in a family, telling his father not to worry. And he thinks that he will help his father, because this is his turn to help. And it seems that he will continue in debt for a while, but at least he will be able to help his family. But he reminds his father that it is not 240 million, it is 240 million and 800,000 ounce. Yes, he charged the 800,000 Oz that his father simply ignored when he looked in his wallet, which is really very stingy. And already in the game he logs in thinking that he will do his best that day, and thinks that he has to use the remaining 20,000 Oz efficiently, and even if it has additional effects he will not profit if he makes a normal item with high usage restrictions. Asking if they heard that the expedition group against the Yatin Church was defeated again. And they say that Sir Phoenix, the strongest knight in the north, was seriously injured. And apparently, the member of the 7 servants is extremely powerful. And he keeps thinking about it, saying that the forge's customers usually talk about it a lot, wondering if they are really that strong. Then he opens the status window, noticing that they have gone up a lot while he was creating items. He has already far surpassed the stats of a level 80 warrior, and by equipping the proper items, he can even hunt level 100 monsters. And he thinks and wants to hunt monsters like in the old days, but let that go because he has to work hard to pay off his debts. So he goes back to Ford to hammer. And Khan notices that he came to work early, and the boy says that he has to start trying harder. And Khan says that this is a wise decision, asking what he will forge now. And the boy says that he will make a hammer, and the durability of the hammer he has been using is almost gone. And Khan says that, stopping to think, he always wondered why he uses such a worn-out hammer, asking if he will really make a new one because he thought it meant a lot to him. But then he asks who cares about this old hammer, and Khan is in disbelief with what he is saying, getting angry with the boy, asking if he has gone crazy. After all, the hammer is the most important tool of a blacksmith. And the boy gets scared, and Khan, disappointed, says that since he is a descendant of Pagma, he thought he already knew, asking the boy to take a look at his hammer. And he says that materials, patience, devotion, and skill are not the only important things when forging items. So he uses analysis, noticing that it is a rare hammer with some high chances of creating items. Then he understands the materials and the production method. Then the boy gets very pissed, asking why he only says this now. So he tells him to try to calm down, and try to do his best now. So he makes the Master Blacksmith's hammer, unknown, epic class, giving a bunch of secondary effects and a restriction for Pagma's descendant. Then he realizes he was right, and the hammer even has special effects, and it's a personal hammer that only he can use. And so, Cam says that he's very unpredictable because he's been smiling a lot more lately with him around, and says that, changing the subject, he has a request to make. Then Grid asks what that request is, and Khan says that it's the anniversary of his son's death, asking if the boy could visit his grave with him. Then Grid is surprised actually accompanies the old man, who takes him to his son's grave. So, Grid thinks this is strange, but both in real life and in the game, Khan was the only person who accepted him for who he is. His only friend, and he has nothing to lose by accepting his request. And Khan says that this is the cemetery, where all his ancestors are buried, and says that this is the grave of his son Oliver. He was also a great blacksmith, and he always believed that someday he would become as good as Mr. Albertino. But he left too soon, due to an illness, and even after 10 years he still misses him. Every day he thinks about how he would like to trade places with him, and so, Khan whispers to his son, asking if he can recognize him, saying that this is the descendant of Pagma, the blacksmith who always asked him to tell him stories, asking if his son is surprised, and he says that he is working with someone very incredible, that he was the one who saved their forge. And so he says that he also stopped drinking alcohol with your help. And besides, he will be the heir to your forge. And Khan acts as if his son is talking to him and calls Gride, saying that his son said he is jealous of him, saying he is happy that he brought him with him. And so the boy starts to get touched and curses Satisfy, saying that the game didn't need to be so realistic. They gave soul and emotions to the NPCs. Then the boy goes to Oliver, and says that his father is his dearest friend, saying that he will make the forge he loves the best forge of all time. So he must continue to take care of him and his father. And Khan is moved by this. So winds blow in that tomb, scaring the boy, and his bond with Khan deepens, and the tombs there begin to glow. And the souls of Khan's ancestors are moved by their affection for him, and they emerge from underground. And so the boy tells Khan to see what's going on, but he notices that he is sleeping, asking how he can sleep at that time. Then, everyone starts talking to the boy, saying that it is a pleasure to meet the descendant of Page and friend of his descendant, and they tell him to calm down, saying that they are Khan's ancestors, and they are there to reward his sincerity. And the boy is in doubt about this, and he says that 130 years ago, they witnessed the swordplay that pierced the heavens. Then Greed wonders what happened. What are they talking about? And the oldest of them says that he was so fascinated that he couldn't contain his enthusiasm. So that it wouldn't be lost, he recorded the scene from his memories on the northern cliff of Kazan Gorge. And in Kazan Gorge, he will find Pagma's swordsmanship. And the boy notices that, once again, things are interconnected. And the Pagma's descendant quest finally gets updated. And he receives the first class quest, which asks him to go to Kazan Gorge, south of Wiston, to get a clue to Pagma's swordsmanship, and the difficulty of the quest is class quest. And the objective is to learn Pagma's swordsmanship, and the reward is Dinesleaf replica, and there is no time limit. And now he remembers, saying that it is the class quest from before. Then the ancestors say that his memories will help him learn Pagma's grimas, and they hope that the boy will become superior to Pagma himself. And while they call him a friend of their descendant, Oliver appears asking him to take care of his father. And the boy is touched by this, asking him to leave him with him. Here it was close. A ninja appeared here wanting to cut an onion near me. I quickly threw a slipper at him and he ran away. I didn't cry, but it was close. And then, after this cutscene ends, Khan wakes up again and asks when he slept. And Grid says that an old man like him shouldn't sleep anywhere like that, and says that from now on, he should take better care of himself. However, Khan notices him standing in a strange position and asks why he's standing like that. And the boy asks him not to care about it, thinking that ghosts are scary, while everything is pissed. And Ines, sometime later, in front of Ford, asked himself what he was doing, wondering if Grid would be happy to live, or if he would ask why he took so long. It's been 40 days since Ruroi completed the Esprit mission. He spent a week in the hospital, just as the SA group had advised. He used that time to decide whether to reveal his identity as the first player with a secondary class or not. And after that, he decided to rest for a while and returned to the game 3 days ago. And finally, he went to Khan's forge after learning more about his new class to find Grady, the one he had sworn to serve. And with that, he himself opens the door and the boy is happy to see him kneeling, introducing himself as Ruroi. And Grid barely remembers the boy, but says it was good to see him, asking in a polite way if he knows him and if he knows who he is, questioning why he told the knights about him since they don't even know each other. And he says that he was disqualified from the competition, thrown in jail, massacred by the knights, and had to follow that crazy woman because of him. And asks if he has any idea how much he suffered. Then the boy starts to apologize, saying that he was very sorry, saying that everything was his fault. And listening to him talk, Grid wonders why he is calling him master, because it seems like he has a screw loose, asking if it was because of the time he spent in jail. But the boy says that he can forget it, telling him to leave. Then Ruroi asks where he should go, and Grid just tells him to go back to the hole he came from. However, he says that a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. And besides, it is more advantageous for the Apostle of Justice and the Apostle's Parcel to be together, and he says that his place is by his master's side. And Grid thinks that this guy is a real pain in the ass, but Ruroi asks to join his guild if he is in one, saying that she will follow him anywhere to serve him, but he says that he is not part of any, not telling him to get out. And Horoi says that then he should create one, because crowds will gather around a man with such a righteous heart. But Grid is nothing like that, and he says that he is busy forging items that he will need in his class quest. And he starts to think mentally that this guy should stop bothering him. And Grid again tells him to stop with the nonsense and leave already. And the boy is sad about this, so he starts walking through the forest, with Ruroi following him, using his strength, and thinks that even though he shouldn't disobey his master, a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. And Grid, as he continues, faces the rain, sleeps in the open air and literally eats the bread that the devil needed. So Horoi thinks he has to protect him, wondering how someone can be so unlucky. While Grid failed to find minerals in his search for materials, the world of Satisfy faced great turmoil, because right at the end of the brutal battle against the Yatten Church, in the north of Winston, the power of the god Yatten and this manifested. Was the birth of the 8th servant, and Yura had transcended the limits of a black magician, and managed to be completely reborn. And the system says that the influence of the Yatten Church is growing around the continent, and the minimum level of Yatten followers has risen from 160 to 170. And if the Yatten Church continues to grow at this rate, it will be large and influential enough to found its own nation. And so that the growth of the evil cult that performs sacrifices would be prevented. Several nations have united and given subjugation missions to their players, and the faithful propose to show the strength of their god Yatten, and the bishop of the Yatten Church. The first servant, who is the black mage Talos, orders everyone to go up. However, the Conde Stem orders, this time, that they keep the roots of the Yatten Church in the north. And so begins the battle of the Alliance versus the Yatten Church. And this was the beginning of a great episode that would absurdly affect the future of the continent. Then, in a newspaper, they wonder what will happen if the Yatten Church manages to found a nation. And it is said that there has never been news of such a big incident since the launch of Satisfy. And one of the reporters asks for an analysis of the situation of the Yatten Church. And the other says that, as they must already know, the cause of everything is the 8th servant. They also recently discovered that she is not an NPC but a player, and if the 8th servant really is a player, it can only be one person, the 5th place in the unified rankings, Yura, the Blood Witch, and everyone should pay attention to her. And the whole world was in chaos because of this unprecedented war. And so, Grid receives a mission to defeat 25 members of the Yatten Church. And he's surprised that it's Yatten again, since that quest has been popping up a lot lately. But he thinks it doesn't matter, and obviously he was one of the players who didn't care about that, since completing a single class quest would solve a lot of his problems at the moment. And he thinks he's finally managed to craft rare and epic equipment, using all the ores he's gathered in the last 10 days. And the only problem is that, even with equipment of that level, Kizan Gorge is still very difficult, and it's considered one of the worst areas in the north. and it's very difficult to travel through it because of its dangerous terrain. And the worst of all are the hidden caves in the gorge, and they're full of monsters of at least level 160. And he thinks that this isn't one of Winston's 5 forbidden areas for nothing. And he died more than 10 times there because of Asura's mission. And Horoi notices that his master has been acting like this for the last few days, and he wonders what he should do, if he should ask him or if he will get angry, wondering if he should ask permission to speak first. So he is in doubt of what to do. But Grid thinks to himself that it is not completely impossible, since he is absurdly stronger than before. But he still thinks that he has no chance, wondering if he should try after reaching level 150, but he thinks that it will take too long. And the only thing he wants at the moment is to get overgeared with Dan Slips, questioning what he does. Yes, he said the name of the manga, which is Overgears, which is basically super equipped, which would be becoming extremely strong because of your items. But then he ends up writing something down. Then he thinks about Overgears and thinks that's what he should do. And Horoi wonders what's going on, and Grid enters, his states thinking he's very stupid, and says that failure has an absurd design. And after being killed more than 10 times by the Canyon World, he knows that place like the back of his hand, and he thinks he can create an item to cauterize them. While the world was in chaos due to the war, in a certain corner of the continent, a whole new item was being created. Throughout the Atakisa Canyon, one of the 5 forbidden areas in the Eternal Kingdom, there are countless hidden caves scattered around there, which house monsters above level 160, and Grid thinks he needs to use every chance he gets to earn money, and help pay off his family's debts, so he doesn't have time to level up. And his only choice is item creation, and he needs to create an item that will help him face the disadvantages of the Kezan Gorge terrain. Something that will increase his stamina to withstand the harsh terrain. It would be a great help, but the real problem is those level 160 monsters, who take travelers who pass through any cave in the gorge by surprise, and attack them. He will need an item at least equivalent to the self-transcendental sword. But he wonders how the hell he will create another masterpiece like that, and he thinks it is impossible, but looking at some ants emerging from a log, he has an idea and realizes that it is not as if he has to face them, and he can try to avoid them instead of fighting, using something like an invisibility cloak. So he goes to Khan to ask about materials to create fortitude items, and he gives the idea of the silver dragon scales. The boy is surprised by this. He says that's right, saying that unlike other dragons, silver dragons are cautious and discreet, and their scales have a camouflage coloration that makes them invisible to human eyes, and they are perfect for creating fortitude items. Grid notices that they are invisible and are part of one of the strongest monster species, and wonders how he would be able to obtain these scales. Then Khan says that it is right, saying that he is almost certain that humans cannot melt dragon scales. Then he asks why the old man didn't say this before, and he says that the strongest equipment among the fortitude items is the invisibility cloak made by Kruger, and he was a legendary tailor from 200 years ago. And the boy is surprised by this, but he says that there is another material for fortitude items, the scales of sylphids, small air fairies, and they have a camouflage coloration, and dragon scales are so hard that they are considered minerals, but sylphid scales are thin and considered fabrics. Therefore, items created with sylphid scales are the specialty of tailors and not blacksmiths. And the boy thinks about it, getting puzzled by what he said. And he goes to the system, where it asks if he would like to create an item. And he says he would like to create a cape. The system asks him what materials he would like to use, and he says they are sylphid scales, but he thinks that sometimes blacksmiths use leather to create items, and the system should warn him if he cannot create an item with fabric because he is a blacksmith, but the system just asks him to draw the item, and the boy is surprised that it worked, and he says it is time to demonstrate his skills, saying that a simple cape would be boring, so he will add a hood, but he thinks that this way it will look like a priest's outfit, and something comfortable like a sweatshirt is better. So at the end of the drawing, he thinks it turned out better than he expected, and he will be very popular wearing it, but in reality it would be an invisibility cloak, so no one will see, and so the system asks him to describe the characteristics of the item. He says he cannot exaggerate like he didn't even do with the failure, so he just says that it can completely hide someone's appearance when equipped, and then the system asks if the item is ready, because one available use for item creation will be reduced. And he says yes. Then the correction process begins, and he hopes the cape is awesome, and so the automatic correction is completed, showing him basically a really badass single rank hoodie. And he thinks this is awesome, and it's not just a fortitude item. It also increases your movement speed and wind resistance. Then he thinks that on top of that, all he needs are 20 sylphid scales. And he thinks this is great, saying that the name will be simple. Zip Up Hoodie. However, when he goes to Khan to talk about hunting sylphids, he says that if he is not an elementalist, he won't even be able to see them, asking how he is going to hunt them. Then the boy asks what he is laughing at and why he never tells him these things before. Then he thinks he is in big trouble because he created an item that has no way of getting the materials. But Khan asks him to listen until the end, because he can get the sylphid scales, even without seeing them. And he says that the boy only needs to hunt the ice orcs in the snowfields of the north, saying that they have a sixth sense that allows them to detect and hunt sylphids. Besides, they like to keep their scales as treasure, and despite having a great weakness to fire, they are still bigger, smarter, and stronger than common orcs. So the kid thinks there's a way, and organs that are extremely weak mobs, and as long as he can resist the cold, he'll be able to defeat them, and he has to prepare for the hunt, saying that he'll need the method of producing cold-resistant armor. Khan says that if that's what he wants, he should use the hide of the giant brown bone. And the kid thinks that since he created an epic hammer last time, he'll definitely get rare equipment. So it's now or never, and he thinks it's time to start. But the next day, he creates a normal armor and thinks that the developers are shit, getting really pissed. And Khan even goes as far as to disguise it. And he yells again, saying that he spent more than 20 hours making these items with the best materials. And for what? Everything to turn into a normal item of shit. And he says that he even used his epic hammer, wondering if it is really the incarnation of normal items. But he thinks that since it is like this, he will focus even more on the other items because this will not happen again. So he continues working. And so, sometime later, Khan notices that the day of the hunt has finally arrived, saying that, as he said before, ice weapons are extremely powerful, telling him to be careful, and says that it is a relief that he was able to prepare everything before leaving, wondering what he thinks of his new equipment. And so he gets a normal hat, a normal cape, rare gauntlets, and an epic boot. And he says that this was not bad at all. However, the system says that penalties will be applied due to not complying with Oso's restrictions. And he thinks that penalties are still a pain. And the giant brown bone set gives him 60 more defense and 60% more cold resistance. And so, Grid asks if he taught him the method of producing a set, and Khan asks what he's talking about and says that when he uses this method, he only gets common items. This happened because he carefully chose the perfect proportions. And the boy thinks that he simply followed the method, and he wonders if this happened because he is the descendant of Pagma. And he says that sets are worth a lot of money, and thinks that he will use the ideal DAG from now on because it's time to hunt some orcs, so he tells the old man to take good care of the forge because he's already going, and here it is the first hunt that Grids has been properly prepared for. But what he didn't know was that the drop rate of sylphid scales was less than 1%. Dude, there's no way. This guy is so stupid. He's going to spend forever hunting these fairies. If having a legendary class only makes normal items, imagine the 1% chance. He must have 0.000, I don't know what 1% to be able to find this thing. And then, in the snowfields of the north, the kid thinks the cold is nice and says the brownback set is the best. And now he understands why players get hypothermia just by being there for a few minutes. And having 60% resistance to cold is really amazing. But he thinks it's time to hunt. And there's the village of the ice orcs, and he's surprised that they have sylphid scales, thinking it'll be fun to hunt the weak monsters. After all, they can't even use bows. And so, when he gets there, the orcs already notice him and start wondering who the hell that human wearing leather is. Then one of them wonders if he's crazy, because he doesn't know, after all he's coming straight at them. And Grid starts to notice that they're trying to communicate, because those idiot monsters have no idea who they're facing. And he says that he's fully equipped with armor and appropriate weapons. And he tells the orcs to pass all their sylphid scales over there, calling them shit, because otherwise he's gonna make a bloodbath there now. And so, while he shits an advantage that isn't consistent with his strength, an arrow goes past the boy's ear, leaving him shit. He wonders what this is, for an orc took out an arrow, and that was what she was extremely accurate at. And only now does he remember what Khan said, because even though they have a great weakness against fire, they are still smarter and stronger than common orcs. And only now does this donkey wonder if he messed up again. So, he starts running using agile movements. I admit, he's dodging all the attacks that are coming at him, and he thinks it's about 10 meters away. But he didn't expect the arrow to cross a snowstorm without any difficulty, wondering what the hell arm strength is this. But he notices that they stopped shooting arrows, wondering if they ran out. But then, one of the orcs gets close enough to try to hit him with the axe and tells the boy to shut up and get out of there. He notices that they are bigger up close, as they seem to be about 2 meters tall, and in that he uses the wind explosion, which uses 60% of his current power, hitting the bow in the chest and bleeding him. And the boy thinks that even an NPC with armor would be seriously injured by that ability, and that should be enough. However, that same axe comes from below, surprising Grid. Then he gets hit and thrown away, and the orc starts cursing the boy, saying that hurt. And then he wonders if it was too superficial, since he doesn't even have the armor on, wondering what thick skin he has, wondering how an orc can be so strong. He says that even if he can go head to head with them, he won't be able to kill them all. Before sunset, He needs to counterattack with combos, and so he starts kicking the orc while defending his axe. And after that perfect defense done, he turns and uses Blacksmith's fury together with Wind Blast and thinks that his attacks worked after snorting. And he even manages to see an opening in that orc, thinking that it was already over, hitting a critical, and so he deals 923 damage to the target. And a bleeding effect is applied due to the accuracy of the attack, and Grid wonders if he defeated him, but Orc comes back very hitting pissed. The boy once more. He wonders why he is still alive, but that answer he probably won't have because he takes 1005 damage and he notices that his attack The problem is that he has too much life, so he takes more and more damage from the Orc's attacks, thinking that he needs to endure using potions, and he uses several life potions to stay alive, while deciding to get into a power cable with the Orc to see who dies first. And he deals damage while also taking damage using several potions, and the Orc attacks more and more pissed off, until Grid suffers an attack that throws him backwards into a tree, suffering 1 abscissa and 29 damage, and his life goes past 10%. And to make matters worse, the potion goes on a 7-second cooldown. So, the Orc prepares to hit him again, and the boy thinks he's screwed. However, the Apostle of Justice's passive effect is activated, and the Apostle's bravery is unmatched. And the system says that the Apostle of Justice will not fall easily in front of his enemies. And he wonders if this isn't the title he earned when he saved Ruroi. And he says he had no idea that the Apostle of Justice had such an effect. And now he can't blame Horoi anymore. And so all the status increases by 30%. And he thinks it was worth going through all those hardships. So all the orcs start rooting for their friend, wondering why it's taking so long, and they start wanting to propose to go defeat him together, until that orc who was facing Grid comes flying and they wonder what happened. But then they see that their brother died, and they wonder how this is possible. And Grid gains 206,000 experience, leveling up, and his health is completely healed, and he is incredulous that he stole so much after killing just one orc, and they say it can't be, wondering how he's unharmed, going all out in a group towards the boy, and they want revenge. And Grid thinks he'll take this chance to level up, telling them to come after him, calling the orcs experience points, activating Unwavering Justice, and so he uses the long-range physical skill with a 300% increase in attack, and 3 days later Ruroi arrives in the north saying it's really cold, wondering if he should have prepared better, and he remembers Khan saying that his master went hunting for ice orcs in the northern snowfields to get some materials. Then he wonders how he could have let him hunt alone, because he made an oath and he's not keeping it. Then he tries to see his items, saying that he has 50 fire bombs, since the Frost Orcs are weak to that. And after gaining the title of Partner of the Apostle of Justice, he received an ability to use a shield and a sword. And he thinks that an orator could not do this by ordinary means. But he does not know if this will be enough to defeat those powerful orcs. However, arriving there, he sees an explosion of power. Noticing that something is happening, and he hopes he is not too late because those orcs usually fight in groups and Grid may be in danger. So as he runs, he thinks he has to save him. But arriving there, he wonders what Carnage is all about because the ice orcs are powerful monsters of level 120, and he fears that his lord will not come out unscathed from such a dangerous battle. But in that he hears Grid complaining of back pain, and he ends up seeing Ruroi noticing that the boy is behind him again. And Ruroi is happy that her master is fine, since he annihilated everyone with such a small dagger, thinking that this is the power of this lady. But Grid wonders what the hell he is doing, as he lowers his head, asking for forgiveness for abandoning him. And with that, Grid opens his status window, noticing that he has reached level 83, and notices that he has gained 38 levels in 3 days, and he can't believe that he has reached the level of when he was a warrior in 3 days. But he thinks that this is not so amazing if it is compared to pay-to-earn players who reach the level without in a month. But changing the subject, he wonders why Ruroi keeps following him, and asks the boy what he's so happy about and why he's always smiling as he follows. So he says that of course he's happy because he came worried about him, but he found him unharmed and he even got to see him defeat some monsters, so he wonders what's the point of being strong. Because he didn't get what he wanted. And there's an insect calling him sir all the time, wondering why he's following him and bugging him. And he says that he saved him from that hellish prison. And because of you, he was able to complete the mission that was required of him, spending 50 real-world hours in a dungeon, and Greedy is horrified by this, asking what kind of mission would force him to spend 50 hours in a cell. Says he's telling the truth. He says the mission's difficulty was high because it rewarded the player with a secondary class, and Grid only then finds out that he's a Mongol who was the first to get a secondary class. And the boy says yes, and Grid gets even more pissed off that he was the one who won the lottery, when he himself faced all the danger to save him. And he tells him to calm down, saying that his reward seems flashy, but it's an honorable class where he can sacrifice for him, his master, and Grid thinks that the title Apostle of Justice that he won isn't that bad, but even so, he took advantage of his pain, his time and effort, and he takes the opportunity to get more and more greedy, saying that he will serve him until death. And the boy says that's what he was trying to say all along, and asks Grady where he's going now, since he killed all the orcs at the entrance to the lair. And he says that he needs to get 20 sylphid scales, saying that since he still doesn't have enough, he was thinking about going into that cave and going inside the lair to hunt some more orcs, and he's starting to get tired of hunting for 3 days following the game's time, so he'll stop if he doesn't get any scales from the next one he kills. So he thinks about killing just one more orc, but the one that appears is 3 times the boy, and that's the boss of the ice orcs, the level 140 terrain boss. Then he throws the axe at the 2 of them, which makes them run away to try to escape that attack. He wonders what the hell is this and why such a powerful monster appeared out of nowhere. And then Ruroi says that he must have left after finding out that he exterminated the village. The church thinks that this is terrible since it is the level 140 terrain boss, but there is still a way, and he asks Ruroi to buy him some time also that he can escape in insecurity, and he thinks that he is doing a great thing. After all, he already had to sacrifice himself for himself. But so Horoi continues running with him, and Grid wonders what the hell is this, wondering if he didn't say that he was his master, but Horoi tells him to wait a bit, saying that they don't have to run away, saying that he is the partner of the Apostle of Justice, and if they fight together, their status will increase by 30%. And he's level 138, and they'll have a better chance of fighting side by side. And the boy remembers when he saved him, saying that he seemed pretty strong in the underground prison, and it should be possible to defeat the boss. So he says it's okay, telling them to fight, but he makes sure to make it very clear beforehand that all the drops are his. Then there's no way to defend Grigio, the guy is completely rotten inside. And so Horoi accepts and says that he's already his master. So he forms a group with the distribution of items defined as the leader's choice. And he calls the boy to go, because I noticed that the leader of the group, Grade, is only level 83. He wonders how he killed so many orcs at that level. And Grid is already on the defensive, wondering if there's a problem with his level. So Ruroi wonders if he has one of the 3 known epic classes. He says he does. He says it's something like that. Then the boy thinks this is fantastic, saying that his master is someone incredible. And he says that now that he understands, they should go fight. And says that now that he understands, the boys are all his, leaving Horoi alone to face that thing, while he says he'll take care of the mobs. Then the boy thinks that he really is extraordinary, and that's what he didn't expect. But he thinks that he has to meet his expectations to prove his loyalty, and he activates the taunt to attract the enemy's attention. And the boys soon attack the boy, heading towards him, and Grid thinks that this is the first time he has seen someone better than him at cursing others, and activates Blacksmith's fury and unwavering justice, along with Wind Blast, towards all those orcs that were coming his way, and he thinks that this is the combo he created after hunting for 3 days without stopping. It is super effective, obtaining 2 sylphid scales. And he thinks that he was lucky to get 2 scales and 11 orcs. And he thinks that now is the time to finish off that boss with Ruroi's help. However, the boss is already heading towards him and attacking. And the boy says that the taunt's duration is over. Then the boss almost hits Grid, and he asks why the boy didn't say that before. Then he takes 104 damage. And he notices that he is taking damage only from the wind pressure, and he continues to suffer even though he is not receiving any attacks. So he says he's dodging all the attacks, but he can't counterattack because the pressure is absurd. This is the first real boss he's facing, wondering if there's really any way to win. And so the tenacity of legends is activated, and he thinks he's going to do everything he can to win. He calls Ruroi to attack now, and the boy flanks him, activating Unshakable Justice, and then hits the boss in the back, making him feel pain. And using the same grid attack, he notices that Ruroi can use the same skills, so he jumps on the knee of the fallen boss and rises above his head, using Unshakable Justice along with the wind explosion in the boss's face. And he thinks he hit his face and his legs are completely unprotected, calling Ruroi to attack with him. And after that double attack, the boys' mask ends up breaking and falling off, and the boy thinks that maybe they really can defeat them, and despite being sticky, the boy at least manages to synchronize his attacks with his, and he says it was amazing. But the boys comes back at that moment and starts threatening the 2, and Grid wonders if he was too weak, saying that his skin is more resistant than they thought. Then he comes with another attack, and the boss swings his axe in front of them, and they don't get hit, but they are still thrown back, and Grid wonders why he is so fast, but he doesn't have time to reason what is happening. And they both get hit in the chest once again. And when they fall to the ground, the system warns that they received 5,300 damage. And he says he has less than 20% of his life left. And Uroi ends up fainting from losing too much blood, since his life is below 10%. And unlike him, who is the descendant of Pagma, who has resistance and debuffs, most players will be paralyzed for 3 seconds if they lose 40% of their life in a single hit, and Ruro is completely vulnerable now. And the boys takes advantage of this to go after the boy. But almost at the end of his attack, Grid manages to stop him. And Ruron finds the rope, because at the end of the 3 seconds, he hears Grid telling him that this is not the time to sleep, questioning if the boy does not expect him to face this monster alone, and tells him not to dare to die in a raid he is leading, and so the boy is surprised that he put his body in front to save him, And then Roroy asks why Grid is sacrificing himself for him, and he tells the boy to shut up and buy him some time. Then Roroy asks if he's going to be okay, and he says that he has to find some time for him to take his potion, because the tenacity of the legends is running out. And Roroy thinks that besides having failed to protect him, he also made him put his life at risk for him, and he failed Grid. Then the boy asks what the hell he's talking about, and that orc throws an axe at Roroy, and Grid tells him to look back, but the boy just asks him to drink his potion right away. But then, Grid yells at him, saying that he needs to pull the aggro so he can take it, but the boy tells him not to worry, as he will always be protecting him. And as soon as the boss hits him, the boy thinks that he didn't protect him at all, saying that trying to block an attack like that would pulverize him. But Roroy says that he wouldn't give up on his lord in the face of such a weak enemy. So he uses great determination, which also makes him vulnerable for 10 seconds. And Grid then remembers the skill that he also used last time, when he defended the sword with his own body, wondering what kind of defensive skill this is, and he says that he doesn't have to worry about missing the target since the enemy is giant. Then he throws that fire potion on top of the orc, and Grid thinks that he did well, and says that ice orcs are weak to fire, and he prepared very well. And so, the boy continues throwing a rain of fire bombs on top of the orc and starts to feel pain. He thinks this is his chance, calling Grid to attack with him. They go up throwing several attacks and combos at him and notice that they have cornered the orc and may be able to defeat him, and Roroy thinks he is sure they are doing damage, but he is too resistant and it is almost as if his weakness against fire is useless. And if they can't do critical damage, they will be the ones who die. Then, Grady says that he hasn't moved since they set him on fire, and it even seems like he has become a meat shield, and Nils tells him not to worry, because he will kill him in a single hit. But Nils is horrified and tells him to be careful, because he has still been coming a lot. Then the orc really comes back active and gives him a beacon Grid, throwing him straight into the wall, and Uroi calls for him, and the orc starts to curse them, picking up an orb. And Uroi wonders what that orb is, and the orc starts to invoke a mysterious power from it, and Uroi thinks it's terrible and he needs to do something, but the orc says he's gonna crush Grid into pieces, and so he turns completely red, raising his axe ready to kill Hagrid. However, Ruroi turns Super Saiyan, turning blonde, and calls the orc's attention, saying that since he realized that, he must be better than a common monster. Says that's right, he should concentrate on him, saying that he will crush him with this ability, so he raises his sword concentrating, and the orc gets scared. As Grid asks what he's doing, the boy says he's never had the chance to use it before, but it seems the time has come. Then his life bar goes down completely, and Grid is surprised that his life has reached 0, while the boy uses the sacrifice of justice, taking all his life in a single attack on the boss, which ends up being very effective, making the boss feel that attack, and Grid thinks that this was an incredible blow, saying that it was definitely critical. Then the boy feels more and more pain, while the boy falls almost completely screwed to the ground. But while the boy kept falling backwards, dying, he ends up standing with his back foot, not wanting to fall, refusing to give up. And the boy thinks that, as expected, it wasn't enough, and he leaves the rest to Grid, saying that things will be different from before. And Grid wonders what he's talking about, but Roroy says that he'll see the window. But after saying that, the boss goes and kills him. And so, while the boy disappears, he says that he leaves the rest in Grid's hands. And so, the party member roars and dies, and the orc feels Grid getting up behind him. The boy says that he doesn't know which window he was talking about, but he thinks he knows what he needs to do, activating the Blacksmith's fury and agile movements. Then the boss comes at him, and he thinks he has to attack a vital point, and so he hits the wind explosion in the middle of the Voice's chest, creating a hollow in the center of the orc, and he thinks that the damage the monster is taking has increased, and he remembers the sacrifice of justice, and this ability sacrifices his life and completely reduces the opponent's defense. But while Grid flies on the battlefield, the monster starts trying to hit him again, and he keeps dodging and thinks he's dying too. But he doesn't believe he's going to die without making the final attack. Then he thinks the monster has won, but the Apostle of Justice's bravery is comparable, and one of his eyes starts to turn gold, and the system says that all statuses have increased by 30% and the cooldown of unwavering justice ends, and he thinks it even looks like he's going to give up, hitting the boss again with unwavering justice. And in his last move, the boss even raises his axe, but Grid ends up breaking it in half. And with that, finally, the boss falls lifeless. The boy can't believe he defeated the boss of the Ice Orcs and gives a cry of happiness. After all, Grid defeated a boss for the first time in his life. And then, when Grid gets home, he thinks that the same route having been so hard, he didn't even get the 20 selfie scales he needed. And that which is on the table is all he got. Then he notices the Ice Orc Chief's helm, the unique rated item that is part of a set, as well as the red lightning summoning orb. And in the end, he only got 7 sylphid scales. And he's not happy at all with that crappy orc leather. But he thinks that the orb and the elm would fetch a lot at auction. And he says that this is the first time he's seen sacred enhancement stones. So he thinks that the common enhancement stone would cause the item to lose 3 levels if it failed. but the sacred one only causes it to lose one. Besides, they cost 12 times more than the common ones, around 1,200 gold, and he thinks that high-level players only use these expensive stones to enhance their items. And the greedy Gree, as always, starts to convert, saying that they are worth 720,000 won, that he says he will sell them if necessary, and he says that he would not have gotten all of that if it were not for Horoi, and he feels a little bad about keeping all the luxury for himself, but he does not care much about it because it is a little shame for him, saying that he is sorry, but there is nothing they can do. Then Khan arrives asking if he was satisfied with the items he got from hunting. But the boy starts to grab the items, saying that Horoi only got a secondary class because of him and everything there is his. Then he even tells the old man to go away. Khan asks what he's talking about, and he approaches the boy, asking if those are the items he got, saying that there are several he's never seen before. Then the boy keeps telling him to take his eye out because everything there is his. Then he asks if he's gonna throw that outside. Ygritte says that it's the ice orc leather and it's a useless item, but Khan says that the leather here is of high quality and could fully absorb the impact on the external armor if it were used as an internal armor. So, Grid already starts to want it back, but Khan reminds him that he just threw it away. But Grid then says that he can use it as long as he makes him an armor with it because he's going to the auction. But at that, Khan starts to wonder why he feels like he's at a disadvantage. But he says he'll accept, because it's not often that he gets the chance to use such a valuable material. And arriving at the auction, he buys 10 common weapon enhancement stones. Then he gives 1,000 golds, and he already starts crying about it. But he says he has no other choice, because he needs to be prepared, standing still if he wants to go to the canyon, because sylphid scales are not the only problem, and it will take him a while to find the mural of Pagma swordsmanship in Kizan Canyon, and he already thinks that it was a pain to fight those orcs, and despite having reached level, he still doesn't have much of a chance against the monsters in the canyon. So his only option is to enhance his items. So he thinks he will start soon as he finds a quiet place, and he enters an alley, thinking that no one there will disturb him. So he tries to perfect the ideal dagger. But then he starts to think that his family is going through hardships, and he says he would save them, wondering if he can really waste money upgrading items when he should be counting every penny he spends. And he thinks that upgrading to 5 is easy, he shouldn't have any problems. And this is an investment and he's not wasting anything. And so he starts with the first upgrade and gets it automatically, just by consuming a stone, and he continues without stopping until 5, not missing once. And so Dagdil gets 5 more with a ridiculously high attack, and he's surprised since the stats went up. And he says that since the base stats were good, the upgrade was amazing. The success rate of the upgrade drops a lot after 6, and he better stop right there. And so he gets all happy, saying he'll go back and hunt properly this time. But then he stops and starts to think, living up to his own nick, questioning himself why. Why not keep improving, growing more and more greedy? He says that the thirstiest improvement is rare among all players and he only needs to get it one more time. Just one more time. And he thinks that the 5+ improvements don't change the appearance of the items, but the 6+ gives the weapon a shine and it will look amazing. But he tries to be aware, wondering how he can think about this when his family is going through hardship. However, Greedy attacks again, saying that those who don't venture don't get anything. He says he is the descendant of Pagma and must be very lucky, but a few moments later he appears again at the auction, asking for 10 more enhancement stones for the trip. He can't believe she fell for 2 more, even after using all those stones, saying that this doesn't make any sense, saying it is unacceptable, that he will definitely make it to +6, and he keeps trying in every way, but he hits head-on, faced with something he didn't know yet, as he thought Pygma's descendant had a higher rate of improvement. And he's having a hard time, but he thinks he'll get to 6 no matter what the cost. And then a while later everyone in the square thinks the kid is amazing and says they've never seen that before, and one of them doesn't seem to know what it is and says that it glows blue because it's a 6+ or higher weapon, and the Grid is all proud that he arrives and did facial harmonization to hold that thing. Even dressed like a peasant. And where Rondon says he always fails at the +3 and starts to feel really envious. And Greed is very proud of what he achieved, enjoying the feeling of people looking at him with envy. And that's exactly why he says he doesn't regret spending 2,000 golds to get to +6. Then they ask what all the noise is, asking if it's because of that thing in the boy's hand. Then the bloodthirsty warrior arrives calling him a loser, and Grady is surprised that Katz is there, and they start to notice that he is one of the 3 hidden class players, and they also say that he is 40th in the unified ranking. Then he asks if the boy is happy with that sandpaper dagger and the +6, and Grigio asks what his problem is, since he doesn't even know him. And Kat says he just found it funny that someone wearing such mediocre clothes was trying to show off, saying he came to take a look, but this is what a real enhanced weapon looks like. Then he pulls out a sword shining golden, all angry, saying he would be embarrassed if his weapon didn't have at least this level of enhancement. And he's happy that that's not the case with him, And everyone starts saying that that's a weapon with an enhancement +8, and Grady even thinks that's really cool, but wonders what that has to do with him, asking what the enhancement level of his weapon has to do with that conversation, since he thinks his dagger is much cooler and prettier. Asking if he has ever felt the satisfaction of achieving his goal after all the effort and energy spent. Then Katz, who was in Kiko's spirit, simply leaves, saying that it doesn't matter, saying that it's good for the boy. And Grady thinks that he is as much of an idiot as the rumors say, because he should grow up and stop being childish, and the idiocy of trying to show off because of the improvement of his weapon. And they come to the boy saying that that was a great answer and it was great to hear it. And already at Ford, he goes back to work. Bye. This is not the time to be jealous. Then Khan goes to him, noticing that he is always working very hard. And he says that he is making some items to use in the canyon the next day. And Khan asks him to receive his present, asking why he doesn't take a look. And so he is happy that Khan really did it, saying he was just joking, telling the old man what's the point of trying so hard using a junk item like that. But when he looks at the item, it is Khan's masterpiece of the epic class. And Khan says he can proudly say that this is the best item he has ever made up to that point, and says he hopes it helps Grid a lot, and he is happy that it is an epic item. Thanking the old man a lot because he was feeling down, and that cheered him up a lot, and he asks who cares about the extra improvements. That's much better, and says he won't waste his time being jealous of that guy. And so he goes to the canyon and says he is ready and it's time to fight. So he puts on the Orc Chief's helmet, Khan's masterpiece, and goes with the adventurer's boots, and says he has no regrets and all he can do is keep going. Then he grabs his dagger because he can't hold back. And he says he did it, saying that 8 more is pretty cool. And he actually used the sacred enhancement stones. Man, there's no way not to. This crazy guy is totally sick. Chasing through the canyon, he thinks that he'll never get used to this place, because if he falls, he'll die. And he thinks about Sylphie's scales because they're important, but he doesn't want to forget his real objective. Then he displays the quest information, and he has to continue in the canyon until he gets a clue from Pygma's fencing to receive the Den's Leaf replica. And he says that even if the ideal DAG has reached 8 more, it's still a level 180 weapon, so it can't be compared to the Dainsley, a level 250 longsword. And he thinks that the most important reward is Pygma's swordsmanship, because he definitely needs that skill, since he only has 4 attack skills. But he needs to be careful with the caves in the wall because he's been killed so many times by the level 160 mountain there, that thanks to that he's gotten used to those patterns, so as long as he keeps quiet he'll be. Or not, right? Because this is Grid we're talking about. Then the canyon lizard appears next to him, and he thinks that once again his bad luck won't leave him alone. So the monster goes for it, and he thinks that that lizard is a level 160 monster, more or less. And the monster launches its tongue at the protagonist, and he puts his mask on his face and quickly dodges it, saying that this sharp tongue, which has killed him countless times, is still as dangerous as ever. Then, the monster tries to attack him with its tail, and he dodges it by a hair's breadth and thinks that his body won't stop shaking on its own. But he also says that it's not the same before, telling the lizard to die using his dagger, using the blacksmith's pierce. So, the lizard is really killed with a single attack, as it caused 1,230 damage. And the boy thinks that he really took more damage than expected, and the defense of the canyon lizards must be greater than that of the ice orcs. And the Laga's improvement must have really increased the power of the skills a lot. So he thinks that he can defeat it easily, and unwavering justice takes the monster by surprise. By killing it definitively, he gains 329,000 experience. And Dimp starts to notice that something is wrong, since he killed a level 162 monster so easily, even though his leg is level 85, thinking he's very strong. But then more lizards appear up there. So those over there seem a little more B10, right? Because they're walking on 2 legs and have weapons. And they're level 185. And Grid soon thinks that they didn't need to throw a welcoming party, so they all go after him. But he says that he's not the same Grid as before and goes after the lizards too. But when he hits them, they hold the boy's attack and start hitting him, causing a lot of damage. And he realizes that their defense is greater than the lizards, that they also have very resistant skin and armor, and he would have already died if it weren't for Kay's epic armor. And the lizards continue to go mad at the protagonist. And he realizes that his armor will be useless if he can't withstand their incessant attacks. But for now, he needs to stop their movements. And so he uses unwavering justice to throw one of them towards the other 2. Then he uses the wind explosion to attack them from a distance, but they manage to dodge it. And so he says that he stopped their advance. And now is his chance, using agile movements to get close to one of them. And when he's close enough, he uses Blacksmith's Fury and says he's going to take advantage of the duration of both skills, snorting at them and killing them. And he actually does the trick and kills them one at a time, and gets a ridiculous amount of experience, almost 1 million, and he remembers the lizard he warned him about because he's not the same as before. So he says he managed to kill them, but now his mana is way down and he only has 4 attack skills, but they consume a lot of his mana. However, he thinks he doesn't have to worry about potions, so dealing with small mobs isn't a problem. And besides, he'll get the level pair. if he kills 2 more monsters anyway, he just has to not find the canyon spider, which is basically on top of the whole place. And the spider is right on top of him. As always, the grid's bad luck is grinded. Then she starts looking at him and already gives him a scream, and the level is 188. And he can't even be surprised, because it's funny that the mountains spawn when he mentions them. And so, the spider shoots a jet of web in his face, and he starts trying to dodge it, telling it to go away, as if it were a stray dog. And he thinks that this spider is on a completely different level. She can kill lizard men as if they were nothing. And he was already devoured once. But then he dares the bravery of legends, saying that she is still just a common monster. Then he uses the wind explosion to try to attack. And it deals 300 damage. And he is shocked because her defense is higher than the ice orc boss. Then she throws even more web at the boy, and he dodges them all with his air movements, saying that if he gets caught here, he'll be dead. So he sends another blast of the Blacksmith's fury along with the explosion at the spider and manages to hit it. But the damage caused is ridiculous, only 344. And he starts to wonder how high that monster's defense is and gets frustrated because his best combo didn't even scratch. At this rate, he's going to end up dying, and he continues to dodge all the blows with his agile movements, but notices that he can barely dodge even using this buff, and thinks that even the wind explosion is useless, since normally his attack power should increase to 60%. But he only gets half of that bonus since he doesn't meet the requirements, but he can use Unwavering Justice if he gets a chance. After all, it increases his attack power by 300%, but he needs to make physical contact for it to work, so it's useless if he can't get close. But then he thinks and remembers something looking at his pony, wondering if he used that strategy, and says that it's an obstacle to be overcome and he has no choice. In that, he says that he's betting everything on Satisfy's level of freedom, and so he uses the expulsion of wind. And in the middle of it, right before launching it, he adds Unwavering Justice. And so the blow actually goes towards the spider, and causes considerably high damage to it. But this was not just a success, as the fusion of the new skill was a success, and thus the fused skill Justice Explosion was created, and his intelligence increased. And the boy is super happy that he created a new skill with the fusion of 2 others, besides having killed that one, the canyon spider opening its abdomen, making it fall dead. But then the spider starts moving again somehow, so he thinks it fell belly up. And now that it can't move, he has to get close to it and kill it. And so he uses the special effect of the gauntlets so that his attack is performed twice. And he talks to the spider, belittling it because he had warned it that it is no longer the same before. And so he finally manages to kill it. And after this kill, he gains 387,500 experience points, going up to level 86, being very happy. And from the top of the canyon, a person watches Greedian as he screams, noticing. He put a canyon spider alone, saying he hasn't seen that in a long time, and says he may still be weak, but his skills increase every time he defeats an opponent. His potential is unimaginable. And he talks about Asmodeus, because he survived all these years, even after being accused of treason, and having everything stolen from him and from his companions. And he says he resisted only to give him a cruel death, telling Asmodeus to wait for him. And here he is, PR, the strongest knight of the Sahara Empire. Wow, Piero arrived, son. The beast is fierce. Okay, wait. And Piero, looking at Grid, says that he finally found the key to his revenge. Meanwhile, at the spider's nest, some people wonder what that noise was. And one of them says that it's probably the sound of the canyon arena that just left. And Choi-chan thinks that she must be hunting more prey like them. And Jaewoon asks why. Because his friend decided to go to Winston, because they'll end up becoming spider food. And Juno tells him not to blame him, because he wasn't the only one who wanted to go. And he says that he was looking for them for a long time. And now they want to blame him for this. And Jaewoon starts to apologize, saying that it was a joke. But then Shin-chan asks Junho if he's not being too rude to his friend. And he asks what's wrong, questioning if he's some kind of public servant that he has to lower his head. And he says that those idiots should be more like Proda. But Jaewoon doesn't know who that is. He says that Shin Yong-yu is a big idiot, saying that he gave up his own money and didn't even complain. And Jaewoon says that this was really fun in high school. And they say that the only one who never did anything was the good-natured Shin-chan. Then Gillum remembers that Proda also plays Satisfy. And Punk said he found out about this during his last alumni meeting. And he's a level 70 weakling, saying that he can even be useless in the game. So Shin takes the fun out of him by telling him to do something. Because when the spider comes back, it's over. He can't cut the web with his knife, and fire can't burn it either. And the bully asks if they think he didn't try, saying he can't break it with his strength. And Gillum wonders if they're gonna die like that. But he notices that something is coming and it's a person, and it's actually Proda, so he says that that damn spider must have been alive for almost a decade, and maybe it kept several treasures in its nest. And he gets pissed because it was hard to kill it, but it only dropped items with one, calling the spider useless. And from inside, the three trapped idiots hear that Proto killed that spider. And they start to bet that it must be a high-level player, and they also bet that he will help them if they beg. So they start to ask for help, and Proto strains his vision because he can't see properly, wondering if they are people who were captured. But getting close to the bully, Grid simply stops and runs away, turning his back and walking away, and Junho wonders what got into him, calling Proto a strange guy. Then Grid notices that Juno, asking what that damn guy is doing there, and he remembers Juno calling him unemployed, in debt, nerdy, and gamer. He still remembers perfectly the last alumni meeting he went to. And he also remembers that the three were the bullies who stole his money and beat him up in high school. And he thinks that everything will happen again if they meet in the game and say that he doesn't want to go back to being a bully because he just started getting stronger, but then he remembers that he is getting much stronger. And he remembers that, in fact, he is not the same anymore. Meanwhile, Gillum wonders if they should log out, but Juno says that they will die if they do that. And he starts to bet that Grid will come back, even without knowing that he is Grid. High-level players like to humiliate players incisively. Situations like his, and seeing Grid come back, he says it was as he said. Then Grid comes back looking at him, asking in a not very friendly way if they want his help. But then John Ross asks what the hell is this, because it's great that he's back. But that guy looks scary even under the helmet. So Grid starts getting more and more pissed off, because those jerks are trapped and his face is hidden. And this is the perfect chance for him to get revenge. And so Proto goes to T asking if they are having trouble with that. Then he takes his dagger and cuts her easily. And when they see the light of the dagger, they notice that it is at least the rank 8 enhancement. And Juno starts to think that he hit the jackpot because as long as they can trick him, they can escape. And so he starts to suck up to Grid, calling him too strong, asking if he would mind helping them. And Grid gets pissed off at this, noticing that he doesn't see the slightest problem in begging when he needs something. Then Grid says that of course he will help, saying that he will save him if he gives him all of his items. Dude, seriously, I really like Grid, there's no way not to. This guy here is really good, man. The guy is nasty. So Juno and Gilwan don't like this at all. And Juno says he thought this guy would be useful, but that guy must be crazy. So Proto doesn't stay quiet listening to this and gives him a big punch in the chin. And the bully can't even understand what happened and wonders what damage was done, since he only used his fist. But the Grid, at the height of hatred, uses the Blacksmith's fury together, asking him if they thought saving their lives would cost them so much. And he thinks it's the first time he's punched Lin Juho, getting all happy, saying it's satisfying and amazing. Then, the bully stands up, asking if Grid thinks he can do whatever he wants in the game, because they can't find him in real life. Then, he asks where he lives because he's gonna find him, and beat the crap out of him. And Grid, watching this, even gets a little scared, but tells him he lives in Brazil, punching him again. Then Guewan asks Grid to wait, because he's still going to get him. And so he thinks about Gil, the bastard he mistreated along with Juno, saying he's happy he's there too, because it's payback time. As he punches the fat guy again, he asks if he knows her, and says he can't believe this is happening, because Satisfy is amazing. Then they start saying they're going to give him the money, but Grid says he doesn't even want it, saying he's going to keep punching them all. But then Shoichin tells him to calm down, saying that if he's not going to help them, he should just leave, asking what his fetish is for hitting tied-up people. And then he remembers who that guy is, saying that sometimes he even apologized to him about what happened, but still says he wants him to beg like a dog and only then will he help them, reminding him that he's just like the others. And he tells him to leave the money alone because he's a nice guy. And Shoshan looks at him and says that it seems like he's going to humiliate himself so much, because he'd rather Grid kill him. Stuck with this. And the other two also want to be killed, which is better than begging a psychopath like him. Then Greedy says that things can't end like this because it's not funny at all, and if he kills them he'll end up in jail and lose all his reputation. If he decides to take the best idea of simply letting him die alone and just walk away. And they ask if he's just going to walk away. But on the way, Greed says that until, it seems, because no one has any idea how long he suffered, asking if they really think he's going to let him live so easily, saying that he's going to bring an arena from the canyon just and he wants them to die painfully. Yeah, man, the dream of the oppressed is really to be the oppressor. And they say that they already expected him to let him live, but not that they would abandon him like that. And John Rowe gets pissed, because they waited for nothing and still got beaten up. And their luck made them find a psychologist. Kapata. How little do they know why they are like this. But Zinxon asks what's the point of crying over spilt milk, asking what they are going to do now. Then the fat guy says there's no way for them to escape, and if they wait too long, the Grid might end up coming back. Then the Juno says he doesn't want to be that crazy guy's punching bag again. So they say they have no other choice. And so, as night falls, the idiot from the Grid comes running back, calling that bastard, asking if they didn't say they would rather die. And he says that miserable people like them don't deserve peace over dying, and they need to die painfully. But when he looks ahead, he notices that all of T's capsules are empty. Then he gets disappointed, wondering if they logged out, and he wonders about him with that gigantic spider on his back. Then another fight with it begins, and it's already a legendary waterfall, full of snow all around and 1,300 meters high, and in it, rainbows of 5 colors constantly appear in the area around this waterfall. And it was discovered by Lauren, founder of the Eternal Kingdom, then conquered the north. And it hides the brutal lands of the Kazan Gorge, and it can only be found through directions that are passed on by word of mouth. Lauren's waterfall, and our crazy guy thinks it's amazing, but he asks, where's the mural of Pagma's fencing? And he remembers reading it about him having recorded the fencing on a cliff to the north, and he thinks he's such an idiot for believing in a ghost. And he says he's been looking all day and hasn't found anything, wondering if he has to drink the water. But then he looks at a crack there next to the waterfall and realizes that during all that time there he hadn't looked at that place. He gets pissed, because who would know that there's a tiny cave like that behind the waterfall? Because he should have told him the place right away. And Khan's ancestors aren't so bad, because they could have warned him. Then he says he finally got Pagma's swordsmanship, with several markings on the wall, and he says it's all covered in moss, but he can still see it, and notices that that's Pagma, noticing that he's quite handsome. Also noticing that the one in his hand is the dice leaf, and it seems bigger than Khan's replica, as it looks like it's up to 3 meters tall. Imagine if he wonders, then why no window appeared saying he finished the quest, wondering if he's really going to have to learn all of this to complete it, thinking it's a pain. But since he went this far, he has to finish it, and he spends some time trying to learn but starts to tilt, wondering why it's not working, and says he's already spent 3 hours imitating the movements, and since they're difficult, his stamina can't handle it. But then, while he complains, he looks at a mark on the ground that he hadn't seen, and so the system says that he learned Pagma's fencing and finished the quest, and the idiot only then realizes that he didn't have to imitate the movements because all he had to do was see all the Pagma's fencing system level. And the skills are also pretty stolen, both the passive skill and the active skill, and it also gives the wave that infringes 155% of his attack power to all enemies around. Ready with Restrict, Link, Kill, and Transcend. And he realizes that he gained a passive and several skills. These skills are not at all inferior to the combat classes, but he wonders what this crazy mana consumption is, because he can't even use 2 skills, or the mana he has now. However, he doesn't see a dark spot appearing next to him. And even pissed off, he decides to go back, saying that if he wants to use or kill his intelligence stat, he will have to reach 400. He thinks that a blacksmith needs to be strong, but they are telling him to increase his intelligence. I think that it would be pretty good, you know? He says that he doesn't have time to increase his stats, since he has to create items to pay off his family's debt. But then some monsters drop by his side, asking where Grid thinks he's going, telling him to give them his heart. Then he notices that they are mermen from Kazan Gorge, saying that they are known for being strong in water, and there are 4 of them there. But the boy starts to smile, saying that everything is fine, because they are going to do a test before going back, invoking Pagma's swordsmanship, and he says that his body is moving on its own, despite the difficult movements of the sword. Then he starts to perform that, and uses Restrict to attack all of them. And with that, the monsters can't get close to the grid. He thinks that half of his mana is gone with just 1 skill and starts to drink a potion to put it back in place. Says that he has to hold this until the fight is over, and asks the pufferfish heads to stay calm, because he is going to use his new buff skill, and uses Deactivate Stigma, then also uses the Wind of Justice. If I get hit, one of the monsters dies instantly, and everyone is worried about the one who died. But Grid says that they should worry about killing the others that are left using agile movements. But then one of them hits Grid in the back, taking 1/3 of his life, but he can't kill it. And he thinks that the monsters are really tough. But he says that recharging his mana is a priority. So he takes his dagger again, and starts using Pagma's swordsmanship again. And so he uses the wave. Then all 2 that are left die quickly. And he levels up, obtaining 10 status points, and so he asks the system to put everyone in intelligence, because this will increase his mana by 30 points and is perfect for him. And he thinks he doesn't need to worry so much about it, because he will earn more points when he makes items calmly. Then Piero appears, saying that this is a very good view. Then he wonders why there is a person there. Regress notices that the name in his head means that he is an NPC, and he recognizes it as Piero. Then he tells the boy that there is no need to be afraid, saying that he has a request to make. Regress, at the height of his ignorance, asks if Piero is a Mindingo, and he starts laughing, asks the boy what makes him think he is a Mindingo. Then Grid says that everything about him makes it seem that way, and also tells Piero that if he keeps screaming, more monsters will come. And indeed, they come asking who killed his brothers. And the boy thinks that he really thought they would appear, but why so many? Noticing that there are 11, he says that there are too many. And this time, he's really going to die. He says that there's only one way out, saying that it was Piero, saying that he saw him kill all those monsters. Then Piero gets pissed, because to think that the boy would play someone else in the Lion's Cup just to survive. Then he pulls out his sword and kills everyone with a single blow. And he starts saying that he despises us as a grid. Oh, I have to say that this grid way is kind of shit, you know? Man, he's such a coward, guys. Oh, he's so stupid. Sometimes I feel like he forgets his brain and starts talking. Then Grady wonders what that sword is, asking if it's a famous sword, but he notices that he killed 11 mermen with one blow. So he starts to apologize, but Piero tells him not to worry, as he'll just cut the crap, since he doesn't want to drag things out. And he simply says that he wants Grid to help him. Then he receives a quest from the true trader of the Red Knights rank S, who is said to have asked Piero to act as his representative to complete his revenge, and the objective is to punish Asmophil. And the reward is to obtain the title Agent of Revenge. And the Agent of Revenge will give him the status of cruelty. It is said that the Red Knights were once the strongest division of knights on the continent. And Piero found out that Asmophil, the vice-captain of the Red Knights, had a secret meeting with the Empress and was arrested for knowing the truth. And due to the fact that Piero has been constantly on the run, he is looking for an aide to complete his revenge in his place. So Grid notices that the title is quite tempting, but he thinks that there is no way he can fight against a vice-captain. And besides, it's too far away. And he says he refuses because he doesn't have the time or skill to complete it. However, Piero says that's a very obvious lie, asking if the reward isn't enough for him, but he says he's serious, saying he doesn't have the skill he needs, asking Piero to just leave him alone since he refused his request. Then Piero says he seemed interested in his sword before, saying he'll include it in the reward. And that sword is a unique rank weapon with very good stats. And Piero says that if he can kill the canyon spiders and mermen, blaming his skills is just an excuse. And since he increased the reward, the boy should increase it soon, and he touches his sword to Grid's leg, who tells the boy that he can kill him if he continues to refuse. And with just one touch, he suffers 7,500 damage, and the boy is disoriented by this. And so, the Apostle of Justice's bravery is activated, making him not fall at that moment, and he screams and wonders what the hell is this. He only hit his thigh once and made him lose a lot of HP. And he thinks that Piero not only knows everything he did there, but refuses to listen to him. He doesn't believe that there is an NPC who will kill a player for not accepting a quest, thinking that this is nonsense, and the boy asks Piero to kill him right away, saying that dying there and losing experience points is much better than failing the quest and losing 4 levels. And besides, it's not a bad idea to respawn in Winston anyway. Then Piero looks at him with disgust, saying that people like him don't know how precious, telling the boy to get out of there. The church tells him that they thought he would kill him if he refused, but Piero says that he doesn't have the habit of killing innocent people. However, if he changes his mind about his request, he should go find him because he won't force him. But he is his only hope. And back at Forge, Grid finally gets the Dunge Leaf, even if it's the replica, and he says that even the best in the rank don't have a weapon like that. Besides that, he's happy that it's a great sword, because if he strengthens it, the stats will be incredible. Khan starts crying for seeing Pagma's swordsmanship with his own eyes, and he says that he has no way to thank Grid, and the boy says that it was Valhalla too, and asks what he has to do. However, Khan tells the boy to rest a little first, and Grid then thinks that his second-class quest hasn't opened yet, and says that even so he managed to get to level 98 while he was going back there. And even though he thinks it was a waste, he put more status and intelligence points too. And so he says that at least he leveled up his 2 skills. So he's in a good mood. So they question if Grid is there, saying that the ruler is looking for him urgently, asking him to go with them to Winston Castle. And getting there, he goes to the castle's fire and says that there was one there, and they say that they would like him to create his next job in that place, saying that they are in a bit of a hurry. And the guy says that the Yatin Church continues to grow significantly after the appearance of the 8th servant. He says that they are coming to Winston and destroying the villages along the way, and Grid says that he also heard that which Yura was the Atava Serva, and he thinks that things are pretty dangerous now since players get 20% XP when they join and Grid is a Deaton because of the event that is going on. And so, the man says that they need to build a defense in the Kimban fortress to stop them, giving him the item that they would like him to create, and it is the production method for Hank's Divine Shield, a legendary rare. And he receives a mission from AA to create that shield. And they say that the objective is to create a shield that is at least epic rank. Plus, the thing needs to be delivered in 2 days. So he thinks that item is amazing, saying that there's no way he can refuse the production method of a level 190 item just like that for free. Then the man says he brought a priest to put divine power in the shield. Then he says that's Cassius, a priest who serves Rebecca, the goddess of light. Look, by the look on that priest's face, I don't want to judge anyone, but he's with the Church of Ethan, you know? And even the church agrees with me, saying he's more like a demon. Then he wonders when he got there. And the boy starts working, saying that Mithril is really complicated to use, noting that it seems he's really gonna have to go 2 nights without sleeping. Besides, he accepted that quest since he didn't get any money when he went to the canyon, but the materials are so expensive, besides the fact that the form is made of mithril. And besides, gold is the symbol of Rebecca's church. And he says that he spent 17,000 gold just on the materials. And he used all his fortune just to create 2 shields. And even if it's rare ranking, he won't be able to sell it, since it's restricted to members of the Rebecca church. Meanwhile, in the real world, they talk about the royal grid, saying that he's a guy who really can't be described in a few words. Because he seems to avoid the paths that lead to success and only focuses on slow methods. He can understand why director Sang-min felt frustrated watching him play. But then he notices that it seems like there's someone else there, wondering if it's an NPC. And he starts asking the supercomputer if it is some character named Isabel, who... The accountant says no, then he says that grid is actually very interesting, saying that even though it was unexpected, a variable just came up, and so 2 days later on D-Day he almost didn't make it. And so he tells the priest that he can do his part now. But he asks the priest why he stood there laughing for 2 days in a row, because he could call him as soon as the shield was ready. But he says he was laughing to help him with good luck. And he says that the goddess Rebecca is the goddess of light, and this light encompasses all positive energy, including good luck. And your prayer will definitely bring you good luck. And so, Grid says that it's ironic to see his face so dark and unhappy, because if praying works, his bad luck in front of him doesn't make any sense. He tells him to have luck in the blessing, since all his fortune is there. Then the priest starts calling him, saying that he's ready. And the prayers were answered. And so he looks at Rankiharu's village shield and turns white with disappointment. Then he looks at the priest, with no life in his eyes, and says that he thought it would be a blessing, calling him infernal. But the priest says that the one that was answered was that one over there. And here he is the perfect divine shield of legendary rank. And the boy is all happy for having managed to make a legendary item. And the priest calls him to deliver the item. And Grady thinks that the prayer was really effective. And he says that in any case it's amazing like last time, saying that the administrator better be ready to break the piggy bank. Then he says it was a good job, saying that payment will be given at another time. So he tells him to go home for now. Then the boy is surprised by this, and the administrator says that there is an economic crisis because of the recent war, telling him to go back. Igride then asks for his shield, because he made it with his money, so it's his. So what the hell is this, because this is completely different from when he made the self-transcendental sword, but in this the administrator tells Ingrid to be put in the dungeon, and they wonder what's going on. The administrator tells them to give a shield to that person, saying that the boy is reckless, because even after he has treated himself very well all this time, the owner of that shield is not someone they can oppose. Chris keeps cursing, asking what the hell he's talking about, asking how he can do this to a citizen who pays these taxes. But in the middle of this, that dead-faced priest uses the purifying light and the administrator receives that attack and has a black mist expelled from his body. That as expected, the situation seems strange, saying that the only ones who can use the divine shield are members of the Rebecca Church. But he made a request to a priest and not to a paladin, saying that if they asked for something they can't use, then the objective was to steal the item. The priest of Yatin must have been responsible for brainwashing the administrator. And he appears on the side holding the shield, and he is surprised that the priest noticed, but asks if he thinks he will be able to stop him. Even more so he, the mere priest, and the priest thinks that an ordinary priest of Athen would already have difficulties just looking at the sacred shield, and he must be a high priest. And the grid back there keeps asking for his shield, pissed off Silva. But then someone says they knew this would happen, breaking the wall and appearing. Isabel asks what he was going to do if she didn't come, because this doesn't seem like the usual bet. The church notices that she is another NPC, asking what the hell is going on, and the priest asks if she really needed to break the wall instead of going through the door, so she says that this type of entrance is much cooler. Talks to Heiten, saying that he should listen to her reasons for wanting the divine shield, and he notices the spear she is pulling, noticing that it is Leifel's spear, and he asks why. Rebecca's daughter is there, and she says he better start praying. Then he says that this was out of the plan, and he has to get out of there as soon as possible. Then the priest talks to Isabel, saying that they have to get him as soon as possible. So Grid stays behind while they run away, not understanding anything about this daughter of Rebecca, wondering if he's going to receive a quest for having his shield stolen. However, the variable that the CEO had already noted was not something like a normal quest in which a notification would appear. And this was something that Grid only realized 30 minutes after everyone had left. So he gets pissed and starts yelling, calling them deadbeats, telling them to return his shield. Meanwhile, in Pedro, a city to the south, territory of the Kronos Guild, the Great Swordsman, third in the overall ranking, is standing there looking at an armor created by an unknown blacksmith, saying that it has good performance. And they may have failed to recruit blacksmiths number 1 and 2, Pamir and Stang. But they must find the blacksmith in Winston, and it is said that each guild is desperately searching for the rumored blacksmith. Meanwhile, at Winston's castle, Regis says that his informants found out that Erica was actually a euphemism, and finding this blacksmith soon will calm her down. And so, it is said that Zadaka's guild was also looking for the blacksmith in Winston. But halfway there he ends up seeing Grid, who is all down, noticing that he is that guy they recruited for the Umbrella Raid from the Forest Wave and calls him an unarmored gladiator. Then he notices that it is Regis, but he gets pissed off that the handsome musclehead he saw in Byra village, wondering if he wasn't that idiot guy he let participate in the raid. Then he realizes that he might end up winning something and says that he's sure he'll do him a favor, since he's so nice. Then he starts talking about how his item was stolen, saying that he wants to die, and Reagan is immediately moved, saying that this is very cruel, telling the boy not to be like that, then says that he'll help, telling him not to give up on his life, but then Juchuka appears at the time, beating him, asking how questioning why he's not doing what she asked, asking who he's going to help. And so, Proto notices that she's beautiful up close. Yes, Grid, yes, she arrived at her best moment, Grid. Yes, she had a bust. Yes, Greedy, she has 2 airbags that are almost jumping out of her clothes. And she looks at him, questioning what he's looking at, saying that Regis has orders, so he should mind his own business. And he says that he or she is the master of his Shoka guild. The Orangerjo says he doesn't care at all, asking why she is stopping someone from giving him a little help. Then the two start to argue, and he says that she is only because she is a master, she can't go around ordering people around. She says that it is obvious that the member of her guild has to follow her orders, asking who would follow his. However, Grid thinks that the shield is worth millions of gold. He needs his help, so he asks to borrow Regis. And she notices that this will not be good for her reputation. And says that she doesn't believe he got her into something strange, saying that Regis decides. And so he says that he should help the weak. And that is the spirit of Taekwondo. And she gets pissed about it. And the 2 crazy guys leave, skipping around like idiots. And she says she's gonna kill that Taekwondo nerd. And while she stays behind, she hears some people saying that it was that guy, Grid, who competed in the blacksmith duel. And they say he competed with Khan against Irina. And Jishoka only then realizes that the boy is the one she was looking for, and he might know Euphemia's whereabouts. And she thinks she has to send a message to Haggard, but he blocks all her messages. But she says he won't run away after going to help someone else, saying she's going to make the whole guild hunt him down. Meanwhile, over at the Devil's Church they're praying to a bread cross on their heads, right? And the crazy guy praying is Malakos, the 6th servant of Aten and high priest of the church. He says he didn't think the defense of Winston's castle would be so weak. But thanks to that, he even got the best virgin sacrifice, Irene. And she, while being held in prison, keeps looking at that ring that she has. And she remembers Doran, saying that it was thanks to that man that they were able to save her, saying that she has to keep him by her side and trust him, the man who will recognize that ring. And the next day, Grid says that even if they spend the whole night searching, what are they going to do if it's not the right mountain? And Regis says that they can look in another one. And Regis takes the opportunity to say that his equipment is incredible, saying that he knew he was a strong warrior. But he says that he put on armor since he doesn't know when they'll find the thief. And Hagrid remembers that he said that the thief had dark energy and supposes that he must be a servant of the Church of Aten, saying that if he is a priest, it makes sense for them to take the item, even more so if it is something that will bring harm to their church. The church says that he is right and asks if they are those guys over there, and Regis says it seems that there is one of them, since in the middle of the subjugation it seems that there is Winston. Hagrid calls Hagrid to attract them and take care of them in silence. But Hagrid goes all out on the guys, saying that they can come using the storm blow. And after finishing everyone, he says that he is training a lot thanks to Grid. And so the boy notices that he finished everyone, saying that he is not just talk and is truly strong. And Grid says that what looks like the old man is in there, and he didn't see him outside, and Regis notes that then he has more training to do. But when they set foot inside the cave, Malachus says that he doesn't like unwanted guests. And it is said that his powerful power of darkness applied the effects of fear, weakness, and paralysis on both of them. And he tries to attack Grid. But the system says that a legend doesn't feel fear easily, and he manages to dodge, as he resisted all the debuffs. And so, Regis, in turn, is hit and pierced through the stomach. And Grid looks back in shock, wondering if he couldn't dodge the attack because of the paralysis effect. Regis says that this is probably the maximum he can go with the training. Then Malakos says that it's amazing to see someone who could withstand his magic. And he asks if Grid is the same as Yura, but apparently he doesn't have much intention of knowing, saying that he won't show mercy to the boy. And Grid thinks that the crazy guy is a complete ignoramus, because he hits first and asks questions later, giving a blast of wind on that banner that he throws at Grid. Then Malakos is surprised by that, and Regis sees that Malakos has appeared, says that he has to ask Gilda for help, and he tells everyone that he is on the hill, in the middle of the threatening mountains, saying that Malakos has appeared there. And Jishuka, in turn, gives Petit a big shout, asking if he wants to die, also asking how he dreams like that. And he asks her to calm down, because he doesn't know what's going on. But Malachus is there when he should be in the main temple of Adam. And he is level 310, so everyone has to get ready to go there. However, Jishuka says that she doesn't care about Malachus or anything like that, telling him to stay with the damn Grid, since he is the disciple of Blacksmith Khan, and they have to make him take it out on him about the movie. Then, Regis gets even more confused, wondering if the boy is a blacksmith, and Grid, in turn, continues using agile movements, blacksmith's pierce, and a combination with his new sword, saying that he was thinking about using it sometime. That it would arrive so soon. And he prepared a lot while looking for what they stole from him. And he says that he needs to hold it with both hands, because he doesn't have strength. But since the sword is heavy, it's okay. And he uses Slifts +5, using Pag Malink's Grimas, cutting all of Malik's attacks. And with that explosion of power coming out of Grid, Regis can't believe that such a strong guy could be a blacksmith, saying that he's sure everyone is mistaken. And Malakos starts laughing, saying that this sword is incredible. However, it's useless if it can't touch his body. And Grid wonders what the hell this cloak is and how much damage it can absorb. Then Malicus says that his own weakness ended his fun, sending him to die with divine punishments. And he hits the boy by taking off his mask. But Grid uses his swordsmanship to restrain it, stopping Malicus, and he is surprised that he can't get close to him. And Grigio thinks that this was a relief, because he managed to recover his mana right away. And he talks to Regis, because if he's already healed, they should get out of there soon. But he says he wanted to fight someone strong. Luckily, that side is pretty fast. And so the master arrives, throwing her arrow in Malako's direction. And he receives it with surprise. And she says that if they don't want to be full of holes and die with that monster, they should stay on the side. And Regis is happy to see her there, and she says that they have to talk later. And she also talks to Grady, telling him that he shouldn't even think about leaving, and waiting right there, and looking at her. He notices that that is the specialty arrow, saying that he was the one who made them, asking if she was the one who bought it, and she is shocked by this, asking if he was the one who made them, and the one they were looking for is in front of her. Then the Malako calls them idiots, asking what mere humans like them can do to the servant of the god Yatin who transcends. And Jashuka tells Grid not to leave and to wait right where he is, and tells Malicus that he transcended, damn it, and he is just prey in front of Sadaka's. And they say that the sixth servant of the god Yatin, Malakos, was one of the most powerful high priests who witnessed all the rituals in the Yatin church. Asks if he is the prey, asking what mere humans like them can do to the man who transcended as a servant of the god Yatin. Then Jashuka puts all this confidence of his to the test as he faces his guild, the strongest guild in existence, and he says that he will sacrifice it to his god. Attacking Jashuka, but in this Tuban gets in front using the Shield of Patience to defend her, and she takes advantage of this defense to continue attacking him, but Tuban thinks that this simple attack decreased the durability of her shield by 20%. And he knows she's trying to act tough in front of the other members. But this level 310 wizard is not common. And in this one she keeps attacking him from all sides. He says how simple she is because she is taking out those useless arrows, and in that Regis appears behind him trying to attack him, saying that is why he came there, because his body cannot stop advancing when he is in front of a powerful enemy. And Malakos is surprised to see him there, and he uses the piercing mirror, throwing Malakos away, and he even falls with his eyes white on the ground, and Shuka tells Regis not to make her waste flash. For nothing. He says he knew she would shoot at the right time, and she says that her opponent's combat ability is the weakest among the 8 servants, and the general level of her guild is above level 200, and they will succeed. She asks why everyone is standing still because they have to kill him now, and Vant goes ahead saying that he wants everyone to follow him. But in that moment Regis notices something strange on his back and is hit by several dark beams coming from Malakos, who is impaled as if it were a pincushion, and Malakos reveals his true face, saying that they are insignificant beings who dare to defy a god, and he begins to release his magical power on Regis. And so, the great power of darkness applies debuffs of fear, paralysis and weakness to everyone who is there. They can't move their bodies, and so Malakos releases a surprise magical attack. And everyone takes absurd damage, being thrown away, falling all screwed and shocked. Note that everyone lost more than 30% of their life with just one attack. And it is said that this was a black magic debuff skill that did not exist in any time of channeling. And in addition, the user of the magic receives a great mana regeneration. In other words, Malicus really was powerful. Then he asks who the prey really is, throwing water on the ground. Then Tobin asks to protect the master, and she says that she can manage with the life potion. Asking everyone to listen, saying that this is an order from him as guild master, saying that the priority is to protect the blacksmith grid because even if everyone dies there, he must be protected, but it is. She notices that he is calm, noticing that he is fine, asking how this is possible. And not only that, but he is also wearing armor with a sword in his hand, wondering if he is not a blacksmith, asking if the information they received is false. But she doesn't think so. After all, he said he made the flashes. But then Malakos notices that that kid wasn't affected again, asking what that damn guy did. Then Jashuka says she doesn't know what's going on, ordering the vanguard to advance. And Vantner really goes forward, giving Malakos a run for his money. And he thinks he can't get through the cloak, saying that if he does that he'll increase his speed. And Malakos says that's annoying because as if speed would help. And so the Lancer appears and makes another attack together with Vantner. And Malakos notices that it's an attack that looks like lightning, and he almost can't defend in time. and besides, that force is very high. Then Bon says it was a perfect surprise attack. However, unfortunately, he managed to defend, and the two, while attacking, start arguing about who's trying to steal the show from whom. And Malakos gets pissed off with that litany in his ear, telling them to be quiet, throwing them both away. And Pong takes the opportunity to make fun of him, saying that getting angry like that won't do any good. So, he throws another one of those ribbons at Pong, who notices that that's a guided ability of his, throwing the mate's spear at it, breaking that ribbon. So he manages to hit. And he thinks that this blow managed to get through 3 layers of his shield. And he's shocked that he's being humiliated like that by a mere traveler. And Vantner keeps attacking him with his weapon throw. And Malakos receives another attack, but it's not effective. And Vantner wonders why this happened. Then Pom says that he's being a very greedy Guardian Knight. And he says that Guardian Knights with high strength stats have a fast growth rate and can be good in PvP nowadays. But Pong says that this also makes it harder for him to face strong opponents. And Vantina gets frustrated, because it's not like he can return his stats, since he doesn't have any valuable equipment to get money. And Pom says that, anyway, he doesn't believe that his spear mark was useless, thinking that there really is a first time for everything. But he thinks that this isn't because of Malakas's defense, but because his equipment level isn't 190. And it's a low-level weapon, and even though it's a rare and unique item, that's the limit. And he says that he's probably not the only one who knows the true value of having the blacksmith who turned the world upside down with the arrows he forged. Then Malarkus talks to Jishoka, saying that now he'll show her true despair, telling her to watch carefully, grabbing Regis by the hair, saying that that'll be her in a few seconds. Then Vantner asks if he doesn't have any more potions, asking if Regis didn't prepare to help someone, and he says he wanted to see it up close, and thought it would be good to train. But then Malakis asks if he's finished with his last words. Everyone starts to get sad because the experience that is lost. When a ranker dies, it's too big and there's nothing they can do because their magic, attack and defense are at their best, and Jishoka falls into despair, while they say that Regis was an idiot for coming there without thinking and he reaped what he sowed, and Jishoka forces herself to think because putting everyone in danger and advancing would be the right plan, or preserving her strength by sacrificing rules. But in that, Grid asks what the rankers really do, questioning if any of them know how much of their money is at stake now. And Malakos is surprised, with Grid going after him with Pagna's fencing, ordering him to release Regis immediately. And Malakos is surprised to see the boy so close, and he uses Page's fencing, restraining Malakis once again. And it is said that this is a fencing that makes your heart pound with every movement, with a feeling of enormous pressure, just like the beauty that came from its digression. And everyone thinks that it seemed to make time stop, calling that Digrem just as oppressor. And Malakos, he wonders how he, who only fears God and Adon, is feeling like this, because he can kill him in just a second. But since this Pharaohcoat keeps appearing in front of him and oppresses him like this, then he ends up releasing Regis. And in that, Regis says that the more he sees Grid, the more incredible he becomes, saying that seeing so much difficulty in someone who is not even a ranker is very rare, and remembers something that Grid said a while ago, saying that just because the control is good, it doesn't mean it's because of the equipment. And Grid is surprised because a ranker is thanking him like this, even though he only used a simple grappling technique, saying that Regis is really the perfect fool, saying that this guy will probably do whatever they ask. There's no way, people. There's no way to save this guy. No, this guy is scum. And he starts saying that the restraint only lasts 3 seconds. And idiots appear in front of him, asking who the hell Grid is. The feeling of pressure that came from him disappeared as if it had never existed. Then Grady realizes that he's really pissed off and there's no way he can get out of this. But then, she creates a barrier of fire in front of them, asking them to get out of there. And Grid still has time to go around slamming that international singer. And the crazy guy runs up to her, saying he loves her songs. Then she says there's something behind him, and he almost gets hit. Then Jujuka asks what he's doing, telling him to get out of there right away. Then the crazy guy gets worried, pissed off, asking if they think he would let them escape. And so he really hits Grid's back. But it doesn't happen as it seems. Malakis notices that there is a rat in the middle of the group of worms, and Faker manages to save the two using his stealth. And Grid even tries to talk to him, but he disappears and goes back to trying to attack Malakos. He asks if they think they will defeat him by increasing the number of attacks, saying that this is a foolish thought, and Vantner starts complaining, as does Pawn. But he asks if Vantner remembers the arrows from Shuka that hit him before, and he has blind spots when he can't prepare for the attacks. And he asks Regis if the piercing mirror was to confirm this. But not even he knew about this tactic, so Faker says that it doesn't make a difference since he can still block all of the ranker's high-level skills. And he says that if Malako was trouble using the mana needed to use the shield, like Pong said, he would now be receiving his attack, and he really starts to conjure something a little tricky, and so he starts to do his magic casting a spell on everyone, which together, summoning a huge brain on his back, sending that demonic dog, kill them all. What then? They start to laugh, saying that he did all of this to summon a dog. But about that, Jujuka asks so they don't let their guard down. Then the dog summons this Fire. And Tobin is surprised that he did all that with one quick attack. Then everyone died, and Jishuka asks the vanguard to attack, and those in the rearguard must protect the grid. And the one back there doesn't stop talking, but he knows a lot about what's going on, and she thinks that he's selling cream. He's not a blacksmith, but a blade dancer. But she thinks that since he recognized the arrows, they have to protect him for now. So she keeps attacking, and Vantner says that crushing Cerberus' head is the vanguard's job, saying that he might not be able to finish off Malik, but those molditos are his, that he can even damage to the dog, but he won't die, and he says he's sure that this atoll, wondering if they're ignoring the damage, so they attack him at point-blank range, and he says that those little guys shouldn't underestimate the defense. Then he says, using the Guardian's effort to attack the monk again, but the dog goes after him, even without one of its mouths. And well, think that Van Dyne may have put all her points into strength, but he's still a Guardian Knight, and there's no denying that his armor and magic resistance are the best in his guild. However, he's surprised that that dog has even withstood the Maki Spear, and says that he must be at least level 300. And the dog attacks everyone again, and Tobin says that a lot of unexpected things might be happening, but they're too impatient, saying that he may be a high-level man, but the damage is piling up. And he says that if they can defend themselves, those behind them can attack with their greatest blows, and Jishuka does so, telling Tobin to hold on, but he thinks that even his best shield is being corroded, saying that that dog is a monster, but he thinks that if he can hold on, they will win. Then Malicus thinks that these travelers are scary and think that they would block the wild dog. And not only that, because it seems that they can even defeat it, but he says that this applies to one of them, summoning several other dogs of that one. With that, they are shocked. Their fighting spirit goes down, and Jishuka lowers her bow, saying that it seems that it is over, and there is nowhere for them to run. They were completely defeated. And she speaks to everyone, failing that in this raid they failed. And she apologizes to the members, and Malakos starts laughing and calling them weaklings, asking if they realized the power of the god Yatin, because nothing makes him happier being a high priest, and now it's time for everyone to die. But Grid starts walking towards them, and the dogs start to back away, and then the jerk wonders why the dogs are backing away, and they keep backing away and growling, and he says he didn't think he would forget that in the middle of all this chaos. Then he takes the sacred shield, at least the rare version, and says he doesn't even know which scoundrel stole it either. And jerks notice that this kid is ruining his plans again. And Grid says he can't believe he had to take this shitty shield to use, and gets discouraged by that. And he continues with his head down while Jichoka asks if he was the one who made that shield, who didn't even make his arrows, and everyone finds out that he was the one who made that arrow. And Vant, without knowing anything, asks if that shield is good or something. But Tobin says no, saying that the shield user, as he knows, this shield is like no other. And he says that this shield can be considered one of the 3 best he's ever seen. And the boy asks what's wrong because this shield is just a flaw, saying that the real shield was stolen by a thief from the Yatin sect. So Tobin is surprised, wondering if that one is a failure, and Malicus notices that it is the divine shield, saying that he is the rumored blacksmith who worked for Lord Winston, saying that if the shield is with him, it means that Mesta failed, and Grid gets pissed noticing that he knows the guy who stole his shield, asking if he was the one who told him to steal it, and the boy continues pissed, while the palm says that from what Malako said, he must really be a blacksmith, but he is wearing heavy armor that only knights used, and he also has high enough agility to equip a dagger. And not only that, he also showed very good swordsmanship, so they can't consider him a simple blacksmith. And he thinks that risking his guild because of an unidentified user only means that he is someone with a secret class. Then she says that for now it's just speculation. They'll know everything when they finish this raid, and she asks Regis if he's ready to go again, because she's sure he won't stay still. And he says that of course, saying that after that last attack, he already knows the strategy to attack Malakos, saying that he will end this once and for all. So she thinks that Regis is someone with skills, and the boy notices that he must be fine now, since he is asking for his help, saying that he cannot refuse this chance. Because he is smelling that smell, the smell of black money. He says that, of course, but there is a condition, asking for half 50% of the items that Malakos drops. And Vantner says that this is a big deal, of a robbery since there are 17 people with him, asking how the boy wants to get half and says that they are helping him for free, and now he wants him to pay. However, Grid asks if they are not all in the same group, and besides, the one who was helping him is Haggis, asking why he is complaining. But, come on, tell him to forget about it, because only if they can win this radio with the help of his shield, it will be worth splitting it 50-50. But he must not forget that they were good enough to do this for him. And after Chuka agrees, gray and greedy as he is, he thinks he should have said 70-30. So she sends him a group invite, and he notices that all 17 members of the guild are level over 200, and Jishuka, Pan, Regis, all of them can easily be in the top 20 of the overall ranking, and the rest can be fake. Easily in the top 100, and he didn't know they were that strong. And seeing that the kid is only level 95 with a secret class, they think he might be crap at the game, But Regis goes to the kid to comfort him, saying that it's okay because all he needs to do is hold the shield. He says that he's a really cool guy, but Regis simply grabs the kid and throws him towards Malakos, telling him not to come back. And landing right at his feet, Malakos tries to grab the shield, but Regis appears next to him, but Malakos manages to notice, saying that as long as he has his cloak, those attacks won't work. However, Regis still manages to land the attack with the help of Grid's shield. Then the idiot wonders what happened because the attack went through the cloak, and he thinks that that bastard was just a weakling just now. And where is all that strength coming from? And so he starts to do a sequence of blows on Malakos, and he starts to understand, saying that it's not a trick. He was avoiding a cloak by changing the direction of his attacks at the last moment. And he didn't think he would increase the speed of his muscles so much until they seemed to be stuck to explode, saying that that bastard is really a monstrosity. And Regis keeps attacking him with everything he has, faster and faster. And Malakos receives the last attack in the back, being thrown away. And with the wall completely destroyed, Jashuka tells everyone to go outside, because it's not over yet and they shouldn't let them guard down. Regis tells Grid to leave the dogs with him. Then he asks if he thinks he looks like a veterinarian or something. Then Malakos starts waking up very pissed off, asking how Uzma did that to the priest of the god Yat. And he starts going to the third, fourth phase, and so they ask if it's over. But Pom says no because he still has a lot of mana, and he knew that if they don't break his shield, they won't be able to attack him. After all, he may have used a lot of magic power, but he's healing his wounds. He says that even if insects like him get that far, there's no way they can penetrate his shield. But then Jashoka manages to shoot an arrow right in his eye, making him scream in pain. And she says that it seems like it passed. And Regis says that he was hit by the piercing mirror when he got in the way. And not only that, he used 3 layers of his shield to block Bread's mock spear, and that means he needs to concentrate his shield while defending himself. And when he tries to defend himself from all the attacks at once, he needs to reveal his shield because he can't concentrate. And she says that this obviously means that the most powerful arrow can pierce him. And she says she respects him for being able to heal himself, despite half of his head being blown off. And with that, Grid asks Regis how things are going there, because it's getting boring there. And Regis tells Grid that because of him they will be able to end this. Then Malakos gets up again, saying that mortals are really impressive and they are destined to perish. Saying that that was an excellent shot, while with a certain face he asks if they counts his magic power, and then he begins to summon a cloud on the ceiling, activating divine punishment, and black lightning falls from there on top of them, and everyone is hit, receiving gigantic damage, with even some of them going to base. Then Malakos begins to laugh, telling them to die because this is the power of his god. Then Jashuka notices that they will be annihilated, but she cannot let the guild members die in vain, and they have to defeat him, trying to shoot her last arrow, saying that she will use her most powerful attack, using 100% the Phoenix arrow. And even Grid back there feels the power of that attack. Then Malakos, from up front, gets split in half, and tells Jashuka that that was really powerful, but says that she will just heal herself once again, and the victory is yours, calling them worms. Then Jashuka falls to his knees. However, Tobin and Vantner go after him, since they are the only ones who can still move, saying that they have to kill him before he heals again, and they try to hit him with everything they have. Behind him asks what's going on and why everyone is down, telling them to do something, and she asks if he's okay and if it's because of the shield, while Regis says that they just got hit by a big attack. But with just the 2 of them it won't be enough, and Grid starts asking why he's the best guild, since even with him giving support, and so he notices something, noticing that there is a way to use a group buff that he didn't even know about, so he pulls out his dying sleeve, and Malakos in turn tells them all to enjoy it until the end, so they think that his regenerative power is too strong and won't work. They failed this raid, and Malakos says he had a lot of fun. However, Grid appears up there with his sword in hand, slashing Malakos in X with a perfect critical. Then he wonders what this is, since he is the messenger of the god Yatan, so how is this happening? Igrid uses Pagma's Gagrima. Kill. Then he wonders how a weakling like him dares to do this. And the boy finally manages to finish Malakos' radio. And since it was Grigio who killed Malakos, he spreads fear around the world. And it is said that his reputation on the continent increases by 3,000 points. Now the Church of Athen will always be hostile towards him, and the other churches have come to have an affinity with the boy. So the power of the Church of Athen weakens immensely after losing this high priest. And until a new high priest is elected, there will be no expansion of their forces. Besides, he gained 1.5 million experience points, leveling up, and the leader of Shuka's team is left with, while the Grid is all satisfied, and she wonders what the hell happened there, because a mere level 95 player defeated that guy. Wondering who this Grid is, then he says that the group was active. Then the group leader receives the items, asking if she is trying to cheat him, and Jashuka can't even believe that crazy guy, saying that he will keep his promise, asking him not to worry. Then everyone says he is amazing, and when Layla, man, there's no way to pronounce those 2 words, And when Layla goes to thank him, he gets all flustered. But then Destilik comes back asking if they're trying to distract him and run away with the items. He tells them to hand over their precious items. And Pong starts to notice that he's an amazing guy in many ways. Then Jishuka says that if everyone is cured, they'll soon divide the lots. And she thinks he's a blacksmith with combat skills who may even have a complicated personality. But they have to get him. So she takes out the unique rank Malako's cloak, the Malako's mask, and also his black magic orb. Then Pom says that the cloak isn't very good because even if it increases your intelligence, the smell of blood is kind of bad. Get up, okay, ask. That monstrous defensive ability of his was Malako's only one. And Zed starts telling us that the mask is good because it increases resistance against everything and reduces casting time. And Tobin notices that Zed, the Aslayla are the only mages in their guild, and Jishuka says she wants to give the mask and the orb to both of them. But since they agreed to give half to them, they'll have to give up one of them. And the boy thinks and looks and says he wants the cloak. And Jijuka is shocked that he wants the worst item. Then asks why they're looking at him because they finished the raid because of him. Asking if now they don't want to deal anymore. And Pon starts to assume that that idiot is giving up the best items on purpose. Saying that she didn't think he was that kind of person. And Rega says he doesn't believe Grid made the wrong decision. But for the sake of his guild, no one is saying anything and he has to tell the truth. However, Jisho Kaneda in front says that the cloak is the least valuable item in the game. Telling him to think again, and he thinks he has nothing to worry about because his master is truly honorable, but Grid is doubtful about her words because the cloak gives him intelligence, which is important for his sword dance, and not only that, it attracts monsters with the smell of blood, which is perfect. And an item like that is great for a blacksmith like him, who has to level up quickly instead of increasing his combat skills. And the boy tells them that he still wants the cloak, and it is said that it was still a reverse concept for a blacksmith, who focused on leveling up as quickly as possible. And it was proof that Grid had matured. And Jishuka thinks that even the decision of the item he wants is surprising, and says that they would like the mask and the orb, asking if it's okay for the boy if they buy one of them because Jack Mailer, and so they will cancel. And he says that it's okay, but they will pay the fee, and says that now it's the magic enchantment stones, saying that the whole thing gives about 33,600 gold. However, the girl says that they will give all of them to the boy, because if it weren't for him, they would have died in this raid. And because of that, they are all his, and he thinks that she is not only beautiful but generous too. And Regis says that he did a good job, and they will continue looking for his stolen item the next day. And Grid is happy that Regis will still help him with that. He says of course because he promised her. And Jishuka says that they will meet and finalize their exchange in 3 days. And she will send him a private message, telling him to answer, saying that he will see her later, and he thinks that it is finally over and leaves too. But he starts to wonder why that damn guy was there. Just seeing that cave makes him want to explore. Meanwhile, Irene dreams about Dora, with him telling her to get ready to return to the palace, because since he arrived just in time, she must not let him escape, and she must remember the young man who told her, and she remembers the man who helped him save her from the Yatin temple, asking if he is really coming. And when she opens her eyes, she notices Grid's hand taking her ring, and she says that she was wondering why that ring seemed familiar to her. And it is the Ring of Pain, noticing that she must be the daughter of the Count that Doran saved. And she widens her eyes in surprise and tells him that they met again. And she asks if he is the person who created the self-transcendence sword. And he says that he was wondering why the lady was not around when the castle was in the biggest mess. Then the scoundrel kidnapped her, and so he has a quest created. And he must escort the lady. And the objective is to reach Winston's castle with Irene. And he notices that it is another automatic quest. But he can finally get Doran's ring as a reward. And he thinks that it is the best item that brings back memories of that time with Doran, and says that it will be worth a lot at the auction. And besides, there is an even better reward. But when he looks back, the people of Yatin start chasing him. He picks her up and carries her in his arms, saying that it will be difficult for her to move alone now. So he tells her to hold on. And she apologizes for being a burden, but he asks what she is talking about because he will do his best as long as it is for her. And the guys from Yatin start wanting to kill Lord Malako's enemy, and Grady with her on his back uses his agile movements to get past all of them. Then she notices that he is strong, because she can say that because she has always been surrounded by strong people like her father. Irene remembers Dora, telling her to keep the man who recognizes the ring and trusts it. Then she thinks of Grady, and he, in turn, says that better than the ring, maximizing the affinity with Irene means that he can marry her. He will be the spouse of Winston's lady, the Lord, and he becomes increasingly happy because his taxes are going to be zeroed. And in that, they try to curse him. He uses that shield and says that weaklings like them can't even scratch him because he defeated Malakos. And on that day, the Yatin church weakened rapidly after the death of the sixth servant Malakos. Until a new high priest was selected, players could not choose to become black mages. And Sadaka's guild soon became the biggest guild with reputation because of Malakos' raid. And soon, several players asked to join. And this not only shook the world of Satisfy, but also the real world. Then Irene asks how he is so strong despite being a blacksmith. And he says it's kind of different, wondering how he can say it, and saying it's over gear. And it said that this was also the day where a new door opened in Grid's life, and in Winston's castle. Everyone is happy that Irene is back, and Phoenix asks to be punished for not being able to protect her, and she says he needs to take care of his wounds from the expedition. But he says he was incompetent, asking her to punish him, and she says he needs to recover soon, because the attacks from the Yatten Church will only get stronger. And because of his rescue Malachus, his sixth servant of Yatten, who he kidnapped, was killed. And she says she was almost killed, just like the sacrifice, but she's alive thanks to Grid, who defeated Malachus and saved her. And he recognizes the boy as Blacksmith, who made the self-transcendent sword. But he wonders how Mero Ferreira is. After all, he doesn't seem to have much resources either. Besides, Irene's expression looks like she's in love, and he says that after hearing what he did, he seems different than before. And if he really defeated Malachos, he must have a spectacular reputation that he didn't recognize. And Phoenix says that he is Winston's savior, and he will never forget this kindness. So his quest is complete, and Irene says that she will give him this ring as a sign of gratitude. And she says that it is a good thing left by his savior, so he must take good care of it. And the boy says that he also has a relationship with Dolan, and of course he will take care of it. However, when he takes Doran's ring, the ring becomes linked to him, and he is shocked by this, because he was going to put the thing up for auction. And he says that the effect alone would be worth millions and he can't even sell it, saying that being useless to him is certain due to the effect of blush. Then, Irene says that she will hold a banquet for him, telling him to participate. He, crying, says that of course. But, in the afternoon, he thinks that his earnings were too much and saves him level 97 after killing Malachos. And he says that the raid drops gave 33,600 gold, almost $35,000. And he thinks that he really benefited from the guild and it's time to log out. And so, in the real world, he goes to eat with his sister, but she asks for a cheaper place, since that place charges $200 per person. But he says that it's okay, since he earned $35,000 the year before, telling her to eat quickly, since he's going to take her parents to an even better place. But she says that it's not like he could earn that amount every day. They still owe $500,000, but he says she thinks too much for someone who just started high school. While he's arguing in real life Yura, she passes by and notices that he's the guy from the Yatten Church and says she didn't expect to see him in real life. So she watches him while another woman talks to her, and she thinks she didn't find out his true identity even with all the investigation, wondering if he lives around there. And she thinks he's the only person who gave her the feeling of defeat, the 5th place in the ranking, and finally got him. So she calls someone, telling them to investigate the man who's eating there, and says she's going to find out who he is. And then someone calls him. It's a female voice. The guy gets all excited, noticing that it's Jung, his first love, and he recognizes her, asking what happened. And she says that he remembers her voice, saying that he's helpful, as always, and says that it's nothing big, because she was just looking at the graduation and ended up seeing him, asking if he wants to go out for drinks later, if he has time. So he tells his sister to eat right away, wondering what's going on because she really called him, and he was afraid to confess because he had nothing, but now it's different and he has money. So he goes to dinner with her saying that he's much cooler, and it's been 2 years since they last saw each other. And the kid, my god. I didn't even expect him to be so ugly, guys. My god. And he thinks that she's still a friend, beautiful, saying that he thinks his heart will explode just by being with her, wondering how long he's been waiting for this moment, saying he'll make sure to show his feelings. Oh, what a joke. And she says he's really changed, and he says he got a good job, paid off all his debts too, and he thinks he spent $1,000 on that outfit, and he starts to think she's gonna get confused, confess out of nowhere, wondering what she does, and she says he's always been a hard worker, and knew everything would be okay. She likes that part of him. Then he gets all red. Then he thinks about having courage, saying he only needs it once, so he should only tell the truth and what he feels. So he says he likes her and always has. But the girl hears this, starts laughing, asking why he's so serious, saying that he's just like that, and that makes him happy, asking if he's not joking, also asking if he can give her some time to think. He says of course, and thinks that, as expected, he gives Young, because she makes the atmosphere very comfortable and nice. And she says that she has to get her head together and is going to touch up her makeup. So he stays behind all silly and ends up wanting to go to the bathroom. As he goes, he wonders if he should be more serious or keep things cool. Then he hears her voice saying that it was embarrassing on the phone with someone, saying that it's exactly what the people at the meeting said. He's already dropped out of school, but he doesn't even know how to dress properly, and she doesn't know where he borrowed so much money from, but he pretended well, and she still says that this isn't even the worst part. Because he confessed to her, laughing his ass off, telling them to get the money ready, because she's going to take him to the next meeting. And she says she's never seen such a stupid virgin in her entire life, and says he's ridiculous and can't wait for the meeting. And the boy stands desolate outside the bathroom, looking like Sanji, when he was rejected there on that island. I forgot the name. Yeah, that's a neighborhood. Don't do that, people. Don't do that. And he goes home without those clothes, changing and going back to his style. And he claims to have thought he had changed from his past without money or life. But he says it doesn't matter if he earns money or wears expensive clothes, he's like a cigarette but a totally worthless human. And so, going back to the game, Khan notices that the boy seems quite down, and he thinks he needs to work because he has a debt to pay. and he just needs to earn money without thinking and without stopping. And so he receives a message from Jishuka, and after reading the message, he gets a little more excited, asking the old man what he has to do. And in the message, Jishuka says they need him, and he starts to feel a little better now. And Jishoka tells Grid that they need his skill and promises that he will give him all the best so that he can create items. And he claims to have never thought that all the guild members would find him at the forge. And they wonder if they realized that he has a secret class after seeing the items he made and his skill. However, he says that he can make money on his own. And Jishuka says that he will make more profit with them, that he will not only be able to make more money, but he will also gain more reputation. And he says that his base is in Khan's forge, so he can't go where they are, asking if she still agrees with this. And she says that she was already ready to move her base there, so there is no problem. And after all, what matters is him. So he says that it's great and is going to join, thinking that now he will show his former students how well he did in the guild. So he joins it and wonders what this is because he doesn't care about alliances, but he asks if they don't have any territory and why there are so many hostile relations. After all, they are enemies even of the fire dragon, the troll. And he asks that if they are a guild, shouldn't they get a territory from a king or a noble to collect taxes? And she says that they had great offers, but they refused them all. Then he tells her to stop lying, asking if they know how many guilds give their lives just to get a territory, asking how her guild wants to make him a profit. And she says that they were looking for him when the nobles came to offer her territory. It's impossible to take care of a territory while they were searching for him all over the continent. And she says that they needed to find him even if it cost a territory. And he's surprised by that, for them doing this because of him. And he says that the secret class is really amazing, to think that a guild would come after him. But Tabone says no, saying that there aren't many blacksmiths who can create high-level items in this game. And he says that there is no advanced blacksmith among the players and may or may not have an advanced blacksmith NPC in the city. And she says that what they were looking for were not secret class players, but rather a blacksmith who created epic rank arrows. And she says that of course they are curious about his class, but if he wants to keep it a secret, they will respect them. And when Khan comes to talk to them, he says they may be rude people, but they are good. And he says that they are different people than the ones he knew before, and he thinks that he was really looking for who he was, so he says that they came to the right place. Everyone is amazed that they found a blacksmith, and the boy is cornered and says that 17 people staring at him is embarrassing. And he asks if they are saying, they will bring you the materials and production methods, but remember that he will not make the items for free. But Boris says that supporting the blacksmith is something the guild has to do, as it directly affects its growth. And he wonders if he's really that valuable, thinking it's a strange feeling, and questions what they want him to do first. They start arguing and I ask him if he isn't ashamed to. The first teacher and then it's him and they start arguing again. Then Grid notices that it's a huge mess, so he talks to the three who were arguing, saying that they will be the last, as the boy still remembers everything they did to him, telling them not to think about receiving items from him before apologizing. And the three of them will put their faces on the ground. And Jishuka says that if it's okay with him, she'd like him to make a spear for Bond first. And he says that he's the only one of the guild's damage dealers and his role in high-level lightning is very important. And the spear he's using now is a low-level weapon, so there's no way to use its full power. And he says that he already has a production method, asking if the boy will be able to learn it. And he simply learns the method in a second. And they're surprised that he learned it, even though he needs advanced mastery of Ferrari at level 4. And they say that even the first place in the blacksmith ranking is only intermediate. And besides, he has combat ability from what they saw in the raid. And Jishuka thinks that even among the secret classes, he must have the best of them all. And so he says it's not as good as the transcendental sword, but he says it's not bad. And Pong says he's going to buy the materials and watering, he's going to look for the stolen shield and he should focus on producing the item. Then he says he liked the support, saying he'll do his best. And he says that just like when he made the transcendental sword, he thinks his breathing is something crucial. And he thinks the finished product will be better than normal, since it will have extra effects, assuming he activates this ability. And Vantner goes to him, asking if everything is okay, if he asked for a repair, because his weapon was all broken because of those mailer dogs. So the field will get the anvil, and the repair hammer. Then he asks if there are any special items for repair. And Khan says that if they use consumable repair tools, they can charge the customer more. And it's something that their ancestors thought of producing to have a stable income. And so Ingrid thinks that this is amazing. So she starts to repair it. However, she tells Vantner that that axe is strange, because its attack power is lower than the other bloodthirsty axes of the same rank. And he realizes that the boy noticed this, but says that since the effect is good, he's still using it, thinking about how much he suffered in Fong's network. However, while Grid looks at the axe, he feels something coming from it and says that it was this one, and takes the hammer to do something, returning the axe to Vant, right? And when he takes it, he notices that the axe is much better, and they turned into a true axe and bloodthirsty twins, and the skill as a true version will be generated. And so, Jishuka notices that when he gained a new skill, Tabone tells Grid that this is impossible, asking if it was magic or something. He says it wasn't magic and it was a skill, and he can see hidden effects on items with his analyze. He claims to have seen that this axe had an effect in which he can change the attack power, adjusting the handle just by pressing that hidden button, and it seems that he was in the weakest attack mode for this whole time. And the two are shocked by this. And the boy is all proud, saying that this is what a legendary class does. And we are in legendary mode, aka, photo from the channel, asks if this means that all items have a hidden effect. Man, I don't even know how long I've had this channel. For the first time this girl appeared on my channel, man. Finally I got to this part of this monster. Oh my god. And he starts to think she's a real hottie. But he thinks he needs to stay focused, and so do I, and says that not everyone, because he needs to check them to see if they have any, and everyone asks him to see, but he thinks that since it's a better skill than Palin's Eye, which costs 15 gold, he should charge for it. However, he thinks that he still feels bad about charging his companions for a skill that has unlimited use. However, he says he's already heard him. He says that in celebration of him joining the guild, he's going to give a discount. Only charge 30 gold for each one. Saying that if there's a hidden effect, then he'll charge an extra 300 gold. My god, what a scoundrel, man. Seriously, so, everyone thanks him, saying that they will get items from their inventory. And he says that he will just take a look at the items and will earn millions of one. However, he still says that those 3 will be the last. And a while later, Palm goes with Regis to do some shopping, saying that he has to get griffin tendons, since the sellers don't sell them and the price at the auction house is too high. So, Regis says that they will need to buy several, since they need to take into account the production success rate. And POM says yes, because even if he is an advanced blacksmith, the chances of an epic item being created are less than 10%. And with all that expense, he won't be able to buy enough for more than 3 bids. And so, Haggis says that he would lend money if he had it, apologizing to Pawn, and he tells the boy to stop giving money to others like that. Then they notice something, noticing that those guys are from the Giant Guild, asking why they are in Winston, and Palm says that she heard that their master, Chris, became the Lord of Pedro's territory recently, and says that they must be planning something, saying that they will come back like this and buy the materials, and he says that they might be weaker than them in the LTR. But they are the biggest guild, and they will avoid them for now. However, Regis tells Ponk that the people who are selling the tendons are from the Giant Guild, and he is totally shocked by this. So they go back to the workshop, and arriving there, they notice Vanner making a racket. And Palm asks what he means by one, wondering what's going on, and so he tells him to look, saying that he might be jealous, because his twin's axe is now a mythical item. So Punk and Cool, what happened? He says that Grid found a secret ability in his weapon, with his analysis ability. And Tobin says that's why all the guild members are bringing all the weapons for him to analyze. But he says that out of 300 weapons, only 3 had secret things. So, Bond starts to get excited, telling Grid to look at his item too. And they think that Grid helped their guild get stronger in just half a day. However, when Palm brings his spear to him, Grid says that there's nothing special about it, and they say that it's worth giving up everything and Grid thinks he's earned 10,000 gold in just a few hours, and that's 10 million goals on his account. And on top of that, he's increased his understanding of hundreds of different items because of it. And he says he's going to start making the spear now, asking if the rest of them are going hunting. But Tobin notices that it's already getting dark and says they have to go. And Regis asks Grid to show him the item when he's done. And Vantner still says he doesn't need to put so much effort into the Pompo spear. However, he gets mad at the bald guy. And so, Grid thinks those guys are pretty noisy and says it must be nice to have friends like them. As he works, he thinks he can equip any item, even without meeting Ozo's requirements. Skills like immortality and even Pagma's sword dance, and he thinks that this class from this Pagma myth may not be a bad combat class, but it shines even more in blacksmithing. So, he activates the Descendant, which starts giving him bonuses, and he says that he needs to keep the temperature between 1820 and 1840 degrees to melt the mithril, but he thinks that being able to increase and control the furnace temperature that much can only be done by an advanced blacksmith of level 3 or more. So, while he does it, he thinks that the color is perfect, and he even gives that pin saying that that spear is more beautiful than that bitch Ayong. And he says that he must be going crazy, crying because of the girl, and so he takes his epic hammer to begin. And says that the item ranks increased after he started using that, but if he wants something better than a unique item, he'll probably have to improve his hammer too. But he thinks that for now he can count on it, since this will be his first job for the guild, and so. 3 days later, Palm goes there. She asks why everyone is there, saying that she's there for her spear. But what would they be doing? Then Vantner says that they came after seeing Grid's message in the guild chat. He heard that his spear was shit, and he starts laughing at Pong. But Jashuka tells him not to be sad, because she's sure that a normal rank spear would still be useful. However, Grid, noticing all the noise, asks why they're there so early in the morning, and asks why everyone came, saying that he said it was shit, so he tells Palm to get it right away, and he notices that Grid stayed up all night, thanking him for his hard work, and Grid says that it was nothing, apologizing that the results weren't the best, and he says that it's okay because he's grateful anyway, saying that he wasn't expecting much, since he gave enough to make only 3. But when he unrolls that spear, he looks scared at Grid who's sitting there, and the boy says that he hopes he uses them despite being disappointed. Because he wanted to make him a legendary spear, but ended up making 2 epic ones and a unique one. Then, Pum looks at it scared, and Vantner has an attack of envy, saying that this is a lie, telling him to throw it away, saying that it's trash. And Tabang can't believe he created a unique item, thinking it's impossible. And Grid says that the epics are okay, but the durability and attack power of the unique spear is 19% higher. And he thinks that his legendary blacksmith skill increased the stats by 12%, and the legendary blacksmith's breathing increased by 7%. Besides, he says he has more skills. And even though it has a penalty, the fact that the greatest damage dealer can receive multiple buffs at the same time can be used as a secret card. And Turban starts spinning the spear, thinking that its appearance is beautiful enough to compare with the Persona, a national treasure of the Saharan Empire. And the width and size of that spear are perfect, almost as if it was made just for him. And he says that he only felt that chill down his spine twice in Satisfy. And the first was when he learned about the game, and the second was when he met Kraugel, the first in the world ranking, a genius that he defeated in a crushing way, he who was the best in all games, the best in Satisfy, and to surpass him, he traveled everywhere looking for a blacksmith who could make unique items, but to think that someone could do it in just 3 attempts. And he feels that he has finally broken the barrier that was in front of him, and it is the 3rd time that he feels like this. Then he bows his head thanking Grid for opening his path, and says that he is truly honored to have a great blacksmith as his companion. And at that, Jashuka jumps on him saying that Grid is the best, saying that he is an incredible guy, giving him a hug and sticking him to the airbags. And Pon talks to Van Dyner that since he has 2 other epic spears, he asks why not use them as dual weapons, saying that it's not a bad idea. And Van Dyner tells him to shut up, and Faker appears behind him, saying that it's not a bad idea if he can actually use them. Then, noticing that he's offering to be his training opponent, he thanks him, saying that he really wanted to test them. Then he goes after Faker, and he thinks that it's not bad at all since he's already using dual spears, asking if Pon had practiced this before. And he says that it's his basic skill, saying that he adapts very quickly, just like assassins like him. And Faker says that he may even be in a higher position in his rank, but his agility is much greater, and he says that it is definitely faster than his spears. And Pong even agrees, but he wonders how long he will last, and continues throwing at Faker until he manages to hit him, throwing him away. Then he asks why his attack speed is increasing, asking if it is a special effect, because to think that he would reach the speed of an assassin, questioning if this does not hinder, and so Pom thinks that it is working, and maybe he can even surpass Kraugel, but Vantner appears behind him, telling him to get someone his own size, and looking at the other customers from afar and asking if that is really a Ford, and Khan seeing his doubt and complaining. The guy says the place looks like Mother Jones' house, and Grid is all silly in Shaka's arms while the others keep fighting, and Khan shouts asking what the hell they are doing in front of his forge. Calling Grid to, he notices and comes back to reality. Then I wonder what he was doing, asking if Jashuka was trying to make him fall for her beauty so he could get the spear for free, saying that the one who makes money is the cuckold. Then he tells them to hand over the money right away, and so Pom says that they ended up getting carried away, saying that, in fact, it is the first time he buys such a good item, so he doesn't know the price. Then he asks how about 800,000 gold, asking if it is a fair price, and Grid is surprised by this because it's almost 960 million won, and he thinks that the legendary self-transcendental sword was sold for 220,000 gold. But he wants to buy a unique weapon by paying 4 times as much. And he thinks that Pong must be some country bumpkin who doesn't know anything about the world and can't even dematerialize by himself, thinking that he's going to be idiot too because Idiot Eye is Regis, but the king of idiots himself is the one saying because he sold a legendary item to the NPC for 220,000 gold, when he could have auctioned it for millions of gold. Then Grid says that it's okay, saying that he's in a good mood, so he'll give him the 2 epic spears as a bonus. And Pom thinks that one of them should be worth 150,000 gold, and he'll give them both for free. And Jashuka starts to think that she thought he was nothing more than a petty and greedy guy. But she thinks she was wrong because this guy really is special. And so, Pom thanks him, saying that he really is the best blacksmith. Then the boy starts to think he did well. And at that, the guys from the Giant Guild watch from afar because they heard that the Sadaka Guild always comes to that forge, but now they found out that that is the reason, saying that they need to tell the master. He says that if that man is the unknown blacksmith, they can't let Sadaka keep him, because they must recruit him for the Giant Guild. So, a while later, Riga is fighting and thinks that he should really hurry to find Grid's shield, but to think that there would be so many monsters in the way, so Pom calls him asking if he found anything, and he says that he is going to the place that a witness reported asking where Pom is, and he says he's also in a place outside of Winston that a witness told him, but he didn't see any sign of the shield. Then Regis asks what the Gale Spear is like, because everyone in the guild is talking about it, and Palm says it's amazing, and it's almost a waste to use it on monsters. But then Jishoku appears telling them to forget about the monsters. They found the thief, and he notices that she's close. And she says they need to find the shield because they have to reward Grid, saying that the rest of her people will focus on the raids they didn't do while they were looking for Grid. And since they have less people this time, they'll have to act efficiently. And so Vantner thinks that Jishwaka took the whip out of her pocket again. And Tobin thinks it's probably because Palm mentioned seeing those damn giant guild guys in Winston, and they might have been stronger than them in the LTS. But things changed there in Satisfy, and he thinks that Jishwaka just wants to catch up with them soon, and she says, compounding the claim, that if he doesn't find the shield that day, she'll kill him. But at that, neither of them respond, and she asks if they're going to ignore her. Hanging up the call, and Vantner talks to Shishoka, asking why they don't ask him to make a weapon for him first, to strengthen his guild. But at that, she says that it's not Vantner's turn yet, asking if that wasn't why they left that boy alone, despite him being so busy. And the second item will be made, it will be his. And so, Evelyn is in front of the forge, noticing that Grid is totally focused on his work. Thinks about this weapon to him, saying he's very curious, thinking he'll probably get angry if he disturbs him, saying he'll just take a quick look, but then he quickly closes the door, noticing he's already in a bad mood, and Grigio inside really isn't very friendly. Asking why it looks like this, noticing it's that Flamberg shit, and he looks at the production method, wondering what's wrong with all those useless spikes. He says that the more the metal is tempered, the stronger it gets, which makes it harder to shape, but since shape is important for a Flamberg, it's going to be hard to get an epic item, since he'd have to give up half the time he usually spends tempering the material. He says that he knows shape is important, since it makes it cut through everything it touches, but he thinks he doesn't want to make a normal or rare rank item. So he says that if you include the effects of his title, his dexterity is at 1500, and Khan is a level 2 advanced blacksmith with about 600 dexterity, which means he has a dexterity higher than the best blacksmith in the north. So he thinks he can do it, saying he's going to create a Flamberg so powerful that no one else could create it. Meanwhile, in the dungeon basement of Pedro's southern castle, they defeat the vampire as he says he will rise again to return his misfortune. And the person who defeats him obtains the vampire's necklace, the elixir of grace and the elixir of agility. And Chris tells him to keep reviving so he can gain all those benefits again. And so he defeats the monster and takes all those elixirs. He says they managed to complete the vampire's 7 accessories. And the guys from his guild say that Chris has become stronger once again. And he says that his strength will be reflected in the guild's strength. And the vice leaders also got this set, saying they will work hard. And another guy talks to the master, saying he heard that an unknown blacksmith was recruited by the Sadaka Guild, asking how they haven't brought him to their side yet. And he says they have 530 members, asking why they're hesitating against a guild that only has 17 members. Then he thinks to himself, saying that now that he thinks about it, he joined their guild as vice leader after they entered Satisfy. And he tells what people are saying around, saying that the giant guild fled to Satisfy after being surpassed by the Sadaka Guild in the LTS, and he says that this is a shame that he follows, and he'll understand when he sees their strength, and those damned ones are hidden dragons. Then Red asks if they really need to be so intimidated, and Chris asks if he has noticed that 3 of his 5 captains are not in that raid, and he says that those 3 have been with them since the time they were in the LTS, where they were always on the lookout for Tzedek. And questions about being intimidated, saying that no one wants to defeat them more than those 3. And the 3 end up facing off against the Tzedaka gang, with Mahara facing off against Regis and Zircon facing off against Pon. Then they say that this applies to all of them, and Asila is near Shichoka, looking at her from the top of a mountain. Meanwhile, Mahara talks to Regis, calling him the strongest Taekwondo master in the LTS, saying that his head is spinning like crazy just thinking that he might face him again. And he says it's been a while, so they'll do their best, telling him to take his present for their reunion. Throwing a bunch of fire at Regis, and he ends up getting hit. Then Mira asks what happened because he got very weak and says that he is completely different from the Regis of before, who says that it seems he got too strong for them to be rivals now. And Regis says that it has been a long time since he faced someone who talks so much. Who he is, and Mahara gets very angry, wondering if Regis is saying that he doesn't remember him. Meanwhile, Zircon goes after Pon, and he remembers him, asking if he is still wasting time serving that incompetent. And Zircon says that it has been a while, saying that it seems that he still hasn't been informed, saying that the master far exceeded his expectations, asking if he didn't know, saying that he is already better than him and it is very worth serving him. So Pong thinks that, unlike LTS, Zircon now has a higher position than Shuka in the ranks, saying that he cannot be careless, so Pon asks if he is happy, and Zircon grabs his sword trying to hit him. He asks Ponce. He thinks he would be happy being almost 70 years old, saying that being able to live so energetically at such an advanced age really is a small pleasure. And so he makes a bunch of cuts in the middle of Pon's chest. Then Jishuka wonders what the hell is going on, because to think that the items they equip to protect from the lizards are ineffective, noticing that there is someone strong there. But in that, Silas says that she does not need to look any further, introducing herself to him, and she tells him to reveal himself, but he remains hidden while using his magic to speak, not giving away his location. He mentally asks her if she thought he would beg for death in front of a shrine, and he is surprised that he managed to petrify only their senses with his specialty in petrification. But he says that it's not like he needs to do anything else, since they've all been waiting for this day. And so, several mounds appear around them, and Wanner notices that there are at least 200. And Tobin says that they being the biggest guild, apparently it's not just talk, and Jishuka says that gaining reputation of being the strongest, you can never achieve it with numbers. And he says that what seems like the giant guild never changes. But Asilas thinks that Jishuka doesn't either, because she doesn't get nervous at all, even faced with so many numbers. But he thinks that saying that they haven't changed is quite irritating, saying that Chris calls them hidden dragons. And Jishuka thinks he might be speaking politely, but he's attacking them against their strongest members. They're not with them, and she notices that Chris planned this and starts to think of something. And so, Acela says that Chris recognized their strength, calling them cursed, questioning if they really think that his goal is to achieve a small victory. And Asilas says that his tone, which always seems to be underestimating the others, is quite irritating, and tells them to listen to Chris's orders, saying that their mission is to hunt the dragons. And those who always underestimate the others, while Ibelin is scared when he is surrounded by several people from the giant guild approaching him. And with that, Ibelin uses his old sword to kill everyone who is arriving. And he thinks that this is already the fourth one. He says he'll protect the grid no matter what. And another man comes running attacking Ibelin, saying that Zadaka is nothing, and says to think that a brat like that was accepted into the guild. And he manages to hit the boy and throw him to the ground, and says it's impressive that he managed to hold out until now by stepping on his back, and says that even if he was handpicked after he died, it's already over, and asks how long they're going to keep selling this story that they're rivals in the LTS, saying that the giant guild is the strongest there. And then Ibelin thinks he got rid of 4 of them, but the other 12 are over level 150, and their stats are low after fighting for 3 hours without stopping. And not only that, but more than half of them are wearing knight armor breastplates, and their flamberg, with low durability, won't be able to pierce them. And the common people question what's going on because the Giants Guild said, and say that it serves Tsadaka's guide well, because they've been acting like they're the best. But they don't even see that their members are being attacked. And with that, Ibelin thinks that his senpais are being criticized now just because he's weak. So they talk to the boy, asking if he's crying, saying that they're going to end it soon. But Ibelin, even on the ground, tries to hit that guy, but he manages to dodge, saying that he should accept death soon. But the boy screams, not wanting to give up, but is thrown away, and he thinks that Sadaka is the strongest. But then Grid's door is broken. Meanwhile, Agos is hit several times, and Mid-Era thinks he's amazing because he can still disperse the flames, even with those injuries. Then Regis manages to hit him, throwing him away and giving me the note that he's not weak as he had thought, but manages to surround him with flames by throwing his sword in Regis' direction, and he notices that his opponent is using Grima magic, and both are at a scary level. But he thinks that him attacking with the same pattern after losing his sword will be a very simple result. And Dara says that this is very arrogant, asking if he really thinks that a fight was always made with the same blows. Then the sword that's in the bar near him, there begins to be electricity around it, and he thinks that the air has become dry after the fire attacks, and so an explosion happens right in Regis' face, and Mid-Era says that that was a good one, saying that he will finish him with his strongest ability, that he killed the 180 followers of A, and tells Regis to feel all the past glory that he lost. And so, Regis loses the vision in his left eye and all his status decreases by 30%. Until the wound heals, in which Regis is disappointed for having been injured by a basic element, thinking that his training still needs to be improved, and Mid-Era takes the 5 Infinity Stones, starts to do his magic, casting a spell on Regis, saying that he will kill him, while he is still stunned, using his Ultra Storm of fire and ice, and after that attack reaches where Regis was, he starts to feel dizzy because it's hard to stand and he can use all his mana, but he still says that there must be no Regis left. But in that, the Brabo is still standing and his foot starts to glow. And he says that the stun usually lasts 5 seconds, and it took 3 seconds to use his ability, and he says that for a martial artist who trains his body and mind, the time it takes to recover is much shorter than that of a normal person. And so he gives me the grade that he destroyed his magic with a kick. And he's surprised that that guy is crazy. Then Regis jumps on top of him, using the golden dragon's fangs to hit him with his foot, killing mid-era in one go. He says that he thought he was already strong enough and had completely surpassed him. However, Regis says that he was an incredible opponent and it was a good fight that made him use all his strength. But what happens is that this gave everyone a chance to become stronger. And so Pom, in turn, is being attacked and pressured by Kazes. And he says that he is confident that he is the #1 swordsman. Then he wonders why, since there is not a very big difference between them. And he wonders if the time for men has come. And so, Pong begins to use his spear, launching a lot of attacks towards Kha'Zix. And he notices that that attack speed is exceeding his expectations, and his defense will not be able to hold out if this continues. Pom uses the true illusion together with her spear, forming several of them and attacking each one at once. And the crown begins to feel the damage he is taking and says that Pom has become stronger. And he claims that it is all thanks to that spear, and he was completely outmatched at the beginning of the fight. But Cade says that even so, the strength comes from him, and he doesn't need to be humble. And he says it's a shame that that old man's time is over. Then Pom tells him to tell Chris that he better be even more prepared if he decides to threaten Sadaka's guide next time. And so, meanwhile, at night in the desert, Ciellas thinks it's impossible because they started 3 months after him. But a dozen of them managed to massacre 200 players from the Giant Guild. And he says that their strength is beyond common sense. Then he notices that the one creating this overwhelming advantage is Jishuka, the perfect archer. And even if they wanted to finish her off first, Tobin's defense is too strong. And he says that his plan was to dominate them. But they can't go back like that until the other group finishes capturing the blacksmith. Then they'll arrest those people there. And Tobin talks to Jishoka because seeing how they're putting him in a dead end, he doesn't think that their objective is them. So she says that she knew, saying that they have to end this quickly. And Jishoka says that he's getting annoying. Then she tells him to stop stalling and get out of there, because she knows that the cell is there. And she says that their objective is probably the blacksmith, and he says that they've finally filled up, but thinks that it's too late since none of their best fighters are there, and says that everything is going according to plan. And she questions whether this is the case, saying that a plan like this would only work with the common sense that is at play, but they will see what happens. As Grid's door is thrown away, one of the hinge pieces goes straight to the sword Grid was making and falls onto the hot fire in front of his clumsy hammer, catching the hammer blow he was giving. Then they say they wasted too much time because of that kid, and they notice that the blacksmith is inside, and Grid sees that because of him his work was ruined. And now that door piece, being in the middle of the sword, he gets really pissed, and Jishuka starts to wonder if the plan they made took into account an irregularity like Grid, and he gets really pissed asking him if he knows how many hours he spent on that project. And he puts on his assassin mask and starts going after everyone. And Evelyn looks at Grid, who is already turned into Jiraiya, and the giant guys notice that they came in while he was forging the item, noticing that he seems to be quite angry. But then one of them wonders if it's just because of that, saying that he even had to be polite since the master ordered it. Then he says that he is from the Giant Guild, asking if they have heard of him. Then he says that they came to get him for his guild, telling Grid to calm down and lower his weapon, and says that they have more than 10 blacksmiths in their guild, so they know more or less a thing or two, saying that creating items is not easy, but he says that it is still possible to make another one, shouting and calming down, saying that this is putting him in a strange situation, even though they are there to make a good offer. And Grid questions about making another one, asking if they think that just because they are a famous guild they think they have the right to belittle the work of others, so Ibelin thinks he has to stop him because there are 12 people of level 150 and that is with completely different from a hide, and he tries to send a message to Grid, telling him to wait until he heals because he can't face them alone, and with that he starts to curse everyone, saying that their way and those excuses made him angry, saying that he's gonna kill everyone, and Evelyn notices that he's not listening to him, and the crazy guy with the short hair thinks that the captain of his group may have talked after being killed by Evelyn, but to think that he would provoke him, saying that that guy is very careless. Then there starts asking if they're sure he's a blacksmith because of that armor, and even has a dagger equipped, and that's really strange, so the curly-haired guy thinks it's really strange, wondering why a blacksmith would have all that, and that guy who was trying to talk with Grid notices that it looks like he wants to keep forging, saying that they'll wait until he's done, assuming that he only needs a few hours, saying it'll be quick. And Grid gets even more pissed off hearing that, and his colleague tells Kido to be careful, because something's wrong, but Grid doesn't even care about that, activating his gauntlets and giving Kido a double hit, killing him instantly. And he thinks that's impossible because it was just with one attack, and he wonders how the blacksmith did that. Then the curly-haired guy questions what happened, asking if he died for not having very high HP, since he's an assassin. But he doesn't think so, because that attack power is too strong for a blacksmith. However, on the other side, Grid himself was equally surprised. He says that now he is sure that the dense leaf is really a great weapon. He says that he just swung it without thinking, since he was pissed off. But it is much stronger than he thought, and he thinks that since it is a weapon specialized to deal with many enemies, the effect of 165 additional damage was activated. He has 11 enemies, so he thinks that it is 15 per person, and he says that if he were to fight against 100 enemies, the attack power would be 1,500 additional. However, he states that he is sure that there must be a limit, but taking into account the base attack power of that. This weapon is mentioned entirely, and he says that the items forged by the first blacksmith, Albertino, are on a completely different level than his, despite being only a single start. And he thinks that despite being the legendary descendant of Pagma, his skills are far inferior to his. He is someone he needs to overcome first, but he realizes that now he has to take care of those guys who ruined his item, and he activates the blacksmith's fury and goes after everyone, and the little hare himself is surprised because even having blocked him he didn't think he would still do that much damage. And he thinks that that damn guy is not a blacksmith and thinks that Sadaka's guild set a trap, and so he tells everyone to retreat and run away. But Grid says that he won't let them go there and then just run away. Using their agile movements and killing one by one, then they think it's impossible since Maximum is a tank that fights ogres, and he's one of the members with the highest HP and he ended up being killed with a single attack. They thought they would only have to face Arabellin, who is one of the top 10 rookies, but to think they would have a secret weapon. He tells everyone to run because they have to stay alive no matter what. But Grid uses Storm Strike, questioning who said they can run. He swears he'll finish them all, using Pajima's sword dance and wave, and so he goes after everyone. Meanwhile, Jishuku uses his arrow to kill Erislos, and he thinks if this is his end, calling them cursed. And so they finally manage to end that offensive, and thinks that it was worth waiting for that opening. And Tobin thinks that since the petrification skill was undone, they should go back to the forge soon. And Jishuka gets pissed because they wasted too much time there. But then, Ibelin calls her and she asks if they are okay, asking if they were attacked. And he says that there were a total of 3 enemies, and he is still healing now, but he asks her if Grid was always this strong. He continues using the wave and killing everyone who is running. And the little guy thinks that he is killing everyone in an instant, and even though it is an area attack, he didn't think the damage would be so high. So he starts to wonder if that could be a rare skill. And Ibelin, seeing that, is shocked and wonders what class Grid is, because everyone assumes that he is one of the 3 who has a secret epic class. But this strength means that he has at least one unique secret class, and all those who were attacking are surprised, because who would have thought that there would be a monster like that in Sadaka? Then they ask themselves if they think they can defeat him. And the little-haired one thinks it is impossible, but says that they cannot return empty-handed, and if they have to die there, they will get as much information about him as possible, and tells them to use moves that cause negative effects, such as the Wrath Charge and Spiritual Control. But Grid negates all debuffs only based on hatred, and everyone is shocked because nothing works on him, and he says that if that is all they have, then they should finish it off quickly, becoming almost the personification of the devil. And the crowd, watching from afar, thinks that Zidane is incredible against Giant, and they wonder if they are filming this. And one of the players says yes because he thought about making money selling the footage. And they think that this is not a fight and is more like a massacre. And really, Grid with that mask makes it seem like he is a boss who is simply obliterating a raid. And he says he will finish them all, calling him a weakling, laughing psychopathically. And so Ferreira's unexpected counterattack happened, and the members of the Giant Guild who faced him were unable to complete their mission. And the next day, Chris gets really pissed, calling everyone idiots because an army of 300 people was not able to defeat 18 enemies, and he thinks about the skill he saw that blacksmith use. He is sure that he has at least an epic class, wondering how Jishuka got him to her side, and so the Giant members were forbidden from doing any outside activities and were ordered to focus only on up. That was Chris's order, and there were no exceptions. And on the other side, the winds of change blew to Sadaka's guild, which began to strengthen the guild's power, and the top rankers became aware of Sadaka's true strength and took an interest in them. Including Grid, there were 7 new members in the guild, and Jishuka claims that they may have strengthened their guild, but all those people are not the same as hers, and she is sure that they came after seeing the madness of that day. And it was a day when a blacksmith got angry because of a door hinge. And this news spread like crazy around the world the next day. And even on Journal Nacional, Bonner talked about it on the Satisfy Night debate, saying that they will start with a video from one of their viewers, saying that due to the violence shown in the video, they recommend that elderly people and pregnant women do not watch it. And that was the day when a single blacksmith who caused a storm is the talk of the day, and everyone starts to wonder if it's really okay to neglect a psychopath in the game. And Grid, who I won't deny deserves that title quite well, really became known as a psychopath. And so, sometime later, Grid thinks he won 40 million the day they finished Malako's raid and 960 million won for the Spear of Gale. And about 10 million for analyzing and repairing the guild's equipment. And in total it was about 1 billion won, and not only that, he also earned an extra 360 million for the black magic orb, and he starts to laugh because the orb was worth 600,000 gold, and the Gale Spear 800,000 gold, and he can't believe they paid so much just for a single item, and he starts to think that Shuka's guys are a bunch of shoplifters, saying that they're all idiots because the self-transcendental sword was only 220,000 gold, and he calls them all imbeciles. Then he realizes that he was the biggest idiot of all because he was the one who got screwed, because he sold that sword to the administrator for a bargain price, and he thinks that it can only be voodoo, and he says that even though he earned 1.4 billion. Somehow, it seems like he's at a loss, but he claims that he'll think positively, because of the sword he managed to get noticed in Winston and was exempt from taxes and even gained the method of producing the divine shield. But he remembers that he was robbed. But because of that he started defeating Malakos, increased his affinity with Irene and entered the Tzedakah guide, and he says that in the end the results were good, and besides he doesn't have time to stay stuck in the past because he has to finish Ibelin's weapon, and he thinks about the thorns, saying that it's the hardest item he's tried to make so far, and even the materials are hard to come by, and those guys have finished everything, and he thinks that if Ibeli can't get more materials. But then the kid comes up to him, saying that he finally got Nabi's diaphragm, and Grid claims that he thought he hadn't been able to find it since it's been 2 days. And he says that it was really hard, but he got enough to make a sword. And he says that he'll try tomorrow morning, with Grid thinking that this will be the perfect chance to beat Albertino. And he says that the battle from 2 days ago is the biggest talk of the town, saying that Grid was really cool, saying that he respects him, and the kid says that it was nothing. But he gets all worked up, thinking that this kid, despite being cute, knows who the boss is. And he says that, like Ibelin said, the recorded fight gave him a bit of fame, even if it's as a psychopath and a murderer. Thinks that no matter what he does, he always looks bad because of that helmet. And he thinks he has to make a cool item for the next time he gets pissed, since his image is important. And he thinks all he has to do is change his clothes and smile like that, saying that appearance is everything. Greedy, don't smile like that. Please don't do that. It's better to keep that mask on. And the boy says that he said he looked really cool just now and a little while ago, wondering if he looks like he's in pain every time he smiles. He throws Ibelin out of there all pissed off, wondering why everyone gets like that when he smiles, telling the boy to put it in, and he says he'll come back tomorrow. So Grid thinks he only has one chance to forge the sword, and his goal is to make an epic item, thinking about making 100,000 gold. And he says that after paying off his father's 700 million debt, he'll have 800 million left over to buy a luxury car. And he says that life is about the items you have, and whether it's when they put you on TV or with Young. And he says he's going to change his image no matter what. And he says he's betting everything on that item. But he makes a bananas rare rank item, and he wonders if he should start his luxury car with just the wheels. But then he thinks that this can't work because he won't be able to compare a new sedan with this, and he wonders if he should borrow some money from Regis. But he doesn't think so, because he's been working so hard to find his shield. And looking to the side, he sees that sword that went wrong. And he thinks that it's not like he doesn't have any materials to create another sword. And there might be blood in the metal, but if he reforges everything, he should be able to make another one. And since he's gotten to this point, he might as well forge something with ruined material and try to make as much money as possible. And so, 2 days later, Shuka tells Ibelin not to be too disappointed. Then he asks what his master is talking about, because even if it's a rare item, Grid's items are on another level, saying that he's very grateful. And Grid, who was sleeping there on the floor, notices that they've already arrived. That he's already seen the mess that's gone down. And so, Ibelin says yes, thanking him for his hard work. And he says that life doesn't always work out the way he wants, saying that he created another sword, even if it's a bit shit, saying that it's there on the bench. But then, Evelyn notices that he has another one, saying that since it's a two-handed sword, having just one is enough. But then he thanks her, and Grid says that he created it using the sword that those guys ruined, telling him not to expect too much, and he says that life really doesn't work the way they want it to. But then, the boy ends up getting a legendary Great Ranker shotgun, and he's shocked by it and screams and questions if he's surprised, because he was 2 when he saw the item's description, and he says that that item was born after the creator was filled with emotions, and during production this Flamberg was abandoned by its creator when blood was spilled on it, and so it was left as an incomplete sword, so it's filled with indescribable hatred and resentment. Grid thinks that the creator being filled with unspeakable hatred and resentment is really ironic, and so it is said that a legendary item was produced, so his stats were permanently increased by, and his reputation across the continent increased by 1,000 points. And Jishuka remembers that she heard that it is extremely difficult for the few blacksmiths marked in history to create a unique item, and that it was impossible for a user to create a legendary item, and that they could only see them in raid drops because of the system.
But that guy in front of her ended up wanting another one.
And she says that according to the way Satisfy was created, there is only one reason why he can do something that would usually be impossible, and questions if Grid is a user of a legendary class. Then Grid notices that she noticed. He knew he couldn't keep this secret forever, but he wonders what sexy face that is, because it's driving him crazy. And if she stares like that for one more second, he'll end up letting the chicken go. But he thinks not, saying that it hasn't been long since he was made a fool of by a young, so he can't let himself be fooled. And so she jumps on him, grabbing him, putting him in the airbags once again, saying that he's the best. Then he says that he has to stay focused, telling him not to give up because this woman is so happy. But he thinks that he's very good, and Ibelin speaks to Gray in despair, saying he has no idea how to thank him, saying he'll give him 1,000,000 gold right now. But then Grid asks if he's crazy, telling him to spend at least 3 million, saying that it's a legendary sword, and he goes back to serious mode in a matter of seconds. But Ibelin asks what that is because it's too expensive. Then he says it's true that it has elite performance, but it can only be used by him, the owner of the blood. And since it can't be used by anyone else, he won't be able to sell it. And even so, he didn't want to disappoint him, so he offered him 1,000,000. And Grid says he already knew Lyria would talk, so he tells the boy to give him the sword, and Ibelin asks what he's talking about because it has a curse effect, asking if he's going to be okay, and Grid starts cutting his armor using the sword, and it is said that the spine of the great ranker hates and curses him, but he resists everything, and Grid says he will use it if he does not buy it. So, Ibelin thinks that this is impossible, asking Grid what his class is. Then, Grid tells him to step on the brakes, saying that since he is a member of the guild, he will give him a discount, 2.5 million gold. No more, no less. And he thinks that being made a fool of with the self-transcendental sword was enough for him. And so, sometime later in the real world, he tells his parents that first they will pay off the debt and use the rest to stabilize the store, and they both have been working part-time and taking care of the store, and in that his mother asks how the boy got so much money, and his father says that it is their responsibility as parents to take care of him, asking for forgiveness for his son. Proto talks to himself that in all this time, he never thought about the hard work his parents had to do, saying that it really is not easy. And he says that they have to take care of each other because they are a family. And so, his sister tells him how amazing he is, telling him not to spend the rest of the money he has. And he says that this is how life works. But then, he just goes and buys a car, saying that it is every guy's dream, a B13. Cost 8 million won, so his mother asks how he bought something so expensive, saying that he never grows up, so he apologizes, but he says that he still feels good, because the slaps she is giving him are full of happiness. And so, the next day at Armando Proto School, everyone is drooling over her and her friend, saying that they are so beautiful, saying that they are the kind of celebrities. And they also heard that they're not just pretty in the face, and that they're among the top 5 best students in the country. And her friend really likes this tension, and Sirius wonders why they do this every time. And her friend tells her to show them. She tells Lau to do it because things are getting worse because she keeps giving him attention. So she asks how about introducing him to her brother who she keeps hiding. But she says no, telling him not to even come near her brother. And then Proto appears right in front of her, and she notices that her brother is there. And her friend is impressed that that's her brother, saying that they're very different, questioning if she was adopted or something, but she asks how it is. Poetry really is her brother, and so he greets Sarah's friend, saying it's a pleasure to meet her, and she simply calls Proto ugly, telling him to get out of there because she doesn't want his figure to catch her. And Siri gets mad at Yaren. Then he says they'll talk on the way, telling his sister to get in the car. Then she's surprised that he brought it, and then Irinho immediately recognizes that it's an automatic B3, and asks what they're waiting for, calling Proto beautiful, completely changing the treatment, saying they're already going. I'm going to hold back so as not to be a super oppressive sexist, but that's an absurd demonstration of interest, that's for sure. Then you say that if she's in such a hurry, she should go alone. She asks Proto what happened, questioning if something's going on, and he says he needs her help to look good, because the meeting is the next day. And so, on the day of the meeting, he's in his car going there, and he says they scheduled a meeting so far from the city, because they're trying to screw up his life. But he thinks it doesn't matter, but this time he had help with his clothes and also with his hair. And now he's there with his pony, so he thinks he's a different person now. So I wonder what happened, wondering if that person's car broke down. And he says he's not in a condition to help another person, but he thinks he should still help a person with a great body. Oops, better not a person who needs help. And he asks that girl if she can help him with something. And from outside he notices that her car is a Model S. And it's 4 times more expensive than his B13, and he says that the car is famous because only millionaires can afford it, and he asks how such a young girl bought it. And she asks if he can give her a ride. However, when he looks at her face, he recognizes that Kelly is Iora, the only player in the top 10 of Satisfy's general ranking, and the 3rd on the list of most influential people in the world, the queen of commercials and the most beautiful woman in the world. He notices that she is in front of him, asking if this is real, saying that there is no chance because this can't be a coincidence, and he wonders if it's because of the comments he made, asking if she came to get revenge for what he wrote about her after she ended his quest. So she just gets in his car saying she'll take that as a yes to get in. So he wonders if she didn't recognize him, because he's looking a little different, but she just turns around with a killer look saying it's an honor to meet her in person, calling him greed. Then he says she's confusing him with someone else, thinking he's in big trouble. Then he wonders if he's going to die today, but she tells him to keep driving to where he was going. Meanwhile, at the meeting, just cursing Prota because he's late, and they ask Yang if he's really going, and she says she doesn't really know because it's his fault since he chose a place so far away to make it difficult for the boy to get there, and asks if he's anxious because there's no one to make fun of, asking if he can't behave, and tells them not to worry because his first love did a good job convincing him to come, asking why doubt. And they say there's no need to worry because all the guys there are waiting for Prota just like him. And she says there's no one who's as good at messing with him as that guy next door. But she says he's still unemployed even with the city. And then she needs to put him down to feel better about himself. And look, she's his accomplice, right?
Because she basically just humiliated the guy in 17 different languages.
She said he's unemployed and a piece of shit who needs someone else. A piece of shit to feel better. And he thinks this is annoying, but it's true, because the only life more pathetic than his is Prota's. And then they notice someone arriving with a B13 and say it's a limited edition. That's worth more than 800 million won. Envious, he asks what it was, asking if it's a luxury car because he thinks there's someone there with an easy life because of their rich parents. And Yang says she knows he's jealous, and whoever it is, she says she'll be a good one to seduce. Then they notice I'm opening the door and say there's more than one person, and so Prota gets out with Yura, and they can't believe he's the owner of the car, and they also notice that Yura, the goddess of Satisfy. And they remember that Prota was unemployed, asking how he knew so much in life, and the envious one wonders if it's serious that that's Prota. And they also notice with Yura, and she becomes even more resentful, wondering if he really did well, and even more jealous of that woman. Then Prota notices that a limousine stopped near them. Yura says that Kelly is her secretary, thanking him for the ride, telling him to think carefully about the conversation they had in the car, and he gets a bit carried away, and she goes and gives him a big kiss on the mouth, and everyone inside is shocked because they kiss. And she says that people are staring, so he should consider it as a debt paid. But apparently she approached just to whisper, says that she is leaving, and the 2 envious people inside start foaming at the mouth. One because he doesn't want to accept that Prota has moved up in life, and the other because he is now in a completely different world for having lost his golden duckling, and inside everyone is drooling over Prota, questioning how he got so rich, and also asked if he was dating the goddess, telling him to introduce him to them, saying that they were friends before, saying that they were going to have a barbecue. Meanwhile, the redhead thinks that this is not what he wanted him there for. Proto calls Juno, asking how things are going, questioning if he still has the habit of fighting, saying that he is already an adult and should mature. Then he grabs Prota by the collar, saying that he doesn't know what he is up to, but he shouldn't get cocky, because he will beat him up if necessary. And Prota just smiles, asking if he got angry just because of that, asking how he feels, being crushed by the person he always humiliated. Then Juno starts to think about that look, noticing that he has seen it before, and remembers that he is that psychopath who killed him, and he is sure that he is. And so Prota says he liked that face and would like to see it more often, but he's too disgusted by everyone there to stay any longer. And they've always humiliated him and messed with him all this time. But now they're so desperate to be nice to him, saying they're all shameless parasites, and they should learn their place instead of including him in their ridiculous sense of superiority. And he's going home, calling everyone there a jerk. Sorry for the swearing, but it was very necessary. As he walks to his car, Yang runs up to him, asking if he's leaving yet, saying they didn't finish talking last time. And she says she likes him too, and says she can heal the traumas they caused her, promising it to Prota. Then he thinks about Yang, remembering what he said to Yura in the car, questioning her wanting to pay a debt to him because he saved her from the Church of Aten. Of all people, and she says he made her give up on winning and helped her finish the quest. But he says there's probably a misunderstanding there, because he never helped her with her quest, and she doesn't owe him anything. And he thinks this is a nightmare because things are already complicated. And she says she became the 8th servant thanks to him, and she can't let that go. And he thinks she's doing whatever she wants. And she says she knows he joined Sadaka's guild, that he killed Malakos, and battles are inevitable, now that they are sworn enemies of the Church of Aten. But she will never kill you in battle, and maybe she will just beat you up, until she can't fight anymore. So he thinks that she really investigated him, but he also thinks that they can kill each other as much as they want because he's only after the money. And she says that this debt will be paid in the game. She heard that he is constantly humiliated in the meetings with the people he is going to see now. And she says that she will be his girlfriend and will make everyone jealous, saying that he should think of this as a guarantee that he will pay his debt. Then he thinks that so many things have changed since he started playing Satisfy. And he thinks about both Yura's promise and Ayang's promise, thinking that they are scary women. And he thanks Ayang for her answer, but remembers when he heard her talking bad about him, saying that she has never seen such a dumb virgin in her life, thinking that it is funny, and he simply says he doesn't believe in Ayang anymore, saying goodbye to her. That's it, guys. I've never felt so proud in my life. They disguise themselves as toxic people in your life. He simply nipped the evil in the bud and distanced himself from everyone who kept humiliating him. After all, he only went to those meetings because of that bitch. He was in love with her and wanted to see her at any cost. So that was totally satisfying. And so a while later it is said that despite there being more than 10,000 classes in Satisfy, the conditions to enter the top 10 of the ranking of each class were so difficult that the ranking practically did not change. But what made this change were the members of the Sadaka Guild, who slowly rose to the top 10 in just 4 months since they started playing. And the players called this the period of change of the catalysm. And the rankings, which were previously unchanged, once again underwent a change, and so some monsters begin to take a lot of damage, and Ibelin's weapon comes into play as he takes a knife to that gigantic rat. And the boy continues to level up while thinking that this is amazing because these mobs are 30 levels higher than him, but he can defeat them all easily, and he thinks that this way he will get the pair quickly, and he says that all of this is Grace, Thorn of Resentment. And it was worth paying 2.5 million gold for it. And he says that if he keeps it up, he will be able to catch up to them quickly. And he says that he may have been ahead when he entered the top 10 of rookies. But from there he surpassed and became the #1 Qigong master. He doesn't know anything else about him, but someone his age surpassing him was a huge blow. So he asks to wait there for him, because he will reach him with his thorns of great rancor. Meanwhile, Vantner has another attack of envy, wondering why, because Iblis's skill is good now that he got a better weapon. How come the next item to be made is not his weapon, but an armor? But Shuka tells him to shut up because his weapon is already good enough because of the grid, and he needs better equipment to become useful as a tank in raids. And she says that she knows he is excited after seeing the weapons of the others. But even if they are talking about the grid, it is impossible to create unique or legendary items every time, and he should thank her for being the next on the list to have his item created. So Vantner says yes, but he's just saying that he could make a weapon instead of armor, because he wants to level up instead of getting stronger. But then Jishuka looks at him very annoyed, saying that he talks too much for a bald guy, and questions him about having said that he already gave the production half of the material to Grid, and he says yes, so Shuka tells him to stop wasting time and go get the rest of the materials since Grid isn't even at the forge today, and says that he's also working hard to level up. Meanwhile, inside Medange, a bunch of people are very surprised because to think that he would be able to defeat those iron golems who has a giant defense against physical damage, and they say that the Golem Labyrinth is a very popular hunting ground for mages, and they thought Grid was a newbie since he brought a big sword, but they noticed that this guy is the psychopathic butcher that was on TV. He really lives up to his nickname, so they wonder if he's serious, wondering how the golems that didn't even hesitate against multiple players are being blown to pieces like that. And Grid simply continues mining the golems with a pickaxe, and he gets iron or deluxe iron or and damaged orichalcum. And he says that what he thought came true, because using a pickaxe that has 100% comprehension was the best choice. He was a bit worried about how using kill with a greatsword only left the golems with half health, and apart from the magic stones that serve as gears, the golem was made only of minerals, and he could see the path with his pickaxe. and they say that a great wizard or something hid a treasure in that labyrinth. And he thinks that there is some kind of mine where he can level up and get minerals. And a player seeing what he is doing with only a pickaxe thinks that the pickaxe is the weak point of those golems, thinking that he can do it too, but when he hits the golem hits him back, killing him instantly, and Grid seeing that just ignores it and continues doing what he is doing, and everyone asks if they saw that because he didn't even care when the guy next to him died. Noticing that he really is a psychopath, and so, Grid says that he leveled up a bit and got a lot of minerals too. But in that, Shuka sends him a message and he realizes that, apparently, it is time to go back. Then he wonders where he is, because he was so focused on killing the golems that he got lost and thinks he's in a fucking maze and he can't even see the people in front of him. And he says that maybe he should talk to the guild instead of stressing himself out looking for a way out. He asks if anyone can help him in the golem maze, but then he ends up falling into a trap that throws him down there, and he is told that the traps created by Braham, the Great Wizard, have been activated. He is surprised, taking 205,100 damage, and the optional effect of Doran's ring was activated, so 102,550 damage was restored, but he still takes 410-13. And then, because he managed to survive thanks to the effect of the ring, and he thinks it's going to be dangerous for him, now that immortality has already been used and the cooldown is 24 hours. And so the Guardian of the Labyrinth wakes up after his long rest looking at the protagonist, and he thinks that it's a giant, about 5 times bigger than the golems from before, and he says he's going to get out of there and kill himself and starts to activate Pagma's sword dance, attacking the golem, however, using the kill. But the gauntlet effect is activated too, and he causes 108,700 damage. But the golem simply returns that beating, throwing him away, but Grid remains alive, and notice that the kill, with 1,500% increase in attack, it only lowered 1/15 of the golem's HP. And he says that if his best skill doesn't work, so he has no choice, because if he hits him 15 times while dodging all the attacks, taking care of his skill into account, that's still worth taking a good amount of hours. So Jashuka goes to the labyrinth running because of Grid's message, and notices that he fell into the trap, and says that they came as soon as they saw the message. But he wonders how things ended, with him fighting alone against the boss. And Vantner says that they have to help him, asking why they don't go down. And then she says that Grid still hasn't given up, and knowing his way, he might even think that they're trying to steal his monster. So she shouts to Grid, saying that if he thinks he won't be able to, he should run away through the cave after the Guardian, and thinks that's the best they can do for him. And then he notices that it's Jashoka, questioning when she got there. And he thinks about the cave, wondering if that's what's back there. And he says that in that half second that he turned, the golem almost hit him. But he asks the monster if he thought he would stay still for him to kill him. And he starts to activate his ability. Then up there, everyone sees that red ray that comes from down there, leaving them all surprised. And the golem in turn receives an immense amount of damage. And the boy starts to laugh, because he couldn't dodge. So he can confront him face to face and asks the monster if that hurt, calling him Geodude, and that's the invocation of the Red Thunder. And he uses that imbued in his sword, using the matter. Can use magic, so Jashuka says he has no idea, but his ability is kind of shit. Then Proto starts to cut the golem, and notices that the parts hit by the attacks have changed, and it's as if they had turned into ingots. And he thinks that this way, he will be able to do what he does best, pulling out his little hammer and simply shaping the golem's arm. And he starts to laugh, saying that he is just a walking or, and says that he will finish him off. And so he simply changes the golem's entire body, and he says he wants to see how all of his joints get melted until he can no longer defend himself. He activates the blacksmith's drill, saying that he has never used this ability before, but thanks to the Cloak of Malakos, now he has enough power to test it. He activates Pagma's sword dance, Transcend. When I use this attack, Grid becomes almost a monster without any limits, throwing the attack at the golem. I receive that damage, he gets quite damaged, and Grid sees that the attack was doubled and the red lightning bolts were activated. And it looks like he's finally going to melt that little face of his. And he thinks it's the perfect time because he can finally test some moves. And he starts activating Link, launching several attacks in sequence which cause low damage, but continuous damage. And he thinks it's amazing because at first he could only use Link 6 times. But now he can use 10. And he thinks he's gotten really strong, and he tells Golem that it's useless to try to block with that arm of his. So Golem even tries to defend himself, but Grid says that it's useless to try to defend himself with that Megazord arm. So, from up there, they watch Grid beating the boss, and they say that his attack power and tenacity are enormous. And she says that he might have gotten lucky, since the Guardian of the Labyrinth has a boss without any skills, but to think that he would be able to penetrate that defense. She says that she knew, since he didn't use all of his skills in Malachus Raid or against the Giant Guild, And Grid notices that he is finally running out of steam, using Pagma's sword dance to kill once more. And Shishuka says to himself that maybe Grid can compete, as long as he waters and uses all of his strength. And with that, he manages to kill the boss easily, defeating the guardian of the great wizard Braham's labyrinth. And he receives 180 gold and 43 million experience points, rising to level 114. And he says he can't believe he soloed the entire raid, because he got all the experience too, thinking that was awesome. He gets 90 deluxe iron ore and also gets 3 deluxe magic stones, getting 45 orichalcum and 33 black iron. Then he also receives the key to Braham's treasure chest, and he asks what it was, wondering if that was all the loot was, and he knows that that monster didn't have any special abilities, but the boss ignores him, and he says that the traps will disappear when he leaves, but to think that the reward would only be the gold and coin. Also some stones. He leaves quite disappointed. Then the dungeon starts to fall on him, and wonder what's going on, and notice that there is a collapse. And Shishuka speaks with what it seems. The labyrinth will collapse, telling him to run to the tunnel she mentioned before, and looking to the side he notices that the tunnel is there and runs off towards it and thinks that he thought he was going to die, asking what the hell was that. And he notices that they are trying to kill him, even after he kills the boss and only gets some shitty rewards. But when he looks ahead, he notices some chests and also the key to Braham's treasure. So the says he never criticized this game, saying he loves Satisfy. He says there's no chance he doesn't have a real treasure and wonders which one he should open. He says that people often think that the most chic thing is a trap, but they end up losing everything by thinking too much. And he says it's obvious that the trap is this little beauty over there, but even so he goes for the brightest chest, thinking that this guy over there can smell money everywhere. But when he uses that key and opens the chest, he gets a fright, noticing that there is only one egg, and he wonders if he's joking, saying that he worked too hard and even bled to defeat the monster, but then he gets a shitty egg, asking why there's an egg in a chest, so he says he's going to get revenge on all those developers. And he notices that the real treasure is in one of the other chests and thinks he doesn't have the key, but he remembers something, thinking that if he doesn't have the key, he can simply create one with his item creation. And he opens the menu choosing a key to create, and he says that just thinking about all those chests he'll be able to open. Spending an item creation slot won't be in vain. And he says that if he wants to open all the chests, he'll have to create a master key. And he'll use the black iron he used to make Dunsleeve because it'll be a good one. And since it's going to be used to open all the chests, maybe he should make it look like one of those tools that thieves use in movies. And he says it's like a paperclip, and draws it anyway. Then the system says that the self-calibration is complete, and tells him to name that item, and he thinks that this will be a key that will be able to unlock all types of blocks. And so he's going to call it the skeleton key, and he says that it shouldn't be that hard to create now that he has the black iron, but he'll need fire for the forge, and he wonders what he's doing. Then Jishuka arrives asking if everything is okay. Then he says that what they have there is good, asking her to give him some light, remembering that she used the phoenix arrow, asking her to help him quickly, and says he needs fire to melt something, saying she's going to do something small. Then she asks if he wants her to use all her mana just to give her some fire. And he says it's not that hard, because he'll leave the guild if she doesn't do it. So she has no other option, asking if he wants her to shoot the wall. And she thinks he might be annoying, but helping a legendary blacksmith isn't a bad idea. And she asks them to be careful with the tremors, and pulls out her arrow shooting fire there. And so he thinks that's perfect. And Vantner notices that for him to have been able to deal with Jishuka like that kid is really cool. Then he manages to complete the item, and Jishuka questions what that is. Says that it's just the best item in the world, asking him to observe, and he says that he's going to test it on the old wooden chest, and notices that he opened it, and when he looks, they are Brayan's boots of the unique rank, and he notices that it has the flying effect, asking if it's not an ability exclusive to mages, and he thinks that this is incredible since it was the item of a great mage that has cooldown reduction and the flying magic, and he will be able to use this effect to reduce the cooldown time of Pagma's sword dance. So Jishuka thinks that this is impossible, since this magic can only be used by players who have the second advancement, which is only obtained at level 200. And because of this, only a few mages can actually use this ability nowadays. And Vantner says that the effects are good, but the defense is high, asking Grid to sell them to him, saying that he'll pay a lot for the boots. And he says that he doesn't need money right now, and besides, it's an item he can use. So now he's gonna see what's in the last chest and thinks he's paid off all his debt. So he has a fixed income and it's time to save money. And besides, he's not going to go back to living like a beggar. When he opens the chest full of hope, he ends up receiving an attack on his chest and wonders what the hell is this. And upon receiving that attack, a smoke with 2 eyes appears, and Grid falls dry to the ground. So we were shocked by the question how he could do that to Grid, ordering that shadow to reveal itself. And so, Vantner says he's going to make him pay for killing Grady. But then, the boy gets up, saying he's not dead. And so, Jishuka says she swore she saw something piercing his chest. And he says he also saw that, but he notices that that egg blocked, and he asks what the hell he thinks that is because he measures himself as fast and had the stamina to withstand the attack just now. And no matter how he looks at it, it doesn't seem to be a normal egg. Wondering if it's a dragon egg, but then he notices that it's hatching, and it explodes in front of him, a golden liquid comes out of it, and he notices that it looks like a metal. Then the shadow says that he had a very irritating attitude, and after 300 years they still challenge him, saying that Akira is a very shameful and Grid says that he has no foot, noting that he's a ghost, and so Jujuka notices that pressure, saying that it's very strong. Must be at least as strong as Malako's. And that person notices that, since Pavranio protected him, he must be Pigma's descendant. And Grid is surprised because he said Pagma's descendant, wondering if the class quest that was on hold will finally continue. Avante and Noravala talk and ask what Pagma's descendant would be, and Jishuka thinks she doesn't know what it is, but it's the best chance they have to find out what Grid's class is. And he says he really is Pagma's descendant, asking who that person is. And he says he's Braham, the great wizard, and he created that labyrinth full of minerals a long time ago. And he was waiting for him. And he says he created 27 more places like that across the continent. But he didn't think he would take long, saying that for someone who is his successor, he doesn't seem to be very attracted or interested in minerals and greedy. Years he created all that and waited for him, asking why. And Braham says that the name of that thing is Pavranium, a mineral that can move on its own and has its own will, and is the pinnacle of all minerals created with Pagma's skill and with his magic.
And it is more resistant than the god of metals, adamantium, and lighter than mithril, and has the same flexibility as Jaffa. Then he notices that it is a mineral created by Pagma. And to think that it would be so good to be able to create even minerals.
But in that, Braham says that that thing is cursed and tries to attack the Pavranium, but it defends Grid at the same time. And the boy is surprised, as is Braham, to think that he would melt to protect the blacksmith. And he is still a very simple piece of metal. And in that, Grid yells at him, saying that he seems weak for him to come attacking him like that, asking why he is attacking him. And Braham says that he is the great wizard who survived a battle against Tralka, the flaming dragon. After transcending the limit of the human body, he hoped to become immortal. And to achieve this, he created the vessel to store and make his soul become immortal, and this vessel is called the soul receptacle. He believes that the Pavranian that Pagma created is the perfect material to finish the vessel, and he used his magical power for almost 10 years to help him create the Pavranian. His possessions bore fruit, and still the Pavranian was created. But a long time passed before the receptacle could be created, and Pagma died of old age. And even the dwarves were useless. Their skills were not enough to even melt the Pavranian. He was desperate and frustrated, but now he has finally found Greed, the man who will be able to fulfill his wish, the descendant of PYG. And so, Grid receives a class quest, and Braham orders him to create the soul vessel for him, and if he succeeds, he will give him all the rest of the Pavranium. And so the resurrection of the great wizard class quest is found, and he says that he found one of the fragments of Braham's soul that was sealed in one of the 28 labyrinths. And Braham wants him to create the soul vessel so that he can resurrect him and become the immortal. And the reward is a large amount of Pavranium. He thinks that it is N or stronger than adamantine, the ore of the gods. And considering the scarcity of this ore, he thinks that there is no reason to refuse, and says that it is fine, saying that he will create this soul vessel for him. But then this idiot basically draws a little dog bowl, and says he knows it looks like that, but asks if it's okay if he does it that way. And Braham thinks he wants to kill this descendant, asking how dare he transform the soul vessel into that. And he says that the god of life and wisdom is Judah, the god of war, Dominion, and the goddess of light, Rebecca, the god of darkness and disease, Yatin. And he says that the Pavranian needs the blessing of the 4 gods, and after that he must use the divine Pavranian to create the vessel with any shape he wants, as long as he can store something. Then, Grady asks how he gets their blessing, because besides that, he is an enemy of the Church of Athen. And so, Braham says that it seems like he's out of time, ordering him to do whatever is necessary, whether it be overcoming them in power or begging them, and he says that he will believe and will wait for the return of Pagma's descendant. And so, he thinks that after defeating Malako, his relationship with the other 3 religious groups is not bad. The problem is how he will get the blessing of the Church of Athen, since they have a hostile relationship. And Jishuka quickly talks to Layla, asking if she knows who Braham and Pagma are. And she says that of course she knows who Braham is, because he is like a master to all magicians. And he was the magician, something more powerful that created most of the magics that are used in Satisfy, but never heard of someone called Pagma. So Jishuka talks to Vantner and wants him to investigate this, and says that since he is a historical person, asking him in PCIs instead of players would be better. But in that, looking to the side, they notice Grid already flying, and he starts to see the exit. And he talks to what seems like Brain gave him knowledge about the structure of the labyrinth. And he says he's going to the forge ahead, leaving the two behind, and says he'll see them later. And so, Vantner says that this is really cool, and Jaishika says he's sure the boots were level 240, and the cloak was level 202. And just like the legendary weapon he made for Ibelin, he should probably be able to equip all the items. And she says she didn't plan on finding out so much about his class, but she thinks she's too curious now. Then he flies over everyone. They notice that there is a person flying, and Grid notices that those boots are using up all his mana, and he's gonna find a good place to get off and walk. Asks Provenio if he's excited that finally, after 300 years, he's out, and says that since his form is shit now, they're gonna change it. And he would usually mix it with other minerals since the quantity isn't large, but he doesn't want to do that. And since he's a mineral that protects his master, he had a good idea saying that they're going to the forge so he can melt it down. And the guys down there notice that Grid has already disappeared. They say that he seemed to be a wizard with the second advancement since he was flying around. And they also say that he had a big sword on his back. And even the first place in the magical swordsman ranking can't use flying. And they wonder what's going on. And so it is said that there were some players who saw it and kept talking about it in the communities and forums for a few days, but no one believed them. And Grid says he is very excited after knowing that this material was created by Pagma. And so, the story behind the birth of the flying swordsman began and ended in the same way. Then, already at the forge, Vantens arrives after a long time, and says that it doesn't matter how many times he came there. He can't get used to the labyrinth. Then Grady asks why they took so long, saying that they are slow. But he thinks it doesn't matter, asking Jashuka to shoot an arrow at him. And she says that they went to the labyrinth because he called her. And now he's asking for another favor. Get mad at him. Then she says he's going too far, launching his arrow, and he thinks he's going to change its trajectory just to scare him. But then the boy manages to defend himself, and she keeps shocked, saying she didn't want to kill him, but she was still kind of serious, and he managed to block her arrow, does it like this, and he asks if that's cool, saying he melted the ore, and he notices that the Pavranium was stunned for 2 seconds after taking a lot of damage, so getting full protection would be difficult, and there aren't many of them, so it would work better with this small item that can separate. He says yes, saying he could make a blade that sticks to the armor and defends him against attacks. And so, while he's thinking, someone arrives asking if he's Grady and says that the counts have a requirement for his presence, asking the boy to go with him. And so, Jashuka is shocked because the Master of the North, one of the greatest powers in the Eternal Kingdom, is looking for Greed, and he doesn't like being called by the Count at all, and Jashuka wonders who the hell the boy is. And so, already at Winston's castle, Irene is quite apprehensive, and Count Sten thinks that she doesn't like him, because to think that his precious daughter would make a face like that, and not only that, she also fell in love with a preview and not a prince. He heard that he is the blacksmith who rescued Irene from the hands of the Malacos, but he thinks that doesn't make sense, and Blen says he believes Sten is right. Thinking that Greed is a fraud because it is impossible for someone so young to have such feats, saying that they can't give Irene to a man like that, and he must be severely for trying punished to deceive his daughter, and Proto calmly goes there, greeting the Great Lord, and Blen starts making a Karshal mod, calling him insolent, saying that even if he has humble origins, asks what clothes he is wearing to meet the Lord, and asks why he didn't reveal his identity right away, and so he says that he thought he was there to receive his reward, asking what the hell is this, and who the hell is that guy to keep talking to him like that. And so, Sting says that despite being so young, he managed to create the famous self-transcendental sword, which is strong enough to defeat Malacos of his followers. And he says that he defeated Malacos along with his companions. And Aten's followers were so weak that he managed to defeat them with his poor swordsmanship. Sten says that Aten's followers have been a stumbling block in his path for decades. Yet they are weak enough to be defeated by a blacksmith sword, saying that in this way he suspects that perhaps they were the companions who kidnapped his daughter. Then Prada is surprised by what he is saying, asking if he is saying that he planned everything, since he himself was the one who sold the sword for a bargain price and still saved his daughter. But in that, Irene asks if he is suspecting about Greed, and Bland tells Irene that this is something they cannot take lightly, and says that they have to be sure if it is all true or not. But the truth is that he is dying of envy of Greed, almost taking Irene from him, saying that he will make his mask fall right now, ordering Grid to prove what he said at that moment. And so Grid says he never thought his hospitality with his guests would be so bad, pulling out his sword, and says that if this is the only way to make him understand, he'll go for it. And says he's really strong, throwing Blend away. And he notices that he swung that gigantic sword with just one hand, wondering if he has so much confidence because of his strength in the work he uses. and he thinks he should win with his fencing skills attacking from below. But Grid manages to defend quickly and kicks Blend away, and starts calling the boy a damn, thinking that Grid is good. Unlike what he seems, he is quite skilled in fencing. So, Grid thinks that Blend must be level 200, but compared to the stats, equipment, and experience, Grid is far superior. And Grid questions if he was too disrespectful for having kicked the little nobleman. And so, Blend activates the Sword of Grace and the Will of Armor. He notices that he is a magical swordsman, and Blend tells him to laugh as much as he wants, because he will crush him with the magic that his father taught him. After all, he is the first son of Count Ashur, the honorable great wizard. And Proto remembers Count Ashur, who started all this misfortune. Blend uses the Storm Lord on Proto, asking if he is afraid of him now that he saw that he is big, but says that it is too late. However, Grid resists and says that he should have said that before, because if he knew that he is the son of that bastard from the beginning, he would never have wasted time talking to him. Then he uses Pygma's sword dance, attacking him with a link, making several cuts on Bland. And that's what happens with Dove. The name Pygma is discredited, and Irene finds her father strange, and Bland falls to the ground in great pain, realizing that he lost him, Kandiashua's firstborn, and says that he thought the debuff wouldn't work, and wonders what the hell that ability was, who the boy is, and Grid then asks if that is enough to clear up Count Sten's doubts. Then he thinks it's impossible because he should have realized it before, because being the greatest blacksmith and the greatest swordsman can only mean one thing, and Sten goes up to the boy all excited, asking if he would do him the honor of taking his daughter as his wife. Recognizing that Proto is Pagma's successor, and Grid realizes that he has figured it out, noting that he knows who Pagma is, so he thinks about getting married. Noticing that Irene has a cool personality and is beautiful and everything, saying that it's even hard to think that she's an NPC, but that's another thing about the game, saying that NPCs have emotions, thoughts, a physical body, desires, etc., just like real people, and he thinks that he can finally overcome this 27-year drought barrier. And he thinks that he'll finally become an adult. But then, Blend talks to the Count, saying that that man is an immortal who doesn't die with the divine curse, asking if he's really going to let Irene grow old and die alone, saying that there's no way he can hand over Arella to him, saying that he challenges Grid to a duel. He doesn't know how good Pagma's descendant is, but he shouldn't think that he'll hand over Irene so easily. But Irene tells him that Grid is a person, but she is very affectionate, and it is her fault, telling him to stop. But then, he says that everyone has lost their minds using the Storm Sword. Then, Grid says that he still hasn't realized the truth, saying that he will show him the difference between their strengths. Using Pygma's sword dance, kill, hitting the boy with all. And Stan is shocked because he thought that Blend would be enraged like that, and he says that Irene is precious to Blend too, and he apologizes as his sword master to Grid. But the boy says that although he probably won't wake up for a few days. But Grid says that he probably won't be able to hold the wedding anytime soon, since he has personal matters to resolve. And so, Sten asks if he will accept the proposal, saying that it's okay. And Grilly says that Irene must be a very precious daughter to him, so he is honored and thinks that there is no need to rush. For now, he will finish the class mission, and Sten notices that he caused a mess. Fusion, even though he invited him there, apologizes once again, who says that whatever he has to do, he will pray for Rebecca to help him finish it quickly. And Grady then remembers what Braham said before, that he for Vanio needs 4 blessings, so the Sten family has a good relationship with the Rebecca Church, and he says that since that is the case, he asks why he doesn't write a letter of recommendation for him, since he would like to talk to the Pope of the Rebecca Church. Esteve is impressed that he wants to talk to the Pope, but agrees to write the letter and send it right now. Then, Irene asks if he is going back to Forge, asking him to be careful until they meet again. And Grid is already in a cute mood. Fluffo says that of course he'll be careful, asking if she saw how strong he is. And so, Grid, descendant of Pagma of the 2 billion Satisfy players, was the first to become the future son-in-law of a noble, and he thinks about this title, saying that he almost failed at it before because of Yura, but to think that things would lead to this, and he starts to believe by himself that he is someone destined for success. But then, a guy appears in front of him, saying that he waited a long time, asking if he is Grid, and he says he heard that the boy is a great blacksmith. Then, he says that that guy is probably Tom, and he is one of the 6 new members of the guild, and asks what Tom wants. And he questions if Grid knows the crazy guy who finished off those giants bastards, saying he wants to fight him, then asking Grid to make him a weapon, while spitting on a piece of wood that is there. But Grid doesn't like it at all, asking if he knows where he's spitting. And Tom starts to notice that the boy got all irritated, even though he's only level 100, saying that, apparently, the other members owe him favors. But Tom says he doesn't owe him anything, saying he's going to leave the guild as soon as he defeats that masked guy, and if Grid isn't careful, he'll finish off the boy. And he asks if Grid knows that guy's nickname, because the other damn guys in the guild won't say anything. Then Grid says he was already pissed off after seeing that broken noble, and he says he'll probably end up there and log out, because it looks like he's gonna have to beat him up for showing up on his desktop. And Toon says that he even looks like a warrior, taking out a dagger and everything, but he says that he already told him not to act like that in front of him, saying that he never backs down in a fight, going after the boy, saying that he is different from the others. And Grid immediately thinks that he is going to end his race, because he has become strong enough to hold his own. And so he defends Tom's claw with great difficulty and starts to be surprised, thinking that he has a lot of strength, and Tom says that he is like that only because he has been facing Farrakos until now, and he should keep his head down in front of a hunker, and Tom apparently is in 60th place in the general ranking. And so he throws the Grid away and he notices that his strength increased by 100 points after Malachus' raid, and even though he has confidence in a battle of strength, that guy is stronger than him, so one goes after him again asking if he is really a blacksmith, because he thought he was only level 114, but he managed to block their attacks with a dagger. And Grid thinks he got too full of himself after defeating those giants, but he's never fought a high-level ranker before. Eaton starts to think he's not a normal blacksmith, asking if he has a secret class, saying he didn't expect to find that pearl when he came looking for that masked guy, and says he's going all out, because he also has a secret class, and so he's the Master of Beasts, 40th in the overall ranking. So Grid thinks his form is amazing, and he's going all out, so he thinks it's better to use all his armor. But while the two were getting serious, Regis appears and throws Tom away, and so he is surprised by Regis showing up, and he tells Tom that he is being rude to Grid, and says that next time he will blow his head off by telling him to behave. And so, Grid notices that even Regis, who is always cool, got irritated with that guy because it seems that the newbies have not yet been fully accepted by the guild, and Tom starts to belittle him, saying that the great Taekwondo master used a surprising attack. Then, Grid notices that he can still get up, thinking that he has a good recovery. And he says that he was planning to fight him one day, but 2 versus 1 will be kind of difficult for him, saying that he will keep to himself for now. And he talks to Grid, saying that he can even give a bra, saying that they will fight another time. But then Grid starts to curse him, telling him to clean up his mess before he goes, and so he notices that he simply left. But Regis asks him to leave it aside, because he's not an easy guy to defeat after changing forms. And besides, he says that they found his divine shield, saying that he's with one of Rebecca's daughters. And so Grid is surprised, and Regis says that it's the title of the 3 greatest paladins of the Rebecca Church, and says that he asked for a meeting, but they refused, and probably they don't want to return the shield. The church remembers one of Rebecca's daughters, noticing that the guy who stole the shield called Isabel that. Then, Regis says that the goddess Rebecca gave them sacred weapons, and they say that their strength. It is similar to the 2nd and 3rd servants of the Church of Athen, and because of them, the relatively weak Rebecca Church can rise up and oppose the Church of Athen. And so, Grid thinks that he has complicated things because he has to talk to the Pope of the Rebecca Church in person, and that will ruin everything. But Regis says that he has a message from the Master, saying that she said that the production of equipment can wait for later, so he can go without worrying. And if he needs her help, just send a message. And so, Grid thinks that she is always so serious, saying that he can tell her that he will be back in a little while. And so, the next day Vantner goes there and Camp says that Grid is not there. And he is surprised that he is not there again. And at the entrance to Holland, north of Vatican City, one of the guards is surprised to see something in the sky, noticing that it is not a bird. Then, he notices that there are several gargoyles and wonders why there are so many in one place. And they are above Grid, who was flying, and he says that thanks to the dread Anu in the cloak, he managed to kill the horde, and luckily there is a forge right there, saying that it is time to repair his weapons, and he notices that it is a portable forge, thinking that the place is very professional, saying that he will pay to use it, asking to borrow it, but then the boy asks how dare he use someone else's forge, saying that he doesn't even look like a blacksmith. But in this, Grid says that it must be because of the effect of his class, that any blacksmith above the average rank is favorable to him, so he must be low rank, and he says that this means he needs to shut him up with his skills, and so he notices that he is level 20 or something like that, telling him to look and learn if he wants to do well, saying that the mere blacksmith from the countryside would never have the chance to see this kind of skill. And the boy is surprised that he is already controlling fire so freely. And he talks about the speed of the hammer and the harmony with fire, saying that he has never seen this kind of skill performed, and he is on a completely different level than his father, who was a mid-ranking blacksmith. And Grid says that most of his armor is already good, and now all that is missing is the helmet, and when he hits the helmet it ends up breaking. Geraldo asks why he is destroying the completely normal helmet, since it only needed some repairs, but Grid says that he did not destroy it, he only dismantled it, and the helm's understanding went up by 85 after several repairs, and if he redoes it with some improvements, his understanding will reach 100 and he will be able to reproduce the helm en masse. And so he manages to reach 100, taking the helm to the unique ranking. Then he says he will continue without delay, giving 10 silvers to the boy, and he asks if Grid is already going, asking if he is going on a difficult journey to the Vatican without the healer. And he asks why he would spend money on it, saying that anyway he should practice his methods because maybe in 10 years he will become a mid-rank blacksmith, and so he says his name is Hector. He knows he was rude at first, but he says he will do his best to reproduce the skills Grid showed, and Grid tells him to work hard, thanking him for the forge. And he says he still has a long way to go before he gets to the Vatican, saying that there probably won't be another forge on the way, so he'll have to make do with potions. And he doesn't want to spend money hiring an NPC healer, saying that he'll find his own way then. And so only the priest of the Rebecca Church satisfies me. They may be real healers, but to become a priest, they need to practice in silence, depriving themselves of the outside world. So, there are few players who become priests, and players who needed healers started paying a large amount of money to hire NPCs. And when this money started coming into the church as offerings, the priests started succumbing to worldly desires. And the person who made everything like this was none other than the current pope. And in the facilities of Rebecca's church, the pope is doing something kind of dirty inside. Isabel says that the pope is really energetic in bed, talking to Cassius. And he says that this is not something
Thanks for watching.
Then he tells her to be quiet, because the Pope is leaving and says that there are other people who are the eyes and ears of your grace everywhere, telling her to be careful. And so the Pope says that it is quite noisy, asking if they were talking about him behind his back or something, and Drivigo comes out completely naked, and they bow to the Pope, and he starts saying that Isabel is beautiful as always. And he says that if he hadn't come out to invite her to bed, she asks if he would listen to the reason why she is there. But Cassius tells her to respect the Pope. Then he says that it is okay, because Isabel knows very well that he would never do anything against Reb's daughter. And she says that, and the families that possess them, saying that the power of light and darkness have a good compatibility. And she says that she will order the paladins to recover them all. And so he says no, saying that she has to do other things, because he received a divine message last night, saying that the goddess Rebecca told him that one of his daughters will betray him. And he questions who else it would be if not Rin, ordering Rin to be brought to him, saying that he will punish her personally. And it is already the third time that she refuses his call, hiding in that temple in the interior. And their intentions would be obvious, that Isabel asks if he really doesn't know because she didn't answer his letters. But before anything, she asks if he can really hear the messages from the goddess Rebecca. Then he grabs her by the neck, asking if she is doubting him, saying that he will give her 2 days, ordering her to bring Rin to him, saying that her will is the will of the goddess Rebecca. Then Cassius says that Rin could not tolerate the corruption of the church and abandoned her faith. But Isabel swore loyalty, so she cannot defy him, and he thinks that the Rebecca Church is a huge prison for Isabel, who has been raised by the church since childhood, and she would not be able to betray even a corrupt pope. So he prays to the dear goddess Rebecca, saying that the church cannot purify itself by itself. Meanwhile, in Rolling City, in the Rebecca Church, Grid is walking around there, while Cassius thinks that if the Path of Light still existed, she must send her champion to this world to punish the corrupt pope. So Grid thinks that everything there is real gold, saying that it is well nailed down, wondering if there is any way to steal it. So they call him, saying that people are watching. He says he was just watching the flower there, lying through his face. And one of the priests says that Rolling is a rest area for players who are going to the Vatican, asking if he is going there too, saying that it turns out he is going, questioning that he acts like he is going with him, saying that his name is Dom Pao, and he is a priest player of the Rebecca Church. Dude, it will depend on the Grid to save an entire church. This is going to be a mess, but it is going to be a really big mess. If you want the next part of this, subscribe and I will definitely bring it to you. And I will see you in the next video.